Chapter 57:28. The second prince of the Dongyue Empire, Dongyue Yuanliang, was actually dead. Not only was Dongyue Shui, dumbfounded, but everyone was also dumbfounded, as this was a major event. If it was not handled properly, even Dongyue Shui would be in trouble. This was because Dongyue Yuanliang was the second-in-line successor of the Dongyue Empire. Now that the second prince was dead, the happiest people should be the crown prince's people, as there was no one in the entire Dongyue Empire who could threaten the crown prince's position. The imperial family was the most heartless. This was definitely the truth. Even when Dongyue Shui saw Dongyue Yuanliang poisoned to death, she was not too sad. The first thing she thought of was how to protect herself, so that she would not be affected. However, he had died in her hands. Even if she did not kill him, she would still be punished. It was impossible to be completely absolved of responsibility. There was only one way now, and it was the method that the Overlord of War God had mentioned. However, everyone now knew that the second prince was dead. This was a group of thousands of people. How was it possible to seal everyone's mouths? As long as one person spoke the truth, everything would be over. Therefore, there was only one way to seal everyone's mouths. The dead could not speak, so only the dead could keep secrets. However, getting rid of so many people at once was not an easy task. Once the fight began, these thousands of people were not just pieces of wood that would stand still and let Dongyue Shui chop them. They were people, and not just ordinary people. They were all cultivators, and they would escape, with thousands of people escaping together. Unless Dongyue Shui had mastered the supreme way of the sword that could decapitate people from 1,000 miles away, the consequences would be dire if even one person escaped. Dongyue Shui was already filled with killing intent. As a member of the imperial family, only by being heartless could one live longer. Very soon, Dongyue Shui ordered someone to get a coffin. She tidied up Dongyue Yuanliang's corpse, changed it into a clean set of clothes, and sealed the coffin. Gu Fei was still sitting on the back of the horned fire tiger. He seemed to be cultivating with his eyes closed, but he was actually sleeping. Moreover, he was snoring. Everyone was dumbfounded. The fatty's expression also became somewhat strange. This guy was too calm. Dongyue Shui was also speechless. Only Wang Zhan didn't find it strange, because only he knew how awesome his master was. So, what if the second prince was poisoned to death? It was nothing in front of the master. So, what if he pierced a hole in the sky? He would just treat it as a trial. Furthermore, this trial was for him, Wang Zhan. It had nothing to do with his master, Gu Fei. The group continued on their journey, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. That was because the second prince was dead, and a great disaster was about to befall them. Under the wrath of the East Moon Royal Lord, there were probably not many people here who could survive. Now that the second prince was dead, someone had to be buried with him. Dongyue Shui would be fine, because she was Overlord Dongyu's most beloved daughter. Those important figures would be fine as well, because they still had value. Therefore, the ones who died were those who had no value, such as these soldiers from Tianyue City. That girl wants to kill. At noon, Gu Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Zhan's mind. What? Wang Zhan was shocked when he heard this. Dongyue Shui wants to kill? How is that possible? Who does she want to kill? Go find that fatty and have him erase the memories of these innocent people. There's no need to kill the innocent. Gu Fei's voice continued to sound in Wang Zhan's mind. Grandpa Fatty? Wang Zhan looked at the fatty beside him. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. Wang Zhan had absolute trust in his master's words. He really went to find the fatty. Fatty was a very mysterious fellow. Even Gu Fei could not see through him. However, it was a fact that he had the limitless sword master's boundless sword energy in his body. If it weren't for the infinite sword aura, would the fatty be fearless of the infinite monarch's supreme might? What? The fatty's smile disappeared. How did this guy know that I have the ability to erase other people's memories? Actually, with Gu Fei's cultivation, it was only a matter of a thought if he wanted to erase everyone's memories, including the fatty's. However, he wouldn't do that. He was a supreme existence of the infinite prime realm. Did an infinite prime not care about his pride? Why would he have to clean up after these people? Gu Fei, wasn't their babysitter. However, Gu Fei didn't want to see the thousands of people here get killed by Dong Yushui. Gu Fei didn't forget his original intention. He was once a member of the masses, but he was lucky and worked hard to get to where he was now. He could clearly see that Dong Yushui wanted to kill, so how could he just watch them die? At this moment, the fatty suddenly turned around and looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the back of the horned fire tiger. This person is mysterious. Is he really pretending to be weak? But why did this guy vomit blood when I was testing him? This doesn't make sense. The group continued forward, but soon deserters appeared. The entire group was shrouded in fear because everyone knew what was waiting for them ahead. The second prince was dead. Even if they could reach the imperial capital safely, they would still die. The son they had high hopes for was dead. The new empress would definitely go crazy. Many people would die, and the entire imperial capital would be in chaos. They were supposed to go to the imperial capital to claim credit and enjoy life. But now, the sky had been pierced. The current imperial capital was like a terrifying heavenly beast waiting for them to jump in with its mouth wide open. It would devour them without spitting out any bones. Kill. Without any hesitation, the few soldiers who tried to escape were immediately killed. Dong Yushui's ruthless methods deterred those who wanted to escape, but there were still people who tried to escape. They didn't want to be buried with the second prince. In fact, Dong Yushui was eager for these people to escape, because once they did, Dong Yushui would have a reason to kill them. Even if many people were dissatisfied with killing deserters, they didn't dare to say anything. Sigh. Fatty glanced at Gu Fei. He had no choice but to act. The more mysterious Gu Fei was, the more he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he seriously suspected that Gu Fei was pretending to be weak. Moreover, Gu Fei was Wang Zhan's master, and Wang Zhan had an amazing thing in his hands. Fatty helplessly took out a fist-sized orb, which then flew into the air. Whoosh! A bright light suddenly burst from the orb. Then, everyone stopped moving. But in the next moment, everyone moved. Fatty also put away the divine pearl in an instant. Then, the memories of those below the heavenly realm disappeared. Only Dong Yushui and her subordinates above the heavenly realm were not affected. Dong Yushui planted a restrictive spell on these people. They would definitely not dare to betray her. Why is there a coffin in the group? The soldiers whose memories were erased were surprised. That Fatty is quite capable. Chapter 57:29. Senior brother, is it really okay for you to sneak into Dong Yushui's team and kill the second prince with poison? High up in the sky, 3 men in black stood in the void. The wind around them was fierce, but their clothes did not move at all. Yeah, second junior brother. Our target is Dong Yushui. Why did you kill the second prince? Another man in black said, if you had poisoned Dong Yushui to death, we would have gone to collect the reward by now. The man in black continued. At this time, countless people had their eyes on Dong Yushui. The reward on the dark roll was so tempting that even the sage realm experts could not sit still. Most importantly, the dark roll's mission could be accepted by anyone. Once the mission was completed, one could go to the designated location on the dark roll to collect the reward. It's nothing, it's just for fun. The second junior brother shrugged and looked indifferent, as if the person he poisoned was not a prince of a powerful dynasty, but an ordinary person. Second senior brother, you can have fun, but don't ruin my plan. The woman in black said indifferently, Got it, junior sister. How would I dare to ruin your plan? I don't want to be turned into a poison man by master. The second senior brother stuck out his tongue and said, The Wan God sect was one of the top poison sects in the world. However, the Wan God sect was not a local force in the East Pole, but a sect from another region. The Dark Rolls mission not only attracted the attention of countless local forces in the East Pole, but also forces from other regions appeared in the East Pole. Everyone was here for the quest rewards. It couldn't be helped. A sage instrument was something that even the sage realm experts would be jealous of. Junior sister, I don't think we need to go through so much trouble. Let's just kill our way out and take Dongyue Shue's life. The eldest senior brother said impatiently, Eldest senior brother is right. None of these people can fight. Let's not waste time. The second senior brother echoed, What do you know? The Wan God sect's junior sister sneered. Junior sister, did you see something? Second senior brother said indifferently, Second senior brother, why don't you touch Dongyue Shui? I'm afraid you'll be dead before you can even touch her. The little junior sister's gaze fell on the fat man on the distant mountain path. TSK, don't scare me. Second senior fellow apprentice was even more indifferent. Why don't you try? I'll help you collect your corpse. Little junior sister glanced indifferently at second senior brother beside her. Second senior brother stopped talking. No one would joke around with their own lives. The 10,000 Gods sect had another name, the 10,000 Poison sect. At this moment, Dongyue Shui and the rest had no idea that they were being targeted by the 1,000 Gods sect. Lying comfortably on the back of the one-horned fire tiger, Gu Fei casually glanced at the sky. The horned fire tiger used its spirit force to condense a flaming throne on its back. Gu Fei was lying on the throne. Although his posture was very casual, it gave off an extraordinary feeling. This was not a treatment that everyone could enjoy. Who's that person? High up in the sky, the woman in black also noticed Gu Fei. Gu Fei was too conspicuous in the group because he was riding a heavenly beast at the peak of the heavenly realm. Although there were many heavenly beasts in the entire East Moon Empire, there were not many people who could subdue them and make them obedient. After all, it was a heavenly beast. I don't know, he's just a nobody. He's only at the immortal realm. I can poke him to death with one finger. Second senior brother said disdainfully, a guy at the early stage of the immortal realm actually had a mount like the one-horned fire tiger. It seemed that he had some background, but so what? How could he be compared to them? The 10,000 Gods sect was the most powerful poison sect in the limitless realm. Almost all the poison masters in the entire limitless realm came from the 10,000 Gods sect. The reason why the 10,000 Gods sect was called the 10,000 Gods sect was that it claimed to have 10,000 immortal realm disciples. In fact, 10,000 immortal realm disciples were very few for the 10,000 Gods sect. Even if one of the 10,000 gods broke through to the saint realm, the 10,000 Gods sect would still have several saint realm experts. Naturally, no one dared to look down on such a sect. Then go and stab him to death. If you can stab him to death, I'll give you the reward for this mission. The little junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect crossed her arms and said indifferently. The second senior brother immediately cowered when he heard that. This guy was extremely depressed. He was always rebuked by the little junior sister. Well, there's a good show to watch. At this moment, There was a powerful fluctuation of vitality from afar. Some experts were quickly approaching Dongyue Shui, and the others. Soon, more than 10 powerful figures appeared in the distant sky. It's those guys. When the little junior sister of the 10,000 gods sect saw them, she couldn't help but frown. Then, she waved her right hand, and a cloud appeared. They directly disappeared in the cloud. Stop! At the same time, a loud shout sounded on the mountain path. The entire procession came to a halt. What's wrong? Dongyue Shui asked hurriedly. Enemy attack. The fatty said with a solemn expression. Enemy attack. Everyone immediately tensed up. There's a good show to watch. Gu Fei suddenly said. Master, Wang Zhan was taken aback. It seemed that the enemy this time was not weak. Even his master had warned him. Just as everyone was looking around nervously, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. More than 10 powerful figures appeared in the distant sky. Fire! The archers reacted quickly and immediately nocked their arrows. However, before the arrows were released, the dozen guys had already descended from the sky and landed in front of the group. The sound of something piercing through the air was heard. Countless arrow shadows shot towards the dozen guys who were blocking the way, courting death. The leader of the dozen guys waved his right hand, and all the arrows that were shot towards them were directly knocked away. Some of the arrows were even reflected. One of the arrows was shot directly towards Dongyue Shui. Dongyue Shui stretched out her right hand and grabbed the incoming arrow. Then, with a flip of her left hand, the East Moon bow immediately appeared in her hand. She placed the arrow on the bowstring and slowly drew the East Moon bow. The void trembled, and the East Moon bow in Dongyue Shui's hand shone with dazzling divine light. Even the ordinary arrow became different and was glowing. A powerful wave of primordial qi erupted from the person and the bow. The East Moon Empire's national treasure, the East Moon bow. The leader stared at the person and the bow, and his expression became extremely gloomy and terrifying. Sigh, I'm a little regretful. Someone came so quickly to cause trouble again. The fatty on the side looked like he had nothing left to live for. Chapter 57:30. The distance between Skywest City of the East Moon Empire and the imperial capital was only a few hundred kilometers, and there was even a direct mountain path. According to the usual speed of the caravan, it would take 1 or 2 days at most to reach the imperial capital. However, things were different now, as there were too many people in the imperial capital who did not want Dongyue Shui, the princess, to return. This time, Dongyue Shui had interfered with the interests of many people. The first to be affected was the interests of the new empress. At this time, the news of Dongyue Yuanliang being poisoned to death had yet to reach the imperial capital. Fatty used a method to erase the memories of the past few days from thousands of soldiers. However, Fatty's current ability was limited. He could not erase the memories of experts above the heavenly realm. Therefore, the atmosphere in Dongyue Shui's group was rather strange. The experts were worried, while the thousands of soldiers were completely fine, waiting to receive their rewards in the imperial capital. On the other hand, Gu Fei had been acting like it had nothing to do with him, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Dongyue Shui, come out and accept your death. At this moment, a dozen experts descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of the mountain path, blocking the group's path. The baleful aura that erupted from these experts was very powerful. A total of 13 baleful auras gathered together, forming a terrifying aura that made everyone's heart palpitate. Before they even moved, the thousands of soldiers under Dongyue Shui trembled under the impact of the baleful aura. They could not even think of resisting. This was the might of the strong. The weak could only crawl on the ground and beg the strong to spare their lives. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were like ants on the ground. The life and death of an ant depended on a single thought of the strong. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivation. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. If one did not want to be eaten, the only way was to become strong. You want to take my life? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Dongyue Shui, was currently glowing with divine light. The east moon bow was almost fully drawn, and the arrows on the bowstring were also emitting an unparalleled power of archery. Little girl, our boss is personally taking action. You'd better know what's good for you and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. A tall and ferocious-looking guy said loudly. This person was the bandit of the Black God Ridge, Wild King, who had been defeated by Wang Zhan with 2 punches, the leader of the 13 Great Bandits. At this moment, Dongyue Shui finally knew who the person in the lead was. This guy was shrouded in black from head to toe. He was the mysterious Ridge, Lord of the Black God Ridge, as well as the boss of the 13 Great Bandits. You know who I am, and you still dare to attack me? The mysterious black-clothed man sneered, his tone filled with disdain. Swoosh! When Dongyue Shui heard this, she immediately shot an arrow at the boss of the Black God Ridge. She used her actions to respond to this mysterious boss of the Black God Ridge. An ordinary arrow, under the power of the East Moon Bow, simply turned into a divine arrow. As soon as Dongyue Shui shot the arrow, a powerful wave of yuan qi immediately spread from her body. The surrounding sand and pebbles were sent flying, and the nearby fighters were knocked over by the wave of yuan qi. They all paled in fright. The arrow was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge. Just as the mysterious Black God Ridge Lord was about to be shot by the arrow, could it be that the arrow light actually stopped in the air? The light dissipated, and it turned back into an ordinary arrow. Seeing this, Dongyue Shui turned pale with fright. The mysterious Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge actually used 2 fingers to clamp down on Dongyue Shui's incomparably powerful arrow. Dongyue Shui was also in the heaven realm, and she had shot the arrow with the East Moon Bow. The East Moon Bow was the divine weapon of the East Moon Empire. Its power was indescribable. With Dongyue Shui's current cultivation, she actually could not break the seal on the East Moon Bow at all. She could not even unleash 1/100th of the East Moon Bow's power. Even so, the power of Dongyue Shui's arrow was not to be underestimated. She had injured Wild King, who was in the early stage of the God realm, with a single arrow. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge loosened his fingers, and the arrow fell to the ground. The East Moon Bow truly lives up to its name. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little lacking, and you can't unleash the true power of this divine weapon. The Ridge Lord shook his head. Dongyue Shui glared at the Ridge Lord. This guy had brought a group of great bandits to harm the East Moon Empire, and everyone had the right to punish him. However, this guy was too mysterious and powerful. The East Moon Empire had sent troops to flatten the Black God Ridge several times, but to no avail. Now, the 13 great bandits of the Black God Ridge had all arrived. These guys really thought too highly of themselves. Great bandits of the Black God Ridge. At this moment, Wang Zhan had already told his master, Gu Fei, about the newcomer's origins. Wang Zhan was extremely nervous. The 13 great bandits were all in the God realm. Otherwise, how could they run amok in the East Moon Empire? Even the East Moon Empire could not do anything to them. However, Gu Fei was still very calm. He lay comfortably on the throne formed by the single-horned fire tiger's spiritual power. He was very lazy as if he had no interest in the 13 great bandits at all. However, in the eyes of the bandits of the Black God Ridge, Gu Fei's behavior was extremely arrogant. He did not take them seriously at all. "Little guy, you're putting on an act." Wild King stretched out his right hand disdainfully, and a battle spear that had fallen to the ground immediately flew into his hand. He directly smashed the spear in his hand towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound rang out. The battle spear that Wild King had thrown flashed through the air and instantly pierced the front of Gu Fei. Impudent! Just as the battle spear was about to pierce Gu Fei, Wang Zhan grabbed the spear and smashed it back with a backhand. The speed of the spear that Wang Zhan had smashed was much faster than Wild King's. Wild King did not dare to receive it and immediately dodged. The battle spear shot behind Wild King, and with a poof, it directly pierced through a large tree. Then it stuck into a hard rock beside the mountain path, and a large part of it was directly embedded. Seeing that the battle spear that Wang Zhan had smashed had such power, the other bandits could not help but be shocked. It was no wonder that Wild King had been defeated previously. It turned out that there were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. Such a young godly state warrior. Who was this person? Let's attack together. Kill them all. The Black God Ridge leader ordered domineeringly. Kill. The other bandits immediately became excited, and each of them revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. Like tigers entering a flock of sheep, they pounced towards Dong Yu and Shui Er's team. "You bastards, do you really think that I, Master Fatty, am invisible?" At this moment, Fatty, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. The bandits that were pouncing towards them were stunned when they heard this. In the next moment, they saw a ball of golden light appear. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that it was painful to look at. The bandits were momentarily shocked. Then, an extremely tyrannical wave of Yuan Qi erupted, and the shadow of a golden palm suddenly appeared, ruthlessly smashing towards the bandits that were pouncing towards them. A dull sound of collision resounded, and more than 10 bandits were directly sent flying by the golden palm. What? Chapter 57:31. The bandits of the Black God Ridge arrived in a menacing manner, but who would have imagined that they would be blasted flying by an unknown fatty with a single move? Of course, only the mysterious and unfathomable Black God Ridge Lord looked at the fatty as if he was looking at a monster, sending 12 immortal state bandits flying with a single move. This scene shocked everyone, except for Gu Fei. The fatty seemed to be possessed by a god of war. His body was surrounded by a golden glow, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. Wild King and the others were directly sent flying. They all suffered a great impact and vomited blood, falling far away like broken sandbags. I was wrong. The Ridge Lord stared at the fatty surrounded by golden glow, and his pupils contracted. This guy's cultivation is so powerful. Peak of the immortal state, or half-step saint state. What made the Black God Ridge Master even more embarrassed was that he actually couldn't see through this ordinary-looking fatty in front of him. Lord Fatty is amazing. Seeing this, Wang Zhan's blood boiled, and he wanted to fight too. You're not that guy's match, but you can go have some fun. Gu Fei said casually to Wang Zhan. Yes, master. With Gu Fei's words, Wang Zhan was instantly overjoyed. At this moment, Dong Yue Shui had already retreated with her subordinates. Her subordinates crowded around her, afraid that she would be injured. After all, Dong Yue Shui had planted a restrictive technique on them. Once she died, they would be buried with her. Therefore, everyone here could die, but not Dong Yue Shui. Of course, in the eyes of the immortals, the dozens of heaven state cultivators that Dong Yue Shui subdued were all trash. A single slap could kill more than half of them. Sigh, stop nagging. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. The fatty said impatiently, How arrogant! I've been in the East Moon Empire for 1,000 years, but I've never seen such an arrogant guy. The Ridge Lord stared at the fatty and sneered. Hee hee. The fatty also sneered. That's because you're ignorant. Very well, you have successfully angered me. You can die now. The Black God Ridge Lord couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He directly soared into the sky, and with his head down and legs up, he unleashed a palm technique that descended from the sky towards Fatty. A gigantic palm shadow appeared above Fatty's head, slamming down towards him. Although the palm force had yet to actually land, it had already sealed off the void, as well as all of Fatty's escape routes. F***CK. Is he that awesome? He used the legendary palm technique right from the start. When the fatty saw this, he was so frightened that he almost fell off his horse. It was as if a terrifying divine mountain was crushing down on him. His horse whimpered and knelt on the ground. It was impossible to admit defeat at this time. Let's fight. Fatty gritted his teeth and also struck out with his palm, directly meeting the palm technique descending from the sky. His chubby face was flushed red, and he used all of his strength. Buzz! The golden hand appeared in the void. Bam! Two gigantic palms instantly collided. In the next moment, Fatty's horse was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, and the entire ground caved in. Fatty was directly blasted into the ground by the palm technique descending from the sky, and a gigantic palm print appeared on the ground. It's a half-step sage. Fatty's roar came from the palm print on the ground. You're AF** king, half-step sage fighting a god realm expert. Don't you have any shame? Fatty walked out of the palm print on the ground step by step. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. He looked extremely pathetic, but there was not a single injury on his body. How is this possible? The Black God Ridge Lord was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Fatty jumping around. How could this guy withstand my palm technique and come out unscathed? Half-step sage. This is bad. Hearing Fatty's words, everyone was extremely terrified. The boss of the Black God Ridge was actually a half-step sage. What should they do? They're dead. The half-step sage realm wasn't the real sage realm. However, wouldn't the half-step sage realm's slaughter divine scripture be as easy as pinching an ant to death? Who the hell are you? The Black God Ridge Lord stared at Fatty with a lightning-like gaze. I'm your grandfather. Fatty raised his middle finger at the Black God Ridge Lord. Seeing this scene, Goofy couldn't help but give Fatty a thumbs up. This guy was really awesome to dare to be so arrogant in the face of a half-step sage. The Limitless Realm's half-step sage was not the Mortal Realm's sage realm. The Limitless Realm's sage realm was equivalent to the Eternal Realm in other worlds. The Eternal Realm couldn't run amok in the Limitless Realm, but in other worlds, it was invincible. It was a supreme existence that could destroy heaven and earth. However, Goofy knew that this so-called Black God Ridge Lord couldn't kill Fatty because Fatty had the boundless sword energy to protect him. Once the boundless sword energy in Fatty's body was activated, the Black God Ridge Lord would be the one to die. However, it was not an easy task to activate the boundless sword energy in Fatty's body. The conditions to activate the boundless sword energy were very difficult to achieve. Obviously, the Black God Ridge Lord wasn't qualified to activate the boundless sword energy in Fatty's body. Kill! The Black God Ridge Lord roared angrily and directly attacked Fatty. Strange grandson, you want to kill your grandfather? Do you have the ability to do so? Fatty also made his move. Countless golden palm shadows rushed out of Fatty's hands and blasted towards the Black God Ridge Lord. However, the Black God Ridge Lord directly ignored Fatty's golden palm shadows. When those golden palm shadows hit his body, they were all shattered. Fatty's incomparably ferocious palm strength actually couldn't hurt the other party at all. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Black God Ridge Lord's fist landed on Fatty's chest. In the next moment, Fatty was directly blasted away and smashed into the forest beside the mountain path. You're still not dead after this. The Black God Ridge Lord was very confident in his punch because he used tremor force in this punch. Even if a mountain was hit by this punch, the inside of the mountain would be shaken to pieces. Moreover, this punch landed on Fatty's body. A person at the peak of the God realm, or even half a step into the Sage realm, wouldn't be able to withstand this punch. However, the instant Fatty stumbled out of the forest, the Black God Ridge Lord was truly stunned. How was this possible? This was beyond his understanding. I don't believe that I can't beat you to death. The Black God Ridge Lord was furious. Then, Fatty was unlucky. The Black God Ridge Lord went up and gave Fatty a vicious beating. However, no matter how fiercely the Black God Ridge Lord attacked or hit Fatty, Fatty wouldn't be injured. Fatty was knocked down time and time again, but he stood up again and again as if nothing happened. In the end, the Black God Ridge Lord's mentality collapsed. Why did he encounter a freak that couldn't be beaten to death? Chapter 57:32. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge would never have thought that he would encounter an unkillable freak. This fellow was only at the pinnacle of the God realm, not even a half-step Sage realm. However, his physical body was so strong that it could withstand the beating of a half-step Sage. This was the reason why the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge had a mental breakdown. I've used all my strength, but not only did I not beat you to death, you fatty, you didn't even have a scratch on your skin. Don't tell me I don't want my face. When the Ridge Lord saw the fatty stand up shakily from the ground and pat the dust off his body nonchalantly, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge blew his top. I say, did you not eat? Who do you think you can beat to death with that little strength? The fatty scolded. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was furious. This fellow's words were not harmful, but they were extremely insulting. What's the point of relying on a secret treasure to protect yourself? If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge almost vomited blood. F***, aren't I fighting you fair and square right now? Are you out of your mind? How can you say such stupid words? The fatty sneered. I will kill you. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was enraged. He stretched out his right hand, and a divine saber immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge shook the divine saber in his hand. In the next moment, a saber light flashed, and the saber slashed towards the fatty. You can't deal with me with your fists, so you use your saber? The fatty wanted to dodge, but the opponent was a half-step Sage realm expert. The moment the saber slashed out, the saber chi enveloped him instantly and imprisoned him. In front of the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge, the fatty could not even dodge. He could only watch as the opponent's saber slashed towards him. The fatty was taken aback. Humph! The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge sneered. Could this fatty's physical body really block an attack from the divine saber in his hand? He knew very well how powerful the divine blade in his hand was because it was a saint artifact, a true saint artifact. The aura of the divine path surged from the divine blade. Although the saintly Tao aura that erupted from the divine saber in the Ridge Lord's hand was not very strong, it was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate with the exception of Gu Fei. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was still lazily lying on the flame throne on the back of the one-horned fire tiger, said indifferently, "Master, I can't handle this guy." Wang Zhan on one side was terrified. The opposite party was a half-step sage expert. Moreover, he had a sage tool in his hand. So, going against him was no different from throwing away one's life. Then you can play with the others. Gu Fei said indifferently. Others? Wang Zhan looked at the bandits around him. These fellows all had bloodstains on the corners of their mouths, but they weren't seriously injured. However, they were all frightened by the fatty, sending 12 bandits flying with a single move. This kind of combat strength was definitely world-shocking. Even in the limitless realm, it was extremely rare to see someone who could send 12 cultivators of the same cultivation level flying with their own strength. Only the divine sons or saintesses of those super sects had such heaven-defying combat strength. They could challenge cultivators of a higher cultivation level than them. Could this ordinary-looking fatty be a divine son of some super force? The bandits all stared at the fatty. They didn't care about the others at all. Hey, you so-called bandits, how about you come and play with me? Wang Zhan stood up, raised his head and puffed out his chest, and roared at the bandits around him with an arrogant expression. Ouch! The bandits were instantly amused when they saw a little guy daring to challenge them. Where did this kid come from? You haven't even weaned yet, right? Hurry up and go find your mother. This is not a place for you. A black-clothed middle-aged bandit with 2 long eyebrows and a bitter expression said impatiently, Kume, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why would you let this little guy go? Shue Tu Ku Mei of the 13 bandits of the Black God Ridge actually showed mercy today. The sun really rose from the west today. Since this little guy is courting death, as his seniors, we should grant him his wish. Yeah, we are bandits. We are vicious and merciless. Isn't killing and arson what we should do? The bandits chimed in one after another. They wanted to vent their frustrations on Wang Zhan. They were almost killed instantly by the fatty and had nowhere to vent their frustrations. Since this little guy dared to jump out and challenge them, they decided to vent their frustrations on him. Facing the ferocious gazes of the bandits, Wang Zhan remained calm. Just a bunch of old thieves. What's there to be afraid of? Come, come, come. All of you, come at me together. Today, I want to fight 12 of you alone. Wang Zhan hooked his finger at the bandits, looking very arrogant. F***CK. This guy doesn't know his place. He wants to fight 12 of us alone. This is not the way to seek death. Little guy, you're really awesome. The bandits said fiercely. Dong Yue and Shue, who were hiding in the distance, looked at Wang Zhan as if he was a monster. Was this guy crazy? He actually went to provoke the bandits. The bandits of the Black God Ridge were all at the divine realm, and the weakest was at the early stage of the divine realm. The boss of the Black God Ridge was even at the half-step sage realm. Wang Zhan actually wanted to fight 12 of them alone. This was simply crazy. The bandits were right. Wang Zhan really didn't know his place. In the distant sky, the few people of the 10,000 Gods sect were also staring. Junior sister, do you think that kid can win if he fights 12 of us alone? Second senior brother asked again. Yes. The junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect answered with a firm tone. Even the eldest senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect was a little surprised. Why was junior sister so sure that the little guy would win? After all, they were the 12 bandits of the Black God Ridge. The 12 bandits of the Black God Ridge were all at the divine realm. Junior sister is very confident in this little guy. Second senior brother said disapprovingly. Junior sister smiled and said, I'm not confident in that little guy, but the guy riding the one-horned fire tiger. What? Second senior brother and eldest senior brother were stunned when they heard this. I see, junior sister is smart. Eldest senior brother suddenly had a flash of inspiration and sighed. Although Junior Sister was mischievous, she was smarter than anyone else. She probably already knew the details that others didn't expect to see. Eldest Senior Brother, what do you understand? Second Senior Brother asked curiously. Stupid, Junior Sister said indifferently. Second Senior Brother couldn't help but get angry when he heard this, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. Junior Sister was the apple of their master's eye. If anything happened to her, their master would probably let them die with Junior Sister. The young man in black riding the one-horned fire tiger is that little guy's master. Since he tacitly allowed his disciple to challenge the 12 bandits, he must be very confident in his disciple. Eldest Senior Brother said, in a deep voice, Chapter 57:33. On the mountain path, the 13 great bandits of Black God Ridge stopped Dongyue Schwenner's team. The boss of Black God Ridge wanted to kill Dongyue Schwer as soon as he arrived. In the eyes of the 13 great bandits of Black God Ridge, Schwer was a divine weapon on the Dark Roll. That was a divine weapon that even Sage Realm cultivators would covet. The mysterious boss of Black God Ridge could not sit still and personally took action. He was afraid that someone would kill Schwer and obtain the reward on the Dark Roll. At this moment, the Lord of Black God Ridge, who had a mental breakdown due to Fatty, took the initiative to attack. Swoosh! The light from the blade was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed towards Fatty. The Lord of Black God Ridge slashed out, and the domain formed by the power of the blade enveloped Fatty. Fatty felt his body tighten, and his entire body was restrained by an invisible force. It was as if he had been cast a body-freezing curse. He could not even move his fingers, and only his eyes could move. F***CK, is he that powerful? Fatty was greatly alarmed in his heart. This Black God Ridge's big brother is merely a half-step Sage Realm expert. However, he already possesses such a magical ability. There was no suspense. Even if Fatty wanted to dodge, he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as the saber slashed his body. Then, the sacred grade divine blade was sent flying at a speed faster than the speed of the slash. It flew out of the hand of the Lord of Black God Ridge. Everything happened too quickly. When the blade flew out of the hand of the Lord of Black God Ridge and stabbed into the opposite mountain wall, the Lord of Black God Ridge felt a sharp pain in his hand. How is this possible? The Valley Lord of the Black God Ridge lowered his head and looked at his bloodied right hand with a dumbfounded look on his face. He was injured. To be more accurate, he was injured by the recoil force that suddenly burst forth from his opponent's body. His entire palm was filled with cracks. At this moment, the force that shackled Fatty disappeared. Go to hell! Just as the Black God Ridge Lord was still in shock, the Fatty spun around and kicked the Black God Ridge Lord's head ruthlessly. The mask of the Lord of Black God Ridge was shattered by the kick. The Lord of Black God Ridge staggered a few steps. His hairband loosened, and his hair fell down like a waterfall. A woman? Fatty was stunned. A woman? Gu Fei, who was riding on the one-horned fire tiger, was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the boss of the Black God Ridge was actually a woman. A woman? Dongyue Schwer, and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. A woman? The eyes of the bandits from the Black God Ridge almost popped out of their sockets. They also did not know that their boss was a woman. That was because even they had never seen their boss's true appearance. That was the Black God Ridge. That was where the most impressive bandit chiefs of the East Moon Empire gathered. The 13 great bandits of the Black God Ridge were all fiendish gods of death. Who would have thought that the boss of a group of robbers was actually a woman? The Black God Ridge Lord hurriedly tore off a piece of cloth and covered his face. Sorry, I didn't know you were a girl. When Fatty saw the murderous gaze of the Black God Ridgelord, he actually panicked a little. The Black God Ridgelord was enraged. These guys actually saw his true appearance. All of them had to die. She extended her right hand, and the divine saber that was stuck in the mountain wall immediately flew out from the mountain wall with a clang, directly flying back to her. The Black God Ridge Lord grabbed the divine saber, and his aura instantly soared to the limit. Kill! The Black God Ridge Lord did not hesitate at all, and directly slashed at Fatty with the saber. At this moment, the blood that seeped out from the Black God Ridgelord's hand stained the hilt of the saber. The entire divine saber seemed to suddenly come to life, and the power of the Saint Realm erupted. This slash was like a slash from a powerful Saint Realm cultivator. Its power was countless times stronger than the previous slash. The power of the Saint Realm on the divine saber was actually awakened. This Fatty was frozen in place again. He did not move at all as he waited for the other party to slash him. In the next moment, the divine saber directly struck Fatty's body. Then Fatty was directly sent flying, and he fell into the forest in the distance while screaming. Impossible. The Black God Ridgelord's right hand gripped the divine saber tightly, and her hand that was holding the saber was trembling slightly. Even the power of a Saint Realm could not kill this Fatty. How was this possible? Could it be that this Fatty had an indestructible Tao body? Even a true Saint Realm cultivator would definitely not be able to withstand this slash. The Black God Ridgelord had really broken down. All of you must die. The Black God Ridgelord swept her gaze at Dongyue Shui, and the others. A terrifying killing intent spread from her body, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped under the impact of the killing intent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This Black God Ridgelord was simply a goddess of death. At this moment, Wang Zhan was preparing to fight 1 against 12, but seeing how fierce the Black God Ridgelord was, even the other bandits retreated. Master, this Wang Zhan also retreated to Gu Fei's side. We're dead. Dongyue Shui, and the others were scared out of their wits by the monstrous killing intent that erupted from the Black God Ridgelord. Calm down, Gu Fei said. He had always been calm. Calm down. Wang Zhan was a little depressed. His master was so awesome, so she was naturally calm, but he himself couldn't. At this moment, even Gu Fei's mount, the horned fire tiger, was feeling uneasy. The killing intent that erupted from the Black God Ridgelord was simply too powerful. Even Gu Fei didn't expect that a woman could accumulate such a powerful killing intent. One had to know that killing intent wasn't something that could be accumulated just by killing a few beasts or killing a few powerful opponents. Only those who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could gather such a powerful killing intent. Just what had this Black God Ridgelord experienced? Gu Fei was a little curious. Grandpa Fatty, save us. Dongyue Shui could no longer maintain her composure and directly shouted for help. The incomparably noble princess had already lost all her bearing at this moment. No one can save you. The Black God Ridgelord's voice sounded as if it came from hell, and it was extremely cold. At this moment, she raised the divine saber in her hand, and an even more powerful sage-level power erupted from the divine saber. The entire divine saber seemed extraordinary. Seeing the Black God Ridgelord raise the butcher's knife in her hand, everyone was in despair. Even Wang Zhan, who was standing beside Gu Fei, felt a sense of trepidation. Gu Fei merely frowned. This girl was really fierce, and her tone was also very arrogant. However, in front of him, this girl was still overestimating herself. Who said that no one can save them? Chapter 57:34. The Lord of the Black God Ridge's mask was broken by Fatty's kick. Although she immediately covered her face, most of the people present still saw her true appearance. Then, the Lord of the Black God Ridge almost went berserk. Her true appearance could not be seen by others. Whoever saw her face, she would kill that person. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from the Lord of the Black God Ridge. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Even Dongyue Shuer and the other heavenly realm experts were trembling under the ferocious might of the Lord of the Black God Ridge. Dongyue Shuer and the others could not even think of resisting. After the overlord of the Dark God Ridge's saint-level divine saber was stained with her blood, the power of the sage state within the divine saber was rapidly recovering. A wave of sage state energy rippled from the divine saber in her hand. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making them almost unable to breathe. The pressure of the sage realm was too terrifying. The true sage realm was too powerful. It was so powerful that all living beings below the sage realm had to bow their heads and tremble. Of course, Fatty was an exception. One must know that Fatty's body contained the supreme sword energy of the limitless sword master. Even in front of the supreme existence of the infinite prime realm, he would definitely not admit defeat. No one can save you. The Lord of the Black God Ridge raised her divine blade and was about to start a massacre. Just as Dongyue Shuer and the others were in despair, an angry roar came from afar. Then a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the Lord of the Black God Ridge. Boom! The entire ground cracked from this person's stomp. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake violently. Everyone was shocked when they saw the person who suddenly descended from the sky. This person was actually the Fatty who was sent flying by the Lord of the Black God Ridge's blade. That's right, Fatty was here again. This guy was really an unkillable Fatty. When Fatty was sent flying by the Lord of the Black God Ridge's blade, everyone thought that Fatty was really done for. However, who would have thought that Fatty would come back for the kill? Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Only Gu Fei remained calm. This guy had infinite prime sword essence on him. In the infinite world, who could do anything to him apart from true infinite primes. No one below limitless sword god could truly injure this Fatty. Roar! At this moment, the Fatty raised his head to the sky and roared angrily. His entire body was filled with domineering aura. At this moment, Fatty seemed to have become a completely different person. The power in his body seemed to have signs of awakening, causing Fatty's power to increase explosively. It couldn't be helped. The power hidden in this Fatty's body was too advanced. Just a little bit of it would be enough to tear apart a Saint Realm cultivator. Junior, you dare to be impudent in front of me? You must be tired of living. Fatty turned around and looked at the territorial Lord of the Black God Ridge. His eyes were incomparably cold and without a trace of emotion. It was like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, causing one to feel despair. When the Lord of Black God Ridge saw Fatty's gaze, he couldn't help but be shocked. You, the overlord of the Black God Ridge, raised his divine saber high up, but he was unable to bring it down. Get lost. I don't want to kill. Fatty said coldly. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to scare me? The overlord of the Black God Ridge suddenly laughed. You've seen through me. Suddenly, Fatty was like a deflated balloon. The domineering aura on his body weakened rapidly, and he soon returned to his original state. This guy, Gu Fei, who was watching from the side, was also a little speechless. It turned out that this Fatty was just bluffing. However, the sword essence in his body seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Given Gu Fei's cultivation realm, he definitely wouldn't be wrong. Stop acting mysterious. You can go and die now. The overlord of the Black God Ridge no longer hesitated. He raised his butcher's knife high up and brought it down. Just now, she was almost scared by this damn fatty and almost turned to run. If she were to be scared off by this fatty today, her position as the boss of the Black God Ridge would not be stable. The group of bandits on the Black God Ridge weren't any kind-hearted people. They were all fellows who would devour people without spitting out their bones. If the Black God Ridge overlord couldn't suppress them, he could be eaten by those fellows at any time. However, this was no longer important, because the bandits present had also seen the appearance of the overlord of the Black God Ridge. Therefore, these bandits present were also on the overlord of the Black God Ridge's must-kill list. Anyone who saw her appearance would either die, or the second reason was impossible. Therefore, these people could only die. Without any suspense, Fatty let out another tragic cry, and was sent flying by the overlord of the Black God Ridge's knife. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. I've said it, no one can save you. The overlord of the Black God Ridge raised his butcher's knife at Dong Yue Shui, and the others again. Wang Zhan, save me. Otherwise, you can forget about seeing your mother and sister for the rest of your life. Dong Yue Shui had no choice but to yell at Wang Zhan. This Wang Zhan was truly shocked and angry. Dong Yue Shui actually used his family to threaten him. This had really crossed his bottom line. You want me to take action, right? Gu Fei, who was lying on the back of the single-horned fire tiger, stretched and said calmly, "You, stop joking. You're just a beginner godly state cultivator. How are you going to fight against the overlord of the Black God Ridge?" Dong Yue Shui sneered. "Is that so? Who said that a godly state cultivator can't defeat a sage state cultivator?" Gu Fei said calmly. You sure talk big. Do you think you're a heaven-defying genius?" Dong Yue Shui was depressed. A godly state cultivator defeating a sage state cultivator? Are you kidding me? Can an egg win against a rock? This guy is out of his mind. He's not out of his mind. He's just scared silly by the overlord of the Black God Ridge. The subordinates around Dong Yue Shui were all mocking Gu Fei. This was because it was impossible for a godly state cultivator to defeat a sage state cultivator. Even the direct disciple of an infinite prime realm could not defeat a sage state cultivator when he was still in the godly state. "Junior sister, do you think it's possible?" High in the sky, the eldest senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect who had been watching the show said to the junior sister next to him. "Ha ha. Eldest senior brother, do you really think this guy can defeat a sage state cultivator?" Second senior brother said disdainfully. "That person is not a fool. Since he's not a fool, he really has a trump card. As for what it is, as long as he doesn't show it, no one knows." The junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect pondered for a moment and said, "Trump card? I see." Second senior brother suddenly realized that he was really careless and did not think of this. If this person really came from one of those super sects, how could he not have a treasure to protect him? With a treasure to protect him, he could even kill a sage state cultivator in seconds, let alone defeat a sage state cultivator. Except for Wang Zhan and the junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, because in everyone's eyes, he was only at the beginner godly state. At this moment, he slowly stood up from the back of the horned fire tiger. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The overlord of the Black God Ridge roared and slashed at Gu Fei with his saber. "Damn, I haven't even said that I want to fight you." Chapter 57:35. Gu Fei didn't want to make a move. He didn't want to care about the trivial matters of Dong Yue and Shui, but right now he had no choice, because no one here was a match for the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge. The Ridge Lord had used his own blood to activate the power of the sage state within the divine blade in his hand. The Ridge Lord had become one with the blade, which was equivalent to an expert of the sage state attacking. Even Fatty couldn't withstand it, as he was sent flying by the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord with a single slash. Fatty had the boundless sword energy to protect himself, but the boundless sword energy within his body wasn't activated. The power within his body was only passively defending. Therefore, the power of the sword Tao within Fatty's body could only protect him from death. If he wanted to use this power to do something else, then sorry, he couldn't. Therefore, the Fatty could only sullenly allow himself to be sent flying by the Black God Ridge Lord. He did not even have the strength to resist. This made Fatty so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Kill! At this moment, the Ridge Lord roared and directly slashed at Gu Fei, who was standing on the back of the horned fire tiger. Rumble! The Ridge Lord slashed with his blade, and a series of thunderous sounds actually exploded in the void. It was extremely shocking. The blade light that was slashed out was like lightning, extremely fast. The Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord's blade could only be described with one word, and that was fast. That's right, it was fast. With the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord's cultivation, speed was sometimes a trump card. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord's attack. This Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord does have some skill, but it made sense. If this Dark God Ridge Lord didn't have some ability, then how could he possibly suppress those ferocious bandits of the Dark God Ridge? At the very least, the Ridge Lord's cultivation in the Blade Tao had already reached a higher level. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, the Ridge Lord was no different from an ant. He didn't even need to make a move to kill him. However, this Ridge Lord was a woman. This was awkward. Gu Fei didn't want to fight a woman, especially a weak one. If they were evenly matched, that would be fine. The problem was that the Black God Ridge Lord was simply too weak. Gu Fei's new disciple in the limitless realm, Wang Zhan, was still not good enough. It seemed like he had to quickly raise his disciple's cultivation, both Sacred Lord Void Sky and the Limitless Extreme. The Arch had their own forces in the limitless realm. On the other hand, Gu Fei only had one disciple, Wang Zhan. He was basically penniless, but now was not the time to think about this. Master, when Wang Zhan saw the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord attack Gu Fei, he could not help being startled. Was this fellow crazy? He actually dared to attack his master. He wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Gu Fei. With Wang Zhan's current cultivation and battle prowess, there was only one outcome for him against the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord, death. In the world of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Those without influence would end up in a miserable state. Will he be able to block this attack? On the high platform, the 10,000 God Sect's little junior sister clenched her fists nervously. He's overestimating himself. The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect sneered. He's really overestimating himself. The first senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect did not think highly of Gu Fei either. One was at the early stage of the godly state, while the other was at the half-step sage realm with the power of the Holy Blade. Was there a need to guess who would win? A godly state defeating a sage state? That's just a joke. The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect mocked. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei, who was standing on the back of the horned fire tiger, made his move. He placed his left hand behind his back and stretched out his right hand unhurriedly. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? What the F***CK? Am I seeing things? What did I see? A miracle. Everyone was in disbelief, especially the two brothers of the 10,000 Gods sect who had been watching the show in the sky. The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. It couldn't be helped. This scene was too unbelievable. At this moment, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge stopped all his movements. This time, it was her turn to be fixed in the void, as if she had been cast a spell. The divine blade that she had slashed out was also fixed in the void. The divine blade was less than half a foot away from Gu Fei's head. However, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge's blade could not slash down at this distance. No matter how hard she tried to activate the divine blade in her hand, it could not slash down any further. Only 2 fingers were used to fix the divine blade in place. That's right, 2 fingers. Gu Fei only used 2 fingers to stop the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge's full-force blade. No matter how powerful the saber was, or how fast the saber was, it was useless. Gu Fei only used 2 fingers to break the shocking blade of the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge. Furthermore, it was done in such a carefree manner. Sure enough, he's pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Do all the big shots of the cultivation world like to do this? High up in the sky, the junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect, who was equally shocked, muttered to herself, "He's a big shot of the cultivation world." The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect was depressed. Was he really that bad at judging people? They couldn't help but admire their junior sister. At this moment, the fatty who was sent flying by the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge rushed back. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not lose a single hair. When the fatty saw this scene, he was also shocked. No one thought that a person in the early stages of the God realm would be so strong that he could really defeat a Sage Realm cultivator. He was the man who used 2 fingers to clamp down on the Black God Ridge Lord's full-powered strike. At this moment, Dongyue Shui was already regretting it. She realized that she was ridiculously wrong. She missed out on the super thigh of Wang Zhan's master. If she had the super thigh of Wang Zhan's master, who would she need to be afraid of? Even if she returned to the East Moon Royal Capital, as long as she had the support of such an expert, even her father would not dare to punish her, and the new empress would not dare to be presumptuous. As for the other forces in the royal capital, they could only tremble in fear. They would be thanking the heavens if she didn't settle the score with them. But he had messed it all up. "Who are you?" The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. This man was simply way too strong. In front of this man, he was nothing at all. If this man wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his palm? Master is too cool. At this moment, Wang Zhan's eyes were filled with little stars. "You're not qualified to know who I am. You're lucky today. I don't kill women." Chapter 57:36. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really cool at this time. He stepped on the horned fire tiger with his left hand behind his back. With a wave of his right hand, the ferocious valley lord directly flew out. He looked calm and at ease. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. So cool. High up in the sky, the junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect, who had been hiding in the clouds and watching the show, also saw this scene with stars in her eyes. "I thought he was bronze. Who would have thought that he was a king tier?" At this time, Dongyue Shui was really regretful, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. She realized that she was wrong from the beginning, and very wrong. Wang Zhan's master was not a rookie, nor was he a weakling. He was a peerless expert. Was it too late to suck up to him now? Dongyue Shui was indeed a member of the East Moon royal family. The first thing she thought of was her own interests. What benefits would she get if she sucked up to Gu Fei? She already vaguely felt that it was inappropriate for her to treat Wang Zhan like this. It seemed that she should not have used Wang Zhan's mother and sister to threaten him. If she had opened up with Wang Zhan from the beginning, then Wang Zhan might have really worked for her. If she had made arrangements for Wang Zhan's mother and sister from the beginning, then Wang Zhan would definitely be grateful. If she encountered any trouble, Wang Zhan would definitely help. But it seemed that it was not too late now. Thinking of this, Dongyue Shue's mentality changed a little. Now, she only had one goal, and that was to suck up to someone. Whose? Was there a need to ask? Of course it was Gu Fei's. Was she going to suck up to Wang Zhan? Dongyue Shui, who had made up her mind, looked at Gu Fei with a fiery gaze. At this time, Gu Fei was like a delicious cake in her eyes, more handsome than anyone else. This guy is too strong. High up in the sky, the second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect, who was hiding in the clouds and watching the show, was scared. He actually dared to sneak into Dongyue Shue's team to poison Dongyue Yuanliang. If he was discovered by this person, he would definitely be dead. The Sage Realm was an existence that could ignore most poisons in the Unbounded Realm. He could poison Dongyue Yuanliang to death, but that didn't mean he could kill a Sage Realm expert. In the eyes of these people from the 10,000 Gods sect, the battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was definitely that of a Sage Realm expert. Moreover, it was an advanced Sage Realm expert. He was definitely not a beginner or intermediate Sage Realm expert. It was very likely that this person was at the peak of the Saint Realm. What are you doing? Trying to escape? After Gu Fei sent the Black God Ridge Overlord flying with a wave of his hand, the 12 bandits wanted to quietly slip away. Even their boss wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If they didn't escape now, were they going to stay here and wait for death? The 12 great bandits were all ruthless people. Needless to say, they were also extremely shrewd people. As soon as they saw that the situation was not right, they wanted to escape. In the eyes of the 12 bandits, nothing was more important than their lives. In order to survive, these people would do anything. However, the moment Gu Fei spoke, all of them froze on the spot as if they had been cast with a spell. They didn't even dare to move a finger. May I know what advice Senior has for us? The middle-aged bandit with 2 long black eyebrows and a bitter expression on his face braced himself and said to Gu Fei. All the bandits stared at Gu Fei uneasily. I don't dare to give advice. My disciple said that he wants to fight all 12 of you alone. If you leave, then my disciple won't be able to fight anymore. Gu Fei said indifferently as he stood on the horned fire tiger with his hands behind his back. The 12 great bandits were dumbfounded when they heard this. What was there to fight? With such an amazing master watching from the side, who would dare to hurt his disciple? The 12 great bandits were extremely depressed. How would they dare to fight Wang Zhan at this time? If they really hurt this person's disciple, they probably wouldn't be able to live. This kind of otherworldly expert had an eccentric temper. I'll give you a chance to live. If you beat my disciple, I'll let you get lost. However, if you lose, then all of you will die. Gu Fei's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. However, when the 12 great bandits heard Gu Fei's calm words, it was like a thunderbolt had exploded above their heads, causing their souls to scatter. None of the 12 great bandits dared to speak. Why? You guys aren't willing to fight with my disciple? Gu Fei's voice suddenly turned cold. No, the 12 great bandits were anxious. All right, then you guys won't be of any use to me. There's only one ending for people of no use. Gu Fei said indifferently, let's fight. If we win, will you really let us go? Ku Mei hurriedly said, if they fought with this person's disciple, they might still have a chance to live. However, if this person were to fight personally, then they would really die. What do you guys mean? Do you think my master would joke with you? Wang Zhan was furious. No. We just want to confirm. Ku Mei panicked. Then let's begin. As Gu Fei spoke, he was about to sit down. The throne formed by the horned fire tiger's fire spiritual energy was very comfortable. However, at this moment, a delicate voice rang out. The Black God Ridge Lord, who was casually flung away by Gu Fei, actually rushed back. She actually didn't take the opportunity to escape. If you don't kill me, then I'll have some fun. The Black God Ridge Lord laughed loudly and attacked Gu Fei again. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Was this Black God Ridge Lord crazy? She actually dared to attack Gu Fei again. Wasn't she afraid of angering Gu Fei? The consequences of angering this supreme expert might be very serious. No one expected that the Black God Ridge Lord would dare to attack again. Everyone was stunned. In everyone's eyes, the Black God Ridge Lord was courting death. However, Gu Fei had said earlier that he wouldn't kill women. Perhaps this was the reason why the Black God Ridge Lord dared to attack. Rushing thunder lightning saber, wild lightning dance. The Black God Ridge Lord roared angrily. He leaped high and directly arrived above Gu Fei. Then he raised the divine saber in his hand high. On the divine saber, endless lightning was released. Every bolt of lightning tore through the void, and the air was filled with a terrifying destructive aura. Kill! The Black God Ridge Lord's saber slashed down with earth-shattering might. This saber seemed to have triggered the power of lightning in the entire world. All the power of lightning blasted towards Gu Fei's head. The glaring lightning caused everyone to be unable to open their eyes. The Black God Ridge Lord's Yuan Qi fluctuations also soared to the limit the moment he attacked. Is she crazy? Fatty was also stunned. Sigh. Chapter 57:37. The Black God Ridge Lord attacked with all his might. Since Gu Fei said that he wouldn't kill her, she wanted to borrow Gu Fei's hand to break through her current cultivation realm. After all, the half-step sage realm was not the true sage realm. Even though the half-step sage realm was very strong, it was nothing in front of a true sage realm expert. When the Black God Ridge Lord knew that Gu Fei would not kill her, a very bold idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She wanted to borrow Gu Fei's hand to break through the shackles of her cultivation and break through to the true sage realm. In the limitless realm, the sage realm was equivalent to the eternal realm in other worlds. If it was outside the limitless realm, the eternal realm was definitely a supreme existence. However, in the limitless realm, the sage realm, which was above the eternal realm, was still suppressed by the infinite prime realm. If the infinite prime realm did not appear, the sage realm was an invincible existence in the limitless realm. The Black God Ridge Lord was really anxious. She wanted to break through to the sage realm because she had a very important thing to do. However, with her current cultivation, she could not do it at all. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge did not expect the gap between her and Gu Fei to be so huge. Her desperate slash was actually broken by the other party so easily. Gu Fei, who was standing on the back of the single-horned fire tiger, simply stretched out his right hand and pressed gently. Then, all the dazzling lightning disappeared. The terrifying aura of destruction that erupted from the divine blade in the Black God Ridge Lord's hand also disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Everyone felt their bodies relax. At this moment, they realized that their clothes were already drenched in sweat. The Black God Ridge Lord was shocked to the extreme. She felt as if she had been grabbed by an invisible hand and could not move at all. Her saber was only able to slash halfway before it froze in the air, maintaining a slashing posture. Even though I won't kill you, you can't be impudent in front of me, Gu Fei said indifferently. Help me. The Black God Ridge Lord spoke with difficulty. Help you? Why should I help you? Gufei's tone was as cold as ever. With his current cultivation level, there were not many things in this world that could interest him. I'm willing to submit. The Black God Ridge Lord hurriedly said. When the surrounding people heard the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord's words, they couldn't help feeling indescribable shock. The Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord was kneeling? Indeed, Gufei was so powerful that anyone would have to kneel before him. Gufei looked at the Black God Ridge Lord, who was imprisoned in the air with indifference in his eyes. As long as you are willing to help me, you are my master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for my master. I am willing to do anything for you, even if I have to die 10,000 times. The Black God Ridge Lord was anxious because she could tell that Gufei did not seem to be interested in her at all. This wouldn't do. The Black God Ridge Lord was sweating profusely. At this moment, the surrounding bandits were dumbfounded by this scene. If their boss were to kneel, they would have to kneel as well. Disciple, didn't you say you wanted to fight 1 against 12? Why aren't you going? Gufei suddenly said to Wang Zhan. Master, Wang Zhan was stunned when he heard this. What's the problem? Are you afraid that you can't defeat them? Gufei frowned and said, his disciple could not be a coward. Why would disciple be afraid of these lowly bandits? Wang Zhan said proudly. Ku Mei and the other bandits were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. If you don't want to die, then do it. I am a man of my words. As long as you can defeat my disciple, I will let you go. Gufei swept his gaze over the 12 bandits. All right, that's what you said. The 12 bandits hesitated for a moment. They exchanged glances and immediately grabbed their Dao weapons, pressing towards Wang Zhan. All of them were brimming with murderous intent. The 12 bandits of the Black God Ridge were all famous figures. They were all vicious and merciless, killing people like flies. Every single one of them was at the heaven realm and had their own unique skills. All right, facing the 12 bandits, Wang Zhan's battle blood finally boiled. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, causing his clothes to flutter even though there was no wind. The 12 bandits couldn't help but be moved when they sensed the powerful aura erupting from Wang Zhan. Although this guy was only at the early stage of the God realm, his battle strength was not to be underestimated. They will be your whetstone and also a test for you. Only by defeating them will you be able to go further on the path of an expert, Gufei said. His tone was emotionless. His disciple had to become stronger. If he couldn't even deal with the 12 bandits, then Wang Zhan's achievements in the future would be very limited. Yes, disciple will remember master's teachings. Wang Zhan turned around and bowed to Gufei. You really want to become stronger? Gufei once again focused his attention on the Black God Ridge Lord, who was imprisoned in the air. He could feel the helplessness of the Black God Ridge Lord. Once upon a time, he had also felt the same way. No one knew better than Gufei the urge to become stronger in the face of an absolutely powerful opponent, and no one understood it better than him. Therefore, he stood at the peak of the unbounded realm today. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Only by becoming stronger can one protect the people one treasures. The Black God Ridge Lord said with mixed feelings. Gufei fell silent when he heard this. Protect the people one treasures. Everyone had their own people that they treasured the most. However, the most important person to him wasn't by his side. All right, whether you can succeed or not will depend on yourself. Gufei suddenly sighed. Then he waved his right hand, and the Black God Ridge Lord was sent flying again. The Black God Ridge Lord flipped through the air for a few hundred feet before gently landing on the ground. You know what I want to do? The Black God Ridgelord was really shocked. She looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. You just want me to help you break through to the Sage Realm. Show me what you're capable of. Gu Fei stood on the horned fire tiger with his hands behind his back. As the mountain wind blew, the corners of his robes fluttered gently. He gave off an ethereal and otherworldly feeling. He could see through the Black God Ridge Lord's objective with a single glance, as well as what the Ridge Lord wanted to do. All right. The Black God Ridge Lord no longer hesitated. In the next moment, she directly released her full cultivation. She didn't hold back at all and gave it her all. Only by releasing all her strength like this would she have a chance to stimulate her potential. If she was forced by Gu Fei, then there would be a great chance for her potential to be released. Then her cultivation would naturally break through from the half-step sage realm to the true sage realm. Kill! The Black God Ridge Lord roared angrily. In the next moment, she soared into the sky and raised the divine blade in her hand. Endless lightning once again erupted from the divine blade in her hand. A terrifying aura of destruction once again enveloped the area. Chapter 57:38. Gu Fei didn't want to help the Black God Ridge Lord at first, but this Black God Ridge Lord seemed to be someone with a story. Since he was bored, he might as well play around. Furthermore, he had no foundation in the everlasting realm. He wasn't like the Limitless Emperor, who had the entire eastern part of the everlasting realm as his territory. The Limitless Emperor could summon the wind and rain in the eastern part of the everlasting realm. He only needed to give an order and countless people would fight to serve him. There was also his enemy, Sacred Lord Void Sky. This fella had entered the everlasting realm earlier than him and must have established his own force. How could he play with these fellas by himself? With Gu Fei's cultivation, he didn't want to fight with these big shots of the everlasting realm. However, the Limitless Emperor and Sacred Lord Void Sky weren't easy to deal with, especially the Limitless Emperor. Although he wasn't afraid of this fella, he couldn't beat this fella either. It was not a small matter to be targeted by someone stronger than oneself. If he was alone, he wouldn't care about Sacred Lord Void Sky or the Limitless Emperor. He could just run if he couldn't beat them. These fellas wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The problem was that his family and disciples were going to enter the everlasting realm in the future. The Limitless Realm was the highest level super realm that Gu Fei had ever been to. This world possessed the secret of immortality. The living beings here, even mortals, could enjoy immortality if there were no accidents. Furthermore, the laws of heaven and earth here were extremely strong. The spirit energy of heaven and earth was denser than any other world. This was the world of true experts. This might be the best place for Gu Fei, his family, and his disciples. For his family, disciples, brothers, and friends, shouldn't he deal with all these threats first? Since he was going to settle down here, he had to plan it out properly. The first step was to find a place, the second was to build a residence, and the third was to recruit servants and servants. He couldn't do everything by himself. To put it bluntly, it was territory and power. He couldn't do without either. If he didn't have territory and power, what was he going to do? Therefore, Gu Fei decided to recruit some subordinates to work for him first. As for the territory, he would think about it later. In this limitless realm, wanting to find a paradise did not seem to be something difficult, right? It would be best if he could take over Wu Chu's lair. That was a good place. Gu Fei had to admit that even though the Extreme Emperor's character wasn't good, he still had a knack for picking the right place. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, the Black God Ridge Lord had already made his move. A terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire world in an instant. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, who was holding the divine blade high up in the air, and they all trembled in fear. The infinite realm was a true world of cultivation. Even the average person here knew some ways of cultivation. Even the most ordinary battle soldier of the East Moon Empire was a cultivator. An ordinary person he met on the street might be a hidden big shot of the limitless realm. It couldn't be helped. In the limitless realm, there was no lack of time. Even a pig, as long as it didn't die, and given enough time, it could also become a powerful cultivator. The Black God Ridgelord was considered a big shot in the East Moon Empire. Her cultivation and battle prowess were unquestionable. Once she made her move, the world paled. In the next moment, endless power of lightning gathered on the Black God Ridge Lord's body. Then, the sky was filled with the Black God Ridge Lord's silhouettes. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This was a trump card, and an area of effect attack at that. Even if the Black God Ridge Lord was facing an army of thousands, the army would still die if she used this move. This time, the Black God Ridge Lord used her full strength. Countless silhouettes slashed at Gu Fei at the same time. However, the Black God Ridge Lord's astonishing attack could not even enter the 10 meters of space around Gu Fei. An invisible force blocked all the attacks. However, Gu Fei did not counterattack. He just stood on the horned fire tiger's back with his hands behind his back, allowing the Black God Ridge Lord to attack. The countless silhouettes of the Black God Ridge Lord were directly sent flying. Then they dissipated in the void one after another, leaving only the real body. The Black God Ridge Lord was extremely shocked. A supreme expert was indeed a supreme expert. Without even making a move, he was already being ruthlessly abused. He was just short of being pressed to the ground and rubbed against. Roar. The Black God Ridge Lord roared angrily and continued to attack. He used all kinds of saber techniques and various innate abilities. Every time he attacked, every time he used an innate ability, he used his full strength. He attacked without holding back at all. However, Gu Fei still stood with his hands behind his back. Even the horned fire tiger beneath his feet was lazily licking its claws impatiently. At this moment, Gu Fei's surroundings were already full of devastation. Everyone in the surroundings had hidden far away. There was nothing they could do. Even godly level cultivators could not interfere in a battle of this level. Although the Black God Ridge Lord could not hurt Gu Fei in the slightest, the flowers and plants around him would suffer a calamity. At this moment, Wang Zhan and the 12 bandits were also fighting. This battle was going to be much more exciting, because whether it was Wang Zhan or the 12 bandits, they were both risking their lives. If the 12 bandits wanted to survive, they had to defeat Wang Zhan. If Wang Zhan wanted to defeat these 12 bandits, he would lose his life at any moment. Wang Zhan had to fight against 12 bandits alone, and he had to win. This was a very difficult task. Of course, if it was a task that could be easily completed, then it would not be considered a test that Gu Fei gave Wang Zhan. Martial artists had to erupt in the extreme realm and stimulate their potential between life and death. Bam, boom. Dull sounds of energy colliding constantly rang out. Powerful energy waves spread out, causing sand and stones to fly on the mountain path. Gravel constantly rolled down the mountain walls beside the mountain path. Bam! Wang Zhan exchanged a palm strike with the bandit named Bitter Eyebrow. He directly borrowed the force of the other party's palm strike to fly backward, just in time to avoid the attacks of the other 3 bandits. However, at the same time, a figure descended from the sky and slashed at him with a saber. Humph! Wang Zhan raised his hands and clasped his palms together, directly catching the saber that was slashing down. Bam! Boom! At the moment when Wang Zhan blocked the saber, his chest and abdomen were simultaneously kicked and kicked. His glabella was even poked by a finger. Roar! Wang Zhan roared angrily. His tiger body trembled, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body with unstoppable force. The bandits around him were directly sent flying. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Wang Zhan's mouth. He was injured. Chapter 5739. On the mountain path leading to the imperial city of the East Moon Empire, Wang Zhan fought with the 12 bandits. On the other side, Gu Fei stood on the horned fire tiger with his hands behind his back. Facing the attacks of the Ridge Lord, he remained calm and composed. The temperament of a supreme master was clearly displayed. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge had attacked with all his might and unleashed all sorts of divine abilities and battle skills, but he was actually unable to get within 10 meters of Gu Fei. This caused everyone who witnessed this scene to be extremely shocked. Wang Zhan's master is actually so terrifying. Dongyue Shui, who was watching the battle from afar, was already so shocked that she did not know what to say. That was the full strength of a half-step Saint Realm expert, yet it could not even break through the defensive power of a master. Didn't this mean that this master's cultivation was far above the Ridge Lord's? He's a Saint Realm expert, or an infinite prime that's even more powerful than the Saint Realm. The fatty on the side was also dumbfounded. He had already tested Gu Fei in Tianyue City before. At that time, he only patted Gu Fei's shoulder twice, and Gu Fei directly vomited blood. He had naively thought that Wang Zhan's master was only at the early stage of the godly realm. Looking at it now, he really was very foolish and naive. How could a person who could teach a disciple like Wang Zhan be ordinary? The fatty was also very regretful. He had missed the opportunity to ride on this master's coattails. Actually, out of everyone present, the person who regretted the most was Dongyue Shui. If she treated Wang Zhan well and did not have any petty thoughts, she would have gained the favor of this master of Wang Zhan's and obtained the support of this master. Then, wouldn't what she had to face now be a piece of cake? How is this possible? This is unbelievable. At this moment, the heart of the Valley Lord of the Black God Ridge was in turmoil. This expert was simply too strong. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break through this expert's defense. How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? Was he a legendary infinite prime? Infinite primes were the most powerful existences in the infinite realm. They did not appear easily among the infinite primes. It was a blessing that one had cultivated for several lifetimes to meet one. Could it be that he was facing such a big boss? The Ridge Lord thought as she struck out. She was just too excited. If this expert really was an infinite prime, then she would not even be worthy of carrying her shoes. He had actually brought people to kill Dongyue Shui. Wasn't this just courting death? Thinking of this, the Black God Ridge Lord broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, experts did not kill women. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Only then did the Black God Ridge Lord realize that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell without knowing it. Looks like this won't do, Gu Fei suddenly said. It was impossible for the Black God Ridge Lord to break through the limits of her body just by attacking with all her might. It was also impossible for her cultivation to break through to the true sage realm. If he wanted the Black God Ridge Lord to completely submit to him, it seemed like he had to bring out some true demon abilities. When Gu Fei thought of this, he moved. He soared into the air from the back of the one-horned fire tiger, and all the saber lights that slashed towards him were all sent flying. When the Black God Ridge Lord saw Gu Fei make a move, she became even more nervous. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had already appeared in front of her. He then extended his right hand and tapped on her forehead with his index finger. Then, the Black Forest Bell Ridge Lord's movements suddenly stopped. The Black God Ridge Lord only felt the world spin. Then, she appeared in a strange world. In the next moment, boundless Tao rhymes surged towards her from all directions. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of her. When the Black God Ridge Lord saw the appearance of the figure in front of her, she could not help but be shocked. That was because the person who appeared was actually herself. Another her. What did this mean? Did the expert want to fight with himself? Was he trying to defeat herself? Yes, I am my biggest enemy. Only by surpassing myself can I become a true sage. That must be it. Defeat herself, surpass herself, and transform into a sage. At the thought of this, an unprecedented battle intent erupted from the Black God Ridge Lord's body. She already understood the intention of the expert. If she could not even comprehend this, then what was the point of becoming a sage? Kill. When the Black God Ridge Lord sensed that the strength of her other self was constantly rising, she could no longer sit still and directly attacked. A battle between herself and herself had erupted. At this moment, in the outside world, Gu Fei had already returned to the back of the single-horned fire tiger and was lying comfortably on the flaming divine throne. Meanwhile, the Black God Ridge Lord was still in the posture of drawing his saber and was frozen in the void. What's going on? How would I know? How can we speculate the actions of a peerless expert? The people around them were whispering to each other. In the eyes of others, this scene could only be described as enigmatic. No one knew what incredible thing was happening to the Black God Ridge Lord. At this moment, everyone knew that Gu Fei was a super expert in the game world. To be able to meet such an expert was already a blessing that they had cultivated for several lifetimes. Sigh, I've really been blind. Dong Yue Shui beat her chest and stamped her feet. She was filled with regret. She was still too inexperienced. She actually did not think of the hobbies of those hidden experts. Those hidden experts usually had all sorts of strange hobbies. This master of Wangzhan might very well have the hobby of pretending to be a pig to eat tigers. Moreover, this expert was too good at pretending to be a pig. It was too late to say anything now. A barrier had already formed between Dong Yue Shui and Wang Zhan. Even if Dong Yue Shui released Wang Zhan's mother and younger sister now, Wang Zhan would never trust her again. When they reached the imperial city of the East Moon Empire, they would have to go their separate ways. Dong Yue Shui did not dare to offend Wang Zhan and Gu Fei again. She could only obediently release Wang Zhan's mother and younger sister. Otherwise, the entire East Moon Empire would be finished. The outcome of offending such an expert was, needless to say, death. Such an expert could only be added to, not offended. At this moment, the battle between Wang Zhan and the 12 bandits was extremely tragic. If the 12 bandits wanted to live, they could only defeat Wang Zhan. If Wang Zhan wanted to obtain Gu Fei's approval, he could only defeat the 12 bandits. Therefore, Wang Zhan and the 12 bandits were fighting with their lives on the line. If they wanted to fight, they would fight for real. Roar! Wang Zhan roared again and attacked with all his might. The fist force of the 5 elements fist spread out, causing the surrounding sand and rocks to fly, and the sun and moon to dim. The fist force was like a dragon or a tiger. With a single punch, the void trembled, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Chapter 5740. Although Wang Zhan was Gu Fei's disciple, he had previously been taught by Gu Fei's clone. Needless to say, the difference between the main body and the clone was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, Gu Fei's main body hadn't really given Wang Zhan any guidance in his cultivation. Furthermore, Gu Fei wasn't good at teaching disciples. His disciples only received cultivation techniques and then cultivated on their own. They relied on their own hard work. In Gu Fei's opinion, if Wang Zhan couldn't cultivate after he had imparted the cultivation technique to Wang Zhan, then it was Wang Zhan's own problem. In the eyes of others, Wang Zhan fighting 12 alone was no different from courting death. It should be known that the 12 great bandits of Black Deity Ridge were all vicious and merciless individuals. The 12 great bandits didn't rely on luck to survive until now. They were all true godly state experts who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. These bandits had rich combat experience. On the other hand, Wang Zhan was just a small soldier in Black Qilin City. Furthermore, he was a small soldier who could die on the battlefield at any time. Although he had combat experience, it was very limited. He had also experienced life and death. If he hadn't been possessed by a wisp of Gu Fei's divine sense, the grass on his grave would have been 3 feet tall. However, compared to these bandits who lived their lives on the edge, Wang Zhan really wasn't enough. However, he had a good master. The 5-element fist was a fist technique created by Gu Fei early on. Although it was a fist technique created early on, the Tao of the fist technique was extraordinary. Roar! Wang Zhan punched out, and the fist force turned into a towering divine fire. The divine fire took shape and condensed into a flaming tiger that pounced at the bandits in front of him. The might of the flaming tiger's pounce fully displayed the might of the King of Beasts, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The fire element fist's fist force was like fire, and it condensed into a flaming tiger. The fist force was indomitable and domineering, and several bandits were directly sent flying. What a strong fist force! What a powerful Tao! Wang Zhan's fist force was secondary. The Tao connotation contained in his fist force was the real killer move. The few bandits who had been sent flying by Wang Zhan all had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Their blood and qi were all roiling, and they were all shocked to the extreme. They stared at Wang Zhan in disbelief. "How is this possible?" one of the bandits with a hideous scar on his face said in disbelief. "He's just at the early stage of the God realm." The other bandits also stared at Wang Zhan with disbelief in their eyes. None of them had expected this little fellow to have such a deep understanding of the fist Tao. Wang Zhan's every punch was in sync with the great Tao, and the sound of the great Tao could be faintly heard. "That's interesting. Keep working hard." Gu Fei, who was lying comfortably on the flame throne on the back of the horned fire tiger, said faintly, "Yes, master." As Wang Zhan spoke, he continued attacking. Rumble, he threw another punch. In the next moment, it was as if a boundless ocean had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Terrifying giant waves swept out in all directions, devouring everything. The 12 bandits were shocked to see this. It was as if they were really facing an endless ocean with endless waves. It was as if they could be drowned by these giant waves at any time. It was too shocking. Everyone was stunned. This kind of fist technique, this kind of fist Tao, was so terrifying. If a disciple's attack was so terrifying, wouldn't it be even more horrifying if his master personally attacked? Incredible! Incredible! Fatty was also stunned by the fist technique that Wang Zhan had displayed. Even the 3 people from the 10,000 Gods sect, who were hiding in the sky to watch the show, were inexplicably shocked. "Little junior sister, do we still attack?" The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect carefully glanced at the little junior sister beside him and asked, "What are we still doing?" The first senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect spoke in a trembling voice, and his face was full of horror. With such a peerless expert around, whoever dared to attack would be courting death. Then the Dark List mission, the second senior brother hesitated. "Who cares about the Dark List mission now? Whoever wants the dark list reward can attack. We can just watch from the side. The first senior brother was extremely depressed, like a deflated balloon. He originally thought that the dark list mission this time would be very easy, and that he would just take it as a vacation and pick up a divine artifact along the way. Who would have thought that it would be such a huge trap? At this time, there were still countless people rushing to the mountain ridge, all wanting to kill Dongyue Shui, and obtain the reward on the dark list. Those guys had no idea what kind of powerful and terrifying existence they were about to face. What kind of intentions did the guy who posted the mission on the dark roll have? At this time, on the mountain path, the 12 bandits were desperately activating the primordial qi in their bodies to resist Wang Zhan's water fist. Boom! The void trembled, and the 12 figures were sent flying backward. Ku Mei and the others directly hit the mountain wall next to the mountain path, directly smashing into the mountain wall. Stone chips flew everywhere, and a few large holes appeared on the flat mountain wall. At this time, Wang Zhan's state of mind became extremely calm. His state of mind was like a mirror resonating with the Tao. A divine sound came from Wang Zhan's body. This divine sound was profound and unfathomable. Even the fatty couldn't help changing his expression. That was because this was the sound of the Tao. Although it was weak, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder in the ears of people like the fatty who had cultivated. This is the Tao state. Fatty swallowed a few times with difficulty and said, although Wang Zhan's cultivation was only at the early stage of the immortal state, his fist had merged with the Tao. No one in the immortal state could comprehend such a powerful Tao intent. At this time, Wang Zhan had already entered a state of enlightenment. Wang Zhan was still punching out. However, his fist technique was evolving, and the Tao of the 5 elements appeared and intertwined on his body. Everyone felt an endless pressure, as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. They almost couldn't straighten their backs. This Dongyue Shui, and the others were forced to continuously back away from Wang Zhan's powerful force. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Not bad, Gu Fei said calmly. The corner of the fatty's mouth twitched when he heard this. This comprehension is already heaven-defying, but in your eyes, it's just not bad. I really don't understand the world of experts. What, you guys are still not going to make a move? Do you really want to die? Gu Fei glanced at the bandits around him indifferently. The 12 bandits were shocked. Wang Zhan was in the middle of enlightenment, and he still wanted to make a move. If it affected Wang Zhan's enlightenment, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Kill. There was no way out. So let's fight. The 12 bandits had no choice but to make a move. Every bandit's body was emitting divine light. They were burning their primordial qi and were really going all out. Chapter 5741. No one would have thought that the 13 bandits of the Black God Ridge would not be able to deal with Dongyue Shui, and the others even after coming out in full force. After all, the bandits of the Black God Ridge were the most powerful bandits in the East Moon Empire. Putting aside their ruthlessness, the 13 bandits were all at the God Realm. That was the God Realm. Below, the Sage Realm was the God Realm. Without the Sage Realm, the God Realm was already amazing. With the cultivation of the Black God Ridge Lord, she was definitely a formidable person. However, no one would have thought, not even the other bandits of the Black God Ridge, that their boss was actually a woman. This was a huge secret, and they had unintentionally found out about it. In fact, the 12 bandits were nervous. Knowing this secret was not a good thing. Maybe they could not stay in the Black God Ridge anymore and had to escape. The Black God Ridge Lord naturally had her reasons for hiding her identity. Now that the secret was known, there was a high chance that she would kill them. But now, It seemed like there was no need for the Black God Ridge Lord to kill them, because the 12 bandits were almost crippled by Wang Zhan. The 12 bandits had a mental breakdown. This guy actually had an epiphany, and his battle prowess in the state of epiphany was even more heaven-defying. Every punch he threw carried the rhythm of the Tao. It was as amazing as the heavenly Tao. With the Tao around, how could they fight? However, they had no choice but to fight, so the 12 bandits could only bite the bullet. However, even if they used all their strength, it was still not enough. Wang Zhan used the fire fist with his left hand and the earth fist with his right. For a moment, fire burned the sky, and half the sky was burned red. For a moment, it was gray, as if chaos had reappeared. Bitter Eyebrow and the 12 bandits were like sandbags, constantly being blasted away and coughing blood. It was too difficult. They originally wanted to just put on a show and defeat Wang Zhan, but who would have thought that Wang Zhan was actually so fierce that the 12 of them combined could not defeat him? The disciple of an expert was indeed worthy of being the disciple of an expert. He was so amazing. That was true. If the expert was so amazing, how bad could the disciple he taught be? At this time, the 12 bandits naturally knew that they were just whetstones for Wang Zhan. What they were doing now was sacrificing themselves for someone else's good deed. The bandits of the Black God Ridge were actually doing good deeds. Who the hell would believe it if they said it? However, today, they really seemed to be doing a good deed. Moreover, it was something that did not bring them any benefits, and they might even be in danger. If he was accidentally killed by Wang Zhan, it would be an unjust death. At this moment, the 12 bandits were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. Brothers, if you don't take out your trump cards, just wait to be beaten to death. The bandit named Ku Mei roared. Wang Zhan was still immersed in a state of enlightenment. It was as if he was sleepwalking as he naturally attacked. However, this was the most terrifying aspect of Wang Zhan. This was because his fist was imbued with the power of the Great Path. That's really incredible. Do I need you to tell me that? Let's fight. You bastards. Things have already come to this, and you still haven't taken any pills? Are you going to die with us? A bandit who looked like a skinny monkey shouted. Not bad. Brother Monkey, your words have woken me up. Medicinal pills, medicinal pills. Where are they? The 12 bandits hurriedly took out their medicinal pills. The vigorous pill, berserker pill, blood ignition pill, aphrodisiac pill, and so on. As long as it was a pill that could increase one's cultivation, they threw it into their mouths and swallowed it as if they were munching on soybeans. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. One had to admit that these guys were really risking their lives, not holding back at all. Medicinal pills that could be treasured by immortal state experts were not ordinary medicinal pills. They were all divine pills. Only divine pills could be of use to immortal state experts. In the eyes of immortal state experts, heavenly pills were worthless because heavenly pills had no effect on them. These guys were crazily eating divine pills. Who had ever seen such a scene before? Even Fatty was dumbfounded by what he saw. It had to be said that divine pills were divine pills. After eating a large number of divine pills, these bandits were all flushed as if they had been injected with chicken blood. All of them were incomparably excited, and their yuan qi also became incomparably violent. Countless divine pills exploded in the bodies of the 12 bandits. Roar! One of the bandits roared and attacked Wang Zhan crazily. His eyes were extremely crazy, as if he had fallen into a frenzy. This bandit's battle strength also soared to the extreme. The other bandits were similar. They all felt that their bodies were about to explode from the yuan qi that exploded in their bodies. They had nowhere to vent their strength and just wanted to fight crazily. These guys are crazy, Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, who was lying comfortably on the flame throne on the back of the one-horned fire tiger, still had a calm expression. He was not worried, and he had confidence in Wang Zhan. After eating a large number of divine pills that could increase one's cultivation, the battle strength of the bandits had soared to the extreme. Even a half-step to sage state expert would probably be moved in the face of this group of lunatics. Wang Zhan, who was in a state of enlightenment, also seemed to feel the threat from the 12 bandits. His fist technique began to become domineering, and the power of his fist also soared a lot. Roar! The 12 bandits all burned their own yuan qi and madly attacked Wang Zhan. Each of them ferociously and desperately activated the Tao treasures in their hands. Those were God-grade Tao treasures. Under the activation of these bandits, these Tao treasures were temporarily releasing the most dazzling divine light, releasing the most powerful power. The endless light was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. Wang Zhan, who was in the center of the attack, was directly drowned by the divine light that erupted from the God-grade Tao treasures like a tidal wave. Dongyue Shui, and the others desperately opened their eyes, wanting to see this most crucial moment clearly. However, this was impossible. The divine light that erupted from the God-grade Tao treasures was too powerful. Some people tried to force themselves to look, but tears of blood immediately flowed from their eyes. Dongyue Shui was so shocked that she had to close her eyes. Fatty's eyes were opened wider than a bell. Only he could ignore the blinding divine light, who told him to have the infinite sword energy to protect himself. However, even with the limitless sword essence protecting his body, he couldn't see anything. Everyone was extremely nervous because everyone knew that the outcome of the battle between Wang Zhan and the 12 bandits was about to be revealed. Hidden in the clouds in the sky, the 3 disciples of the myriad gods sect who were watching the battle were also very nervous. Although Wang Zhan was a disciple of an expert, the 12 bandits were not to be trifled with. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, it was as if a divine sun had suddenly appeared on the mountain path, illuminating the world. The terrifying yuan qi fluctuated in all directions. The trees around the mountain path were instantly shattered, and even the mountain walls cracked. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountain walls, and then the boulders were turned into powder by the shock wave. The outcome was decided at this moment. Terrifying. This was the only word that popped up in everyone's mind. What happened? Chapter 5742. Victory or defeat was decided at this moment. The 12 bandits of the Divine Ridge unleashed their ultimate moves at the same time and swallowed elixirs with all their might, forcing them to unleash all of their potential. These guys are crazy. Fatty's voice was trembling. Even a half-step to Sage Realm expert would be shocked when facing such a group of people who did not care about their lives. Rumble. The void shook, and the dazzling divine light was even brighter and more dazzling than the divine sun in the sky. A powerful wave of primordial chi spread, the ground cracked, and the void shook. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. In the next moment, the 12 figures were sent flying, and all of them vomited blood. That bandit Ku may had a fragment of a divine weapon stuck in his body. It was his divine state Tao weapon, the god-slaying saber. The blood-colored fragment was dazzling. The other bandits were not much better off than Ku Mei. They also had many wounds on their bodies, which were obviously caused by the fragment. Even a divine state Tao weapon was shattered. Dongyue Shui and the others were in disbelief. Did Wang Zhan's epiphany allow his combat power to soar to the point where he could shatter a divine state Tao weapon with his bare hands? This is too awesome. Even Fatty's jaw was about to drop to the ground. Wang Zhan was just a lower-level divine state kid, yet he had the combat power to shatter a divine state Dao weapon with his bare hands. Unbelievable, unbelievable! At this moment, the dazzling divine light suddenly disappeared. The sudden disappearance of the strong light caused everyone's vision to darken, and they were actually dazzled. When everyone's vision recovered, they saw a figure standing on the mountain path. Although he was just standing casually, he gave off the feeling of a tall mountain. He was like an insurmountable mountain. Everyone felt an incomparable pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. How is this possible? Wang Zhan's cultivation had actually broken through to the profound divine state. He was just a lower-level divine state before, but he actually jumped a level and broke through to the profound divine state. Profound divine state. The three descendants of the 10,000 God sect who were hiding in the sky felt the extremely powerful aura from Wang Zhan, and their eyeballs almost fell out. This was unheard of and unseen. There was actually someone who could break through to the profound divine realm from the initial divine realm. This directly broke everyone's understanding, because in the limitless realm, no one had ever been able to transcend realms. Never. Even the divine sons and saintesses of those super forces couldn't do it, no matter how talented they were or how awesome their cultivation techniques were. It was still impossible. No one had ever been able to surpass their cultivation level. This time, Dongyue Shui was truly regretful. She thought that she could control Wang Zhan because she thought that Wang Zhan's weakness was his mother and sister, and Wang Zhan's mother and sister were indeed Wang Zhan's weakness. However, by the looks of it now, as long as she did not want to die and the East Moon Empire to be destroyed, she would not dare to touch Wang Zhan's mother and sister. Furthermore, Wang Zhan had a master behind him. This was an extremely powerful and peerless expert. If Wang Zhan's master wanted to find Wang Zhan's mother and sister, he would be able to find them no matter where Dongyue Shui hid them. Barely qualified. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was lying on the flaming throne condensed from the horned fire tiger's fire spirit energy, said indifferently. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Barely qualified. This was something that no one in the everlasting realm had ever achieved, directly breaking through from the initial level of the immortal realm to the great achievement of the immortal realm. That was a whole level. The talent that Wang Zhan displayed was just too heaven-defying. He was definitely the most talented person in the everlasting realm. It probably wouldn't be long before he became a saint. Dongyue Shui, who knew about Wang Zhan's background, was even more shocked. Her gaze towards Gu Fei was also filled with fear. How long had it been? An ordinary soldier in Black Qilin City had actually cultivated to the great achievement of the immortal realm in such a short amount of time. Even in the everlasting realm, such a cultivation speed was definitely the best. Throughout history, no one's cultivation speed was as insane as Wang Zhan's. Even the supreme existences of the infinite primes definitely did not have such an insane cultivation speed before they achieved the Tao. At this moment, the 12 bandits stared at Wang Zhan in fear. They were extremely respectful towards Wang Zhan's master. This was definitely a huge trap. Who posted such a task on the dark roll to trick people? The 12 bandits had already cursed the 18 generations of the ancestors of the guy who posted the task on the dark roll, because this was really too much of a trap. The 12 bandits were all greatly injured. Without a few years of recuperation, they would not be able to recover. They were really hurt this time. The 12 bandits never dreamed that one day they would become someone else's stepping stone. Who had the face to use the 12 bandits as a stepping stone? Who is this person? High up in the sky, the 3 successors of the 10,000 gods sect stared at Gu Fei. No matter who he was definitely a peerless expert. It was very likely that he was someone who could even wrestle with the big shots of the infinite primes. With such a person in Dongyue Schwerer's team, anyone who came would be in trouble. Little junior sister, what should we do? The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect swallowed hard and said, "What else can we do? Even the old ancestor would have to kneel." The little junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect said indifferently, "Even the old ancestor." In front of this person, the two senior brothers of the 10,000 Gods sect were so shocked that they almost fell from the clouds. That was the old ancestor of the 10,000 Gods sect, an existence second only to the big shots of the infinite primes. As long as the big shots of the infinite primes did not come out, their old ancestor could run amok in the entire infinite realm. Of course, if they provoked the big shots of the infinite primes, their old ancestor would also die. We can only suck up to such a person. We can't make him our enemy. The little junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect sighed, helplessly, in front of an absolutely powerful expert. Everything was useless. Playing any tricks or conspiracies in front of him was courting death. Do we have to kneel and lick the old ancestor's boots? The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect said, "A lot of people would fight to kneel and lick such an expert's boots. You should know that anything that slips through the fingers of a peerless expert is a great fortune." The little junior sister said very seriously, "Well, I don't know if we are qualified to kneel and lick the old ancestor's boots." The first senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect pondered. At this moment, more than a dozen obscure auras suddenly appeared in the distant mountains. Haha, isn't the opportunity here? The little junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect suddenly laughed. The opportunity is here. The opportunity is here. Good timing. Chapter 5743. When Wang Zhan defeated the 12 bandits, a dozen or so hidden auras appeared in the mountains nearby. This made the three successors of the 10,000 deities sect extremely excited. This was a rare opportunity for them to show off in front of the master. Then what are we waiting for? We can't let these blind guys disturb the master. The first senior brother of the 10,000 deities sect said as he charged toward the mountains in the distance. Little junior sister and second senior brother also followed. At this moment, in a small valley in the mountains a dozen miles away from Gu Fei's group, a dozen or so black figures were standing, sitting, or squatting, waiting quietly. No one spoke. Soon, a black figure charged into the valley. How is it? An old man with a long beard stood up from the ground and asked urgently, "It's the bandits from the Divine Ridge." The black-clothed spy wiped the sweat off his forehead as he gasped for breath. What? Tragic. Those guys from the Divine Ridge are ruthless. Now that they have made a move, we won't even get the leftovers. Sai, let's go back to our own homes. The group of men in black immediately became listless like frosted eggplants. Although I was far away, if I'm not wrong, they should have fought to a draw. The scout said anxiously when he saw that the group was about to disperse. The old man with a long beard was startled, then exclaimed in joy, "Even the heavens are helping us. The rewards on the dark roll should be ours." Ha ha. That's right. This is the will of the heavens. What are we waiting for? We will be struck by lightning if we go against the will of the heavens. One of the men in black laughed loudly. The others were instantly energized. Kill. Let's go and pick up the leftovers. Since the heavens want Dongyue Schwer dead, let's send her on her way. The group of experts in black shouted and were about to charge out of the valley. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, a very discordant voice was heard. The small valley immediately quietened down. Who is it? The bearded old man, who was the leader of the group, looked up into the sky. His gaze was like a cold bolt of lightning as it swept over the three figures descending from the sky. You fools want to kill Dong Yushui. Three figures landed in front of the entrance of the small valley. The leader, a masked woman in black clothes, stared at the bearded old man with disdain. You dare call us idiots? Could it be that you three want to reincarnate? What's the point of talking with this damned fellow? Just kill him. We still need to collect our rewards. The black-robed men behind the long-bearded old man grew enraged. One by one, they brought out their Tao artifacts. Instantly, the killing intent within the small valley soared to the sky, and the nearby birds scattered in fear. No one dares to be presumptuous in front of me, the Een Mountain old man. The black-robed old man stared at the black-robed masked woman and said with a gloomy face, "TSK, what old man of Een Mountain? It should be the old dog of Een Mountain." The 10,000 Gods sect's first senior brother sneered. The black-robed old man's face darkened when he heard this, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. "Reckless brat, you dare to scold our boss? You're dead meat. Do you know who our boss is? Our boss is the eldest disciple of the Een Mountain saint." The black-robed men behind the black-robed old man shouted at the three successors of the 10,000 Gods sect. "Eldest senior brother, is there a saint in Een Mountain?" The 10,000 Gods sect's junior sister asked the eldest senior brother. "I've never heard of it, but I heard that there's a 10,000-year-old ghost on Een Mountain. I wonder if it's true." The eldest senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect shrugged. "You guys," the Een Mountain old man's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. In the next moment, a powerful, chilling aura erupted from his body. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire small valley. Eldest senior brother, this guy is so old. What if he's angered to death?" The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect pretended to be uneasy. "It's just an old ghost on Een Mountain. If he's angered to death, he'll be buried on the spot. It saves us the trouble of expiating him." The 10,000 Gods sect's junior sister said indifferently, "Outrageous. I'll expiate you guys now." The Een Mountain old man was about to attack as he spoke. However, at this moment, the aura of a bastard that erupted from his body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the group of men in black behind him swayed left and right as if they were drunk. Soon, all of them collapsed to the ground. "What's going on?" The Een Mountain old man was extremely shocked. He took a deep breath and realized that he couldn't control the primordial chi in his body. It was as if his cultivation had been sealed. "Is this guy out of his mind? He's still inhaling?" The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect was speechless. "You guys are poisoned." The Een Mountain old man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell to the ground. "Sigh, isn't it a little too late to know now?" The 10,000 Gods sect's junior sister sighed. "Who are you guys? Why are you trying to harm me?" The Een Mountain old man was depressed. There was no poison expert among his enemies. Moreover, he didn't dare to offend a poison expert. As the eldest disciple of the Een Mountain Holy Lord, the Een Mountain old man had many enemies. However, he really couldn't think of when he had offended a poison expert. "You don't need to know who we are because you're about to die. As for why we want to harm you, it's actually very simple. We just don't want you to disturb the master." The 10,000 Gods sect's junior sister's tone was very calm. What? The Een Mountain old man spat out another mouthful of blood. "You just don't want to disturb the master, and you want to kill me? I haven't even made a move yet. Is there some misunderstanding? We're just having a barbecue here." A black-robed man behind the Een Mountain old man said hurriedly, "That's right, we're just having a barbecue here. I don't want to die for a barbecue. I'm so wronged. Is barbecue a crime?" The black-robed men, who were poisoned, turned into a group of drama queens. "Are you really just having a barbecue here? Where's the fire? The grill? The meat? Do you think we're fools?" The second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect laughed. "We are really having a barbecue." The Ean Mountain old man trembled as he took out a rabbit from under him. The three successors of the 10,000 Gods sect were dumbfounded. "Even if you're really having a barbecue, you still have to die." The first senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect said coldly. This was a chance to show off in front of the master. How could they miss it? The Ean Mountain old man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He directly threw away the rabbit in his hand. "Master, maybe the master doesn't want our lives. We can also do things for the master. You don't even have the right to carry the master's shoes. Die in peace." The little junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect said as she waved her right hand. "Don't." The Ean Mountain old man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to beg for mercy, but in an instant, everyone in the small valley fell to the ground and died. Moreover, the strange thing was that all of them had a peaceful expression on their faces. The Ean Mountain old man and his group were guilty of many crimes, but this time they really died unjustly. Another blind guy wants to touch Dongyue Shui. Chapter 5744. When the three heirs of the 10,000 Gods sect realized who they had offended, they almost peed their pants. Especially when Chun, the second senior brother of the 10,000 Gods sect, who had sneaked into Dongyue Shui's group and poisoned Dongyue Yuanliang, the second prince of the East Moon dynasty. He was even more terrified, fearing that the expert would attack him. Even a disciple of the expert was so powerful, fighting 12 people alone and crippling the 12 bandits of the Black God Ridge. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the expert was. In order to lick the expert's boots, the three heirs of the 10,000 Gods sect began to act. What was the 10,000 Gods sect best at? Poison. That's right, the 10,000 Gods sect should be called the 10,000 Poison sect. It was the most powerful poison sect in the infinite realm. There was even the gambling sage in the sect, so no one dared to provoke them. The most terrifying thing was that the disciples of the 10,000 Gods sect were all lunatics. They would poison people at the slightest disagreement. Those who were poisoned were either crippled or received a lunchbox. Even the eldest disciple of the Ean Mountain ancestor, the Ean Mountain old man, was poisoned. Even the people he brought with him received a lunchbox without any chance to resist. Every one of them died peacefully. The poison of the 10,000 Gods sect was terrifying to begin with. Even a sage would suffer if poisoned, let alone the Ean Mountain old man and the others who were not even sage. However, the Ean Mountain old man really died a wrongful death. They were poisoned by the heirs of the 10,000 Gods sect before they even saw Dongyue Shui's shadow and received a lunchbox. At this time, more and more people appeared in the nearby mountains. Be it righteous or evil, in the open or in the dark, countless people had their eyes on Dongyue Shui, because the temptation of the divine artifact was too great. Even the big shots of the sage realm would be jealous. Just as the three heirs of the 10,000 Gods sect were about to leave the small valley, a figure descended from the sky. A powerful aura shrouded the area, causing the weather to change and dust to billow in the small valley. I was wondering who it was. So it's the three little guys of the 10,000 Gods sect. The person stood in the air and stared coldly at the junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect. "Yu Yao greets Senior Meng, he." The junior sister of the 10,000 Gods sect bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man standing in the air, with his hands behind his back. Paying respects to Senior Meng, eldest martial brother Wu Fan, and second martial brother Wen Chun hurriedly bowed. Meng, he was an elder of the Eastern Sky Martial Sacred Land. The Sky Martial Sacred Land and the 10,000 God sect didn't have much of a relationship, but neither did they have any grudges. This was because the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was in the East Pole, while the 10,000 God sect was in the Middle Pole. Among the 5 polar regions of the Limitless Realm, the Middle Pole was the center of the entire Limitless Realm. There were many powerful clans and sects there. Although the Great Beginning Extreme Tharch was very powerful in the East Pole and was the ruler of the East Pole, there were many people who could compete with him in the Central Pole. Throughout the ages, no one had been able to unify the Middle Pole and become its master. The 10,000 Gods sect was a medium-level sect. Although the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was powerful in the East Pole, they would not easily offend the 10,000 Gods sect because the consequences of offending the 10,000 Gods sect would be very serious. Did you kill all these people? Even the Een Mountain Old Man is dead. Your 10,000 Gods sect's poison is indeed worthy of its reputation. The elder of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Meng, he glanced at the corpses on the ground and frowned. This was the reason why he did not dare to land. He had recognized Yu Yao and the others long ago. We didn't want to do this. We just didn't want these guys to disturb the master. Wu Fan shrugged, helplessly. Master? Meng, his pupils shrank when he heard this. There was a master that even the 3 heirs of the 10,000 Gods sect respected in Dongyue Shuer's team. Moreover, the 3 fellows from the 10,000 Gods sect killed the master with poison in order to prevent the Een Mountain Old Man and the others from disturbing the master. That was the Een Mountain Old Man, the eldest disciple of the Een Mountain Holy Lord. Yu Yao and the others killed the Een Mountain Old Man with poison. This was equivalent to declaring war on the Een Mountain Holy Lord. He was the Een Mountain Holy Lord, a big shot in the Sage Realm. In order to prevent these guys from disturbing the master, they did not hesitate to offend the Een Mountain Holy Lord. From this, it could be seen that this master was definitely more important than the Een Mountain Holy Lord. In the eyes of Yu Yao and the others, the Een Mountain Holy Lord could not be compared to this master at all. If even the Een Mountain Holy Lord could not compare, then it could only be those super big shots. How was this possible? There was actually a super big shot hidden in Dongyue Shuer's team. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on Menghi's forehead. That was close. If he had recklessly killed Dongyue Shuer, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Cough, cough. Menghi coughed a few times and asked, Yu Yao, you know who the master is? Do you actually have the right to know the master's name? Yu Yao said indifferently. Menghi's expression changed several times. He glanced at the Een Mountain Old Man, who had already received his lunchbox on the ground. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Although he was half a step into the Sage Realm, no matter how powerful he was, he would not dare to provoke such a super big shot. He could only kneel down and lick their boots. Yes. Yu Yao, you're right. Menghi laughed dryly and said, Fellow Meng, why are you still here talking nonsense with a few juniors? I'll make a move first. A figure dashed across the sky of the small valley and directly headed towards where Dongyue Shuer's team was. Hey, fellow Taoist Chen Su, you're rushing to reincarnate. Meng, he shouted at the figure that had instantly gone far away. Ha! You're the one rushing to reincarnate. The guy called Chen, Su said with a loud laugh. That's Elder Chen, Su from the Black Great Immortal Sect. The Myriad Gods sect's junior sister Yu Yao was dumbfounded. This guy was really rushing to reincarnate. Even if she wanted to stop him, it would be too late. This was because Chunsu was half a step into the sage realm. Moreover, Yu Yao and the others could only secretly poison a half step into the sage realm expert. If they were to fight head-on, they would be the ones to die. I am Oh Hong, am here. Another half step into the sage realm dashed over from afar. A demon from the Nine Despair Demon sect is also here to join in the fun. Meng he couldn't help but be shocked. Another one who came from afar to die. When Chun sneered, the Nine Despair Demon sect is more than 1,000 miles away from here. Eldest senior brother Wu Fan shook his head helplessly. They were definitely dead for daring to disturb the expert. A mere demon dares to come and snatch our food. Do you think our Infinity Sword sect is transparent? Another loud shout resounded through the sky. Infinity Sword sect. Yu Yao and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths a few times. They didn't have the ability to stop these waves of people. Even if they wanted to help the expert, there was nothing they could do. Let's go and watch the show. Yu Yao suddenly smiled and soared into the sky. Let's go together. Meng he followed with a smile. In fact, he was also dubious about what Yu Yao and the others said. This was a good opportunity to see if this expert was really a super big shot. At this moment, on the mountain path, opposite of Gu Fei, the Black God Ridge Lord who was frozen in the void suddenly opened her eyes. In the next moment, her veil fell off, revealing her peerless beauty. The corner of her mouth rose. Her gaze was firm, arrogant, and cold. Very good. Chapter 5745. Divine Transcendence. This was divine transcendence. On the mountain path, everyone stared at the peerless beauty standing in the void in shock. At this moment, the Black God Ridge Lord no longer needed to cover her face. As she had already broken through to the sage realm, her aura had been perfectly concealed. At this moment, even the fatty could not sense any aura from the Black God Ridge Lord. The current Black God Ridge Lord was simply like an ordinary person. In fact, even the aura of an ordinary person was much stronger than the current Black God Ridge Lord. In the limitless realm, even an ordinary person's aura was not weak. Returning to one's natural state, the fatty murmured. He had the supreme sword energy of the limitless realm in his body, so he was very sensitive to this kind of realm. The Black God Ridge Lord was definitely in extreme danger. Everyone was in despair because the Black God Ridge Lord had previously wanted to kill everyone. Now, the Black God Ridge Lord's cultivation had broken through. If the Black God Ridge Lord were to make a move now, would the expert be able to stop her? Greetings, Master. Just as everyone was on tenterhooks, the Black God Ridge Lord actually landed directly in front of Gu Fei. Then she carefully and respectfully knelt before Gu Fei. Very good. I like people with integrity. Gu Fei nodded and said, Your subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for Master. The Black God Ridge Lord was surprised and overjoyed when she heard this. In her opinion, it was an incomparably glorious thing to be able to work for an expert and become his subordinate. Her master was so powerful. Would there be no benefits for her to follow him? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Get up, Gu Fei said indifferently. Your chance to shine is here, Wang Zhan said. His cultivation had also improved greatly, directly breaking through from the God Realm initial level to the God Realm greater level, directly skipping the God Realm intermediate level. The Black God Ridge Lord slowly stood up. Her gaze towards Wang Zhan could only be described as envy and hatred. Wang Zhan was actually able to become her master's disciple. This was a great opportunity. Moreover, she had never heard of anyone breaking through from the God Realm initial level to the God Realm greater level. This cultivation speed was definitely the best in the limitless realm. Such talent was definitely the best in the limitless realm. In the eyes of everyone present, Wang Zhan had already become the #1 genius of the unbounded realm. Ha! Right at this moment, a roar of laughter resounded from afar, and then a figure appeared in the sky. This person was walking in the air, with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was a middle-aged man, with a long beard surrounded by Taoist rhymes. Half-step Saint Realm? Everyone was shocked when they sensed the aura of the newcomer. Only a half-step Sage Realm expert would have such a strong Tao rhyme. On the other hand, the mountain lord of the Black God Ridge, who had broken through to the true sage stage, had completely retracted her Tao runes. As long as she didn't attack, her Tao runes wouldn't appear. What a coincidence! That's Dong Yuxue. Come out and accept your death. I happen to be lacking a divine tool, so I'll exchange your life for it. The person's voice was as loud as a bell, and the sound waves caused everyone's ears to buzz. The weaker soldiers under Dong Yuxue cried out in pain while holding their heads. Many of them even had blood seeping out of their ears. The newcomer was too arrogant, and he didn't take anyone seriously at all. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The mountain lord of the Black God Ridge immediately wanted to kill the newcomer when he saw Gu Fei frown. Dong Yuxue, come out and accept your death. The newcomer instantly arrived above everyone's heads and looked down at them with a condescending attitude, as though he was looking down at ants on the ground. The person with the highest cultivation was only at the godly realm. The newcomer released his divine telekinesis and was instantly overjoyed. He was Elder Chen Su of the Black God Immortal Sect. The Black God Immortal Sect was a super sect in the East Pole that could rival the Infinite Sword Sect. They had a true sage stage cultivator in the sect and could be considered an overlord force. As an elder of the Black God Immortal Sect, Chen Su was naturally a little arrogant. He felt that he was superior to everyone else, and anyone whose cultivation was lower than him was treated as an ant by him. The feeling of controlling the life and death of others was really satisfying for Chen Su. At this moment, Dong Yuxue was extremely terrified. She would definitely die if she stood out, but if she didn't, she would die too. She suddenly realized that she was in a desperate situation. Wang Zhan, Dong Yuxue, could only hold on to Wang Zhan and retreat. After all, Wang Zhan's mother and sister were still in her hands. It wouldn't be good if they died. Meanwhile, the mercenaries that Dong Yuxue had subdued were already trembling in fear. This was a half-step sage stage cultivator. No matter how many mercenaries there were, they wouldn't stand a chance against such an existence, let alone standing up for Dong Yuxue. Most importantly, Dong Yuxue had placed a restrictive technique on them. If Dong Yuxue died, they would all be buried with her. Therefore, sometimes having more people might not be effective. Very well. If that's the case, I'll kill all of you. Chen Su said coldly as a heart-palpitating, murderous intent erupted from his body. This fire tiger looks pretty good. I'll capture it for the young sect master to play with. Chen Su suddenly stared at the horned fire tiger that Gu Fei was riding on. This horned fire tiger's entire body was surrounded by divine fire. Furthermore, this fire tiger had used its own fire spiritual power to condense a flaming throne on its back. With such an eye-catching mount, he naturally had to capture it to please the young sect master. Chen Su, this fella. Meanwhile, in the sky, Meng He, Yu Yao, and the rest observed a moment of silence for Chen Su when they saw this. Chen Su must be tired of living for daring to covet the mount of an expert. Chen Su had no idea what kind of existence he had offended. I am here. Hold it, Chen Su. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Chen Su, Dong Yuxue is mine. How dare you steal the prey of the Infinity Sword sect? Another loud shout was heard. Two powerful auras arrived. Each of them had a Taoist rhyme that shot into the sky, causing the weather to change. Preposterous. It's your bad luck. Go to hell. Seeing that someone was trying to steal the prey, Chen Su no longer hesitated and made his move. With a wave of the horsetail whisk in his hand, countless rays of light flew out from the horsetail whisk and shot towards the people below. He was trying to kill them all. As long as Dong Yushui was here, they would definitely die. Chen Su, you be *starred. You really dare to snatch it. The two experts rushed over. However, at this moment, the countless rays of light that shot out from the horsetail whisk in Chen Su's hand suddenly disappeared. Before the crowd could react, they heard a loud bang. The arrogant Chen Su in the sky had directly exploded on the spot in front of the crowd. *CK. What the hell? When Mo Hong and the expert from the Infinity Sword sect, who were charging over aggressively, saw this, they immediately stopped and turned around. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The speed at which they escaped was many times faster than the speed at which they came. Chapter 5746. The Black Hong Immortal Sect's elder Chen Su, who had been acting arrogantly, had blown himself up in front of everyone, shocking all the onlookers, especially the 2-9 Extinction Demon Sect's demon, Lord Mo Hong, and the Infinity Sword Sect's elder, who were charging over aggressively, had their hair stand on end when they saw this scene. They immediately turned around and fled. They did not want to blow themselves up in front of the onlookers. This guy really doesn't want to die fast enough. This is his own doing. Chen Su has really turned into ashes this time. The three successors of the Myriad Gods sect and the Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Eldermeng, he were also shocked when they saw this scene from afar. An explosion on the spot. His body and soul were both destroyed. Could it be an expert? Master is here. How dare you act so presumptuously here? At this moment, the Lord of the Black God Ridge released his right hand. It turned out that she had crushed the Black Hong Holy Land's elder Chen Su from a distance. Meng He and the others could not help but be shocked. No wonder the 9 Extinction Demon Sect's demon, Lord Mo Hong, and the Infinity Sword Sect's elder ran faster than anything else. If they did not run, they would also be crushed. Dao is swordless. Where are you going in such a hurry? At this moment, thousands of miles away in the sky, a figure walked over from afar and saw the Infinite Sword Sect's elder swordless half-sage fleeing in panic. My sect has some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Dongyue Shui is just ahead. Dao is Long He, go quickly. After saying that, swordless quasi-sage rushed past the guy called Long River with a so sound. Long River was immediately thrown into a state of confusion. His clothes and hair were all messed up. His sage-like expert image was completely gone. Swordless, you bastard. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Dao is swordless. It seems that something big has happened to the Infinite Sword Sect. The nearby half-sages were stunned when they saw this scene. Isn't that guy the 9 Extinction Demon Sect's demon, Lord Mo Hong? Why is he in such a hurry? Could it be that something happened to the 9 Extinction Demon Sect? I've never heard of anyone attacking the 9 Extinction Demon Sect. In another direction, Mo Hong was also fleeing for his life without looking back. The guy who attacked just now was definitely a big shot of the Sage Realm. What a *King Trap. There was actually a Sage Realm big shot hidden in Dongyue Shui's team. Fellow Taoist Mo Hong, please wait. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Mo Hong. This person's evil chi soared to the sky, and there were actually ferocious skeletons faintly visible around him. The evil chi was vast and mighty. This fellow was absolutely a proper evil path semi-sage. Oh, It's Dao friend Hulianxia. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Mo Hong circled around the person and turned into a beam of demonic light, disappearing into the horizon at an incredible speed. Hulianxia was dumbfounded. Stop my ass. I don't want to die yet. In the blink of an eye, Mo Hong, who had fled thousands of miles away, stopped and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then he transformed into a beam of demonic light and shot into the sky, fleeing as far as he could. These guys are so nice that they don't even want the rewards from the dark roll. Both Long River Semi-Sage and Hulianxia had no idea what was going on. However, the rewards from the dark roll were extremely tempting. As if they had picked up a treasure, they sped up towards where Dongyu and Xue were. The speed of a half-sage was undeniable. Soon, Long River Semi-Sage and Hulianxia had reached the mountain path. Another 2 are here to die. Sigh, another 10,000 miles to die. Yu Yao, Meng He, and the rest could not help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw the 2 figures. Long River Semi-Sage was surrounded by a godly aura. His powerful aura was so terrifying that it felt like the space around him was about to collapse. A scorching aura enveloped the entire area. Everyone felt extremely hot, as if the yuan qi in their bodies was about to be ignited. Hulianxia's evil qi soared to the sky, and his evil qi filled the air. On the mountain path, Gu Fei was still lying comfortably on the flame throne on the horned fire tiger's back. He had taken out a bunch of immortal fruits and was munching on them. The Ridge Lord raised his head and looked at the 2 figures in the sky. His pupils shrunk. These guys are really not afraid of death. At this moment, Dongyu, Xue, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. With the Ridge Lord here, it would be hard for them to die. Hulianxia, are you trying to fight with me? Long River Semi-Sage glared at Hulianxia. TCH, who do you think you are? If you know what's good for you, scram as far as you can. I'm not afraid of your sky fire sacred land. Hulianxia said disdainfully. Sky fire sacred lands, half-sage Chong, the lord of the divine god Ridge, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Another semi-sage expert of a super force. The heavenly fire holy land is also a force with a sage expert. Hulianxia's background was even more impressive. He was an expert from the 6 Daos Evil Alliance. The 6 Daos Evil Alliance was formed by all the unorthodox forces in the Limitless Realm. It was the #1 evil force in the Limitless Realm. It was no wonder that Hulianxia looked down on half-sage Chong. Although the Sky Fire Sacred Land was powerful, it paled in comparison to the 6 Daos Evil Alliance. However, this was the East Pole, the territory of the Limitless Emperor. The Sky Fire Sacred Land's backer was the Limitless Emperor. What did you say? Courting death. Half-sage Chong, he was extremely domineering. Because of his backer, he was extremely confident. Half-sage Chong, he was about to attack. We don't know who's courting death. Hulianxia retorted. What's going on? The crowd was confused. Could it be that these 2 want to fight first? Hey, is there something wrong with your brains? Dongyu Xue is right here. Why aren't you coming to kill her? The fatties suddenly shouted at the 2 idiots in the sky. Let's finish the dark roll mission first. Half-sage Chong, he said as he charged down from the sky. He had already made preparations beforehand. Knowing who Dongyu Xue was, he immediately attacked her. This damn fatty, Dongyu Xue was dumbfounded. This guy actually called someone to kill me? Die. Hulianxia also charged down from the sky. The reward of the dark roll was a sage weapon. All the half-sages were extremely jealous. However, at the next moment, bam, bam, Two muffled sounds were heard. The two half-sages that were charging down from the sky exploded. A holy light and a demonic light rushed out from the two clouds of blood. Their Yuan spirits are protected by a secret treasure. The mountain lord of the Black God Ridge was surprised to see this. Although half-sage Chang, he and Hua Lianxia's bodies exploded, their Yuan spirits did not. Under the protection of the secret treasure, they shot up into the sky. It's a sage. Swordless, you asshole. How dare you trick me? Half-sage Chang, he was furious. No wonder that swordless half-sage ran so quickly just now. There was a sage hiding here. That Mo Hong. Hua Lianxia was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. He finally understood why Mo Hong ran so quickly. A sage. If they didn't run, were they supposed to stay here and collect their food? It turned out that Mo Hong and Wu Jian were afraid that the Sage Realm big shots would send them lunchboxes. Run! Chapter 5747. Sky Fire Sacred Lands Half-Sage Chang. He and Six Paths Evil Alliances Hua Lianya never imagined that Dongyu Schwetter's team would have a sage hidden within. A sage was an existence that was undefeatable below the infinite prime realm. If they knew that a sage was here, who would dare to touch Dongyu Schwer? Unless they wanted to die. This was definitely a pit that would swallow people whole. Who was the one behind this? At this moment, half-sage Chang, he whose Taoist body had exploded, cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the guy who posted the mission on the dark roll. The guy who posted the mission was too ruthless. His actions had caused half-sage Chang, he and Hua Lianya to be in deep trouble. If they did not have secret treasures that could protect their Yuan spirit, they would not even know how they died. Furthermore, even with secret treasures protecting their Yuan spirit, it did not seem to be safe. Under the protection of secret treasures, half-sage Chang, he and Hua Lianya's Yuan spirit soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. As long as they could escape, they would be able to survive. Then, they could find a young Taoist physique to possess and cultivate for a few hundred to 1,000 years before they could return to their peak state. Of course, the prerequisite was that their Yuan spirit could escape. If they could not, everything would be for naught. Still trying to escape? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? The Ridge Lord sneered, and then he stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. Boundless Tao aura erupted, and the Tao energy of the Sage Realm transformed into a huge palm that grabbed the two balls of divine light that were escaping. Don't kill me. The giant palm quickly shrank and retracted towards the Ridge Lord. With a flip of her right hand, the palm formed from Sage Tao energy disappeared. Two balls of God's light floated above her palm. Each ball of God's light contained a person the size of a thumb. These were half-sage Chang, he and Hua Lianya's Yuan spirit. The two balls of God's light danced left and right above the Ridge Lord's palm, but they were restrained by an invisible force in the small space above the Ridge Lord's palm. This was the difference between the Sage Realm and the Half-Sage Realm. The Mountain Lord of the Black God Ridge sighed with emotion. 2 hours ago, she was still a rookie in the Semi-Sage Realm. She had never dreamed that she would have an epiphany in such a short period of time. After that, her cultivation had broken through to the Sage Realm. Her cultivation had been stuck at the half-step Sage Realm for hundreds of years. In fact, it was normal for someone like her to be stuck in the half-step Sage Realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, she was really anxious to make a breakthrough to the Sage Realm. This was because she could only seek revenge from those people after she had broken through to the Saint Realm. She was also someone with a story. Sure enough, the Black God Ridge Lord, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, directly soared into the sky. Once he unleashed his Sage Realm Tao energy, These half-sages were simply like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. You shouldn't have disturbed Master, so you can go on your way in peace. The black god, Ridge, Lord said indifferently before clasping his palms together. What a Saint Realm expert has a master. Half-sage Chang, he, and Hua, Lianxia's primordial spirits, were scared silly. No, 2 balls of divine light were directly grabbed by the black god Ridge Lord, and the secret treasures that protected their primordial spirits were directly shattered. In the next moment, the 2 fellas were directly killed in body and soul. This was definitely the most thorough way to die for a cultivator. Half-sage Chang, he of the sky fire, Holy Land died, just like that. The 3 successors of the 10,000 God sect, Yu Yao, and the others who saw this scene from afar were directly shocked. That was a half-sage from the sky fire Holy Land. And that Lianxia. Half-sage Meng, he of the sky martial Holy Land, said, while trembling. He was an amazing person from the 6 Daos Evil Alliance. The 6 Daos Evil Alliance was an alliance formed by all the evil forces in the limitless realm. The forces of the 6 Daos Evil Alliance were spread throughout the 5 polar domains of the limitless realm. Compared to the Skyfire Holy Land, the 6 Daos Evil Alliance was a superpower that crushed the Skyfire Holy Land. The Black God Ridge Lord actually killed half-sage Chang, he and Hua, Lianxia, and even killed Elder Chen Su of the Black Hong Immortal Sect. He had directly offended 3 superforces. Moreover, all of these forces had Sage Realm experts overseeing them. Meng, his scalp, went numb just thinking about it. The Black God Ridgelord was too domineering and crazy. This was going to incur public anger. The Black God Ridgelord was so domineering just after becoming a sage. Naturally, she had a backer behind her. If she did not have a backer behind her, how would she dare to offend the 3 superpowers at the same time? Unless she was crazy. The Black God Ridge Lord actually recognized her as his master. Sigh. This sigh, Meng he let out a long sigh. Other than envy, jealousy, and hatred, there was no other words to express his current feelings. Why don't we go and pay a visit to the expert? Yu Yao suddenly said cautiously. Yes, with the expert's cultivation, he must have sensed our presence. The second senior brother of the 10,000 God sect, Wen Chun, nodded. But how can we go empty-handed? The eldest senior brother of the 10,000 God sect, Wu Fan, frowned. How could they have the nerve to pay a visit to the expert empty-handed? This, Meng, he and the others deeply agreed upon hearing this. Sai, here's our chance. Meng he glanced at the distant sky and was instantly overjoyed. At this moment, a dozen figures appeared in the distant sky. As soon as these guys appeared, they charged towards Dongyue Shui, and the others. It's finally our turn to perform. What are we waiting for? Let's go and share the expert's burden. As Meng he spoke, he directly went towards the group of people. He was extremely excited. These guys really came at the right time. They were all good people. Why do we think these guys are so cute? Yu Yao was surprised and overjoyed. She hurriedly rushed forward as well. Good people. Wu Fan and Wen Chen also charged forward as if they were on steroids. You 4 bastards, get out of here. The group of people immediately stared at Dongyue Shui, who was on the mountain path. They were happy and excited. In their eyes, Dongyue Shui was a sacred tool, a priceless sacred tool. Just as they were about to rush up and kill Dongyue Shui to claim the reward, for guys actually interfered and blocked their way. The leader's face immediately darkened. Where did you guys come from? How dare you block my way to get rich? If you don't get lost, I'll kill you all with 1 slash. One of the guys, who was wearing animal skin and carrying a broadsword, roared at Yu Yao, and the others fiercely. a bunch of trash. Do you guys want to do it, or should I? Meng, he said disdainfully. Only the fierce-looking middle-aged man and the guy carrying the broadsword were at the divine realm. The others were all at the heaven realm. They wanted to kill Dongyue Shui, and make a fortune with just that bit of cultivation. What a joke. Are you here to be funny? Wu Fan was really amused. If the sage realm doesn't show up, the god realm dominates. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of our boss? You're courting death. The group of people was instantly enraged. The leader of the god realm was even more proud. Sigh, the ignorant are truly fearless. Chapter 5748. The poison of the 10,000 gods sect was indeed unparalleled. Wu Fan, the eldest disciple of the 10,000 gods sect, just waved his hand, and the group of fools fell from the sky like dumplings, smashing directly into the mountains below. Hey, little friend, Meng, he immediately panicked when he saw this. Senior Meng, what's the problem? Wu Fan looked at Meng, he in confusion. It's not Senior Meng who has a problem, it's you, the junior sister of the 10,000 gods sect. Yu Yao shook her head helplessly. Why would I have a problem? Didn't I take care of these people? Wu Fan was even more confused. An expert should not be disturbed. What's the problem with me poisoning these fools? There's no problem. Elder Meng, he of the heavenly martial Holy Land, stared at Wu Fan speechlessly. How did this guy become the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the 10,000 gods sect? This fellow was a simple-minded fool. Performance, you know? Yu Yao was also speechless. This was a chance to perform well in front of an expert. What was performance? That was to work hard in front of an expert to attract the expert's attention, stand out, and let the expert notice you. Performance? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Fan was enlightened by his junior sister. He slapped his head and said bitterly, I'm really a pig. I messed up such a good opportunity to perform. I'm so stupid to deal with this group of guys in one move. How can I perform in front of an expert? I should have fought with these guys, and the more intense and exciting the fight, the better. There was nothing special about poisoning this group of fools. Naturally, it would not attract the attention of an expert and leave a deep impression in front of an expert. You're not a pig, but you're stupider than a pig. Second senior brother, when Chun shouted at Wu Fan excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. No, are you the senior brother or am I the senior brother? Why are you shouting at me? Wu Fan stared at Wen Chun in disbelief. This senior brother, I didn't mean it. I was too excited, too excited. Wen Chun was terrified. You didn't mean it? Wu Fan glared at Wen Chun. He did it on purpose. Elder Meng, he of the heavenly martial Holy Land, said. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. Senior Meng, please don't trick me. Wen Chun immediately panicked. You did it on purpose. Wu Fan's face immediately darkened. Here comes another chance. Right at this moment, half Saint Meng, he exclaimed in surprise, and then he charged forward with a swish. Ha! The heavens are really helping me. Wu Fan and the others couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, and were about to rush over. This was because a few more figures were rushing over from the distance. However, in the next moment, Sage-to-be Meng, he who was charging at the forefront, suddenly stopped abruptly as if he had seen a ghost. Then he turned around and fled. The speed at which he fled was much faster than the speed at which he charged forward. Senior Meng. This Meng, he charged right past Yu Yao and the others. There's a big guy coming. Why aren't you running? Meng, he did have a conscience. He did not forget to remind Yu Yao and the others when he was fleeing for his life. Big guy, Yu Yao, and the others felt their hair stand on end. They sensed an extreme terror, and their souls trembled. It was as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Run! Without any hesitation, Yu Yao and the others turned around and fled. This time, they actually put on a show of fleeing in defeat in front of an expert. Are those guys idiots? On the mountain path, Wang Zhan, who was next to Gu Fei, muttered to himself as he looked at the guys who were fleeing in the distance. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone felt as if the air was about to solidify, and they all turned pale, with fright. In the next moment, the great path roared, and the Taoist rhymes soared into the sky. A figure surrounded by celestial light appeared in the distance, and he walked in the void. In just 2 steps, he had already arrived above everyone's heads. From his appearance to his arrival above everyone's heads, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The speed of the person who came was simply unimaginable. Sage Realm. The Ridge Lord raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky. It was a young man in white. This young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was tall and slender, and his appearance was quite presentable. Moreover, the Taoist rhymed soared into the sky, and the great path roared, suppressing the heavens with his might. This person's every movement showed how extraordinary he was. This was the polar opposite of the Ridge Lord's temperament. The person who came showed off his abilities and was overbearing. In layman's terms, he was arrogant, as if he was the most powerful person in the world. He's indeed a big guy. Meng He and the others, who had fled far away, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the other party did not take them seriously at all. Dongyue Shui, take your own life. The person who came stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His immortal aura was vast, and he exuded an intimidating aura. No one dared to raise their heads. Of course, apart from Gu Fei, Fatty, and the Ridge Lord were also present. Even Wang Zhan trembled in fear in front of this young man in white, not daring to look him in the eye. This guy was a true Sage Realm cultivator, and not a new Sage Realm cultivator like the Ridge Lord, but a famous Sage Realm expert. Is this person Saint Mingyang? Dongyue Shui was extremely terrified. Since you know it's me, what are you waiting for? The young man in white said proudly, It's Saint Ming Yang. Sage-to-be Meng He, who had fled far away, was shocked. Saint Ming Yang was a famous Sage Realm cultivator in the East Pole. He was on par with the sacred leader of the heavenly martial sacred land. Furthermore, unlike other Sage Realm cultivators, Saint Ming Yang was a rogue sage. In other words, he did not belong to any sect or faction, and was a free Sage Realm cultivator. To put it bluntly, he was a loner. Therefore, these rogue sages acted on their own whims. They had no scruples or concerns. If they offended such a Sage Realm expert, the consequences would be dire. It's impossible for me to take my own life. Dongyue Shui clenched her fists and suddenly roared at the young man in white in the sky. Only a fool would take his own life. Saint Ming Yang's gaze immediately turned sharp. Do you think this new Sage Realm cultivator can save you? Saint Ming Yang's gaze fell on the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge with an arrogant expression. In his eyes, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was the strongest among everyone present. However, he could tell that the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was a new Sage Realm cultivator who had just broken through to the Sage Realm. Saint Ming Yang thought that Dongyue Shui's trump card was this new Sage Realm cultivator, so he was very disdainful. However, in Saint Ming Yang's eyes, a new Sage Realm cultivator was only slightly stronger than an ant. He didn't know that there was a super big shot right under his nose. At this moment, Gu Fei was lying on the back of the horned fire tiger, seemingly asleep. Scram! Chapter 5749. Gu Fei was truly speechless at the sight of another pretentious prick. How long would it take for him to reach the East Moon royal capital? Of course, Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with this. However, he was in an awkward situation right now. The Limitless Emperor was the most powerful person in the East Pole, after all. He was quite capable. Ever since Gu Fei fought with Extreme the Arch of Beginning, he had almost destroyed Extreme the Arch of Beginning's lair. Although he could not beat Extreme the Arch of Beginning, Extreme the Arch of Beginning was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The Limitless Emperor had no time to cause trouble for Gu Fei. He had suffered a great loss this time. Countless efforts were wasted. Right now, he was busy blocking the news and rebuilding his lair, because soon a grand event would be held in the easternmost pole. Without the magnificent palaces, the auspicious clouds, and the special effects of soaring Taoist rhymes, how could he show off? If people knew that the most treasured land in the East Pole was almost in ruins, and that 2 of his personal disciples were dead, where would the Limitless Emperor hide his face? He couldn't embarrass the East Pole Emperor. Therefore, the Limitless Emperor was very anxious. In comparison, Gu Fei was much more relaxed. However, there was a small problem. His injuries were not easy to deal with. It was not easy to force out the Limitless Emperor's Tao energy. After all, this guy's cultivation level was very high. Gu Fei's injuries were really awkward. Once it acted up, his Tao energy would be suppressed by the Limitless Emperor's Tao energy, allowing him to use his immortal state cultivation level. Of course, when it didn't act up, Gu Fei could use his primordial state cultivation level. He wasn't pretending to be weak. He was helpless too. However, he couldn't say this out loud. Therefore, he let these guys think what they wanted. Furthermore, he wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. He was a proper primordial state cultivator. If they want to play, let them play. I'm sleepy. I'll take a nap first. Gu Fei really went to sleep. The throne formed by the horned fire tiger's spiritual energy was really comfortable. The fire spiritual energy was so warm that he could sleep for 10,000 years. Piss off. Faced with the arrogant Mingyang saint, the Black God Ridge Lord directly said one word. In the sky, Saint Mingyang's face immediately darkened. A mere new saint dares to act so impudently in front of me? You're courting death. Saint Mingyang stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. His entire body was shrouded in Tao aura, and he gritted his teeth. He didn't want to touch this new saint. It should be known that most people who could break through to the saint realm had the support of a great force. It was impossible for someone without an inheritance to cultivate to the saint realm. Even in the everlasting realm, inheritances that could allow one to cultivate to the sage realm were considered top-notch inheritances. Only those super forces that had sage realm experts could possess such inheritances. Although Saint Mingyang was a rogue saint, he had suffered countless hardships before he achieved his Tao. He was even rejected by various sects and forces due to his talent. He recalled how he had been chased out when he applied to be a servant in a mid-tier sect, and the people from the smaller sects mocked him in every possible way. Then, he fell into despair and jumped off a cliff. Then, he obtained the inheritance left behind by an ancient sage. This process was too melodramatic. However, melodramatic was one thing, and the crowd couldn't help but be convinced. Saint Mingyang's path of growth was the path of a loser's counterattack. Relying on the ancient sage's inheritance, Saint Mingyang slapped the faces of those who looked down on him and stepped on those who humiliated him. In the end, he became a sage ancestor. After becoming a sage, Saint Mingyang slowly became arrogant. As he became more arrogant, he probably didn't even know that he had become so arrogant that it was disgusting. Now, a mere new saint actually dared to ask him to piss off. To Saint Mingyang, this was the greatest humiliation. Rumble, Saint Mingyang flipped his right hand and pressed it down. boundless Tao power gathered in his hand. In the next moment, a huge hand the size of a small mountain appeared in the void and slammed down towards the Black God Ridge Lord. A mere new saint was merely an ant in his eyes. How could a mere ant overturn the heavens in front of a giant dragon? Saint Mingyang was undoubtedly very conceited. In fact, he was conceited to the point of being a little arrogant. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was a big shot in the sage realm. However, he didn't know who he was being arrogant in front of. The huge palm's Tao runes soared into the sky and messed up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The great Tao power of the sage realm was vast. Although this palm wasn't aimed at the crowd, everyone present felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Kacha! The huge palm descended from the sky, and a powerful force came crashing down. The Black God Ridge Lord's body sank, and the ground beneath her feet cracked. Blade, come! The Black God Ridge Lord extended her right hand, and a divine blade appeared in her hand. This was a divine blade, formed by the Tao power of the sage realm. Without any hesitation, the Black God Ridge Lord slashed upwards with her blade. Swoosh! A dazzling blade light rushed out of the Black God Ridge Lord's hand and instantly soared thousands of feet. The power of the Tao of the blade surged out of the Black God Ridge Lord's body. Everyone felt as though a sharp blade was placed on their necks, and they trembled in fear. Wang Zhan, Fatty, and the rest hid behind the horned fire tiger. All the energy waves that erupted disappeared a few feet in front of the horned fire tiger. An invisible force blocked all the energy waves outside. Is this the might of the sage realm? Wang Zhan exclaimed in shock. Although his cultivation had already broken through to the divine great perfection realm, he still felt too weak in front of a sage realm expert. He couldn't even muster up the will to resist. The gap was too huge. A mere ant dares to resist? An ant trying to shake a tree? What a joke! Saint Mingyang had a look of disdain on his face as he increased the strength in his hand. The huge palm that descended from the sky was like a collapsing divine mountain. It was as though it was going to strike a hole in the sky. It was a shocking and unstoppable attack. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, the blade light that rushed out of the Black God Ridge Lord's hand collapsed. The huge palm descended and destroyed everything. Bam! Without any suspense, the Black God Ridge Lord was slammed into the ground by the palm. Dust flew up, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The vast and mighty Yuan-Chi waves directly shattered the surrounding trees, and even the mountain walls beside the mountain path cracked with countless cracks. Countless boulders tumbled down from above. The ground around the palm print undulated continuously from the impact of the palm force. Even Dongyu, Shui, and the rest who had retreated far away could only feel the ground shaking, and they couldn't stand steadily. The soldiers that were brought over from Skyleap City were even more unsteady. It was a mess. On the other hand, the area within a radius of 30 meters around the horned fire tiger was completely calm. The anger of the sage realm can shake the heavens and earth. Chapter 5750. It was not an exaggeration to say that the attack of a sage was earth-shattering. Saint Mingyang casually slapped his palm towards the Lord of the Black God Ridge. His sage Tao energy erupted, and his Tao aura was mighty, breaking the Lord of the Black God Ridge's sharp blade. There was no suspense. After all, Saint Mingyang was a veteran sage, and he had attained Tao much longer than the Lord of the Black God Ridge. In Saint Mingyang's eyes, the Lord of the Black God Ridge was merely a new sage. At most, he was a little stronger than an ant, and he could easily slap him to death. Saint Mingyang also knew how to act tough, and he maintained the demeanor of an expert. He casually slapped the Lord of the Black God Ridge into the ground. A loud sound was heard from the ground. He stood in the void with his left hand behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He was calm, and he vividly portrayed the image of an exceptional expert. A sage cannot be humiliated. Saint Mingyang said proudly. Lord, the 12 bandits who retreated to the side almost peed their pants when they saw this scene. This Saint Mingyang was too strong, and they were dead for sure this time. An expert. There's still an expert, Ku Mei, and the bandits looked towards the expert on the back of the horned fire tiger. A light snoring sound was heard. The expert was actually sleeping. The 12 bandits were dumbfounded. An expert was indeed an expert. He could still sleep at this time. Everyone had pinned their hopes on Gu Fei, but no one expected Gu Fei to actually fall asleep. This made everyone dumbfounded. Master, Wang Zhan was completely dumbfounded. His master was really too weird. We don't understand the world of an expert. Fatty and the rest were petrified. Huh. In the sky, Saint Mingyang stared at the black-robed youth on the horned fire tiger. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This person actually dared to look down on him. He deserved to die. At this moment, Saint Mingyang seemed to have transformed into a supreme ruler. The life and death of everyone here were in his hands. This feeling of controlling everything and killing decisively gave him a sense of achievement. In fact, he was really arrogant, and very arrogant at that. He had already forgotten that he used to be one of the weaklings in front of him. Saint Mingyang, who had forgotten his original intentions, had unknowingly lived like the people he hated before he attained the Tao. A mere ant dares to look down on a giant dragon in the sky. How sad! Saint Mingyang sighed and shook his head before waving his hand again. A crimson blade of light immediately appeared in front of him and directly slashed at Gu Fei below. A blazing aura spread out. This was Saint Mingyang's flame blade. Although it was a casual slash, the blade light seemed to have split the void. In an instant, it slashed towards the top of Gu Fei's head. At this moment, Gu Fei was still snoring, and even the horned, flaming tiger beneath him had raised its head and rolled its eyes at Saint Mingyang, who was in the sky. In the eyes of the horned fire tiger, that fellow in the sky was probably a fool. He actually had no discernment at all. After all, everyone had knelt in front of the saint's might. Only the horned fire tiger and Gu Fei, who was sitting on the flame throne on the back of the horned fire tiger, did not kneel. This already explained the problem. This Saint Mingyang actually overlooked this point. He really thought that Gu Fei, who was qualified to ride the horned fire tiger, was a godly state cultivator. Would a real godly state cultivator be qualified to ride the best mount in the team? Everyone was staring at Saint Mingyang's attack. He actually dared to attack an expert. Is this guy in such a hurry to die? In the distant sky, Elder Meng, he of the heavenly martial holy land, and the 3 heirs of the 10,000 gods sect were dumbfounded. Saint Mingyang was really amazing. However, in front of an expert, the more amazing a person was, the more miserable he would be. Everyone on Dongyue and Shui, side had pinned their hopes on Gu Fei. They were all extremely nervous. If Gu Fei could not stop Saint Mingyang, then they would all have to receive a bento box. In front of a saint like Saint Mingyang, if he wanted to give you a bento box, how would you dare not accept it? You have to accept it, even if you don't want to. What made everyone dumbfounded was that when Saint Mingyang made his move, Gu Fei was still sleeping. The moment the blade descended from the sky and was about to hit Gu Fei, everyone was so nervous that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded, because the extremely sharp blade of light suddenly disappeared when it was less than 3 meters away from Gu Fei. It suddenly disappeared, extremely abrupt. It was as if the blade of light that Saint Mingyang shot out had never appeared. This fatty, who was hiding behind Gu Fei and the horned fire tiger, rubbed his eyes hard. The 12 bandits, Dong Yue and Xue, as well as Wang Zhan and the others, were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. It was unbelievable, unimaginable. It was simply a miracle. After all, Saint Mingyang was a veteran saint. Every move he made contained great power. Even a giant mountain would turn into dust with a casual attack. However, his attack was actually nullified. "You dare to act weak in front of me? Quickly tell me your name." Saint Mingyang was furious. He glared at the black-robed youth on the throne formed by the power of fire. Gu Fei did not react at all. Preposterous! Saint Mingyang was furious. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. Gu Fei's indifference completely enraged Saint Mingyang. Boom! A ball of sun-like divine light emerged from his hand. Without hesitation, he threw the ball of divine light in his hand at Gu Fei. Rumble! The ball of divine light turned into a giant fireball. It was as terrifying as a real sun falling from the sky. The vast and mighty power of fire was so strong that the surrounding void was distorted by the heat. This attack was earth-shattering. It was many times more powerful than the attack that slammed the Lord of the Black God Ridge into the ground. Saint Mingyang was truly enraged. If the fireball falling from the sky really exploded, everyone present would be burned to ashes in an instant. The entire mountain would be engulfed in divine fire. Once a saint was enraged, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was also the reason why the big shots of the sage realm rarely fought against each other. It was because their destructive power was too strong. Everyone felt a shocking wave of heat sweeping towards them. It was as if the blood in their bodies was about to be ignited. Everyone in the vicinity immediately fled as fast as they could. A battle of this level would affect a large area. Dong Yue Xue's subordinates had long hidden in the nearby mountains. Only those above the heaven realm dared to watch the battle nearby. This was because they knew that no one could escape from a veteran saint stage expert like Saint Mingyang. Then, everyone who was watching the battle was once again stunned by the scene in front of them. The fireball falling from the sky like a sun actually disappeared when it was about 10 feet away from Gu Fei. It disappeared without a sound. Such an earth-shattering attack was dispelled once again. What made Saint Mingyang's scalp numb was that he did not see how his opponent dispelled his attack. To be more precise, he did not know who was the one who did it. This scared the hell out of Saint Mingyang. Which senior is joking with me? Chapter 57-51. At this moment, no matter how arrogant and powerful Saint Mingyang was, he knew that an impressive figure had his eyes on him. Otherwise, how could his 2 attacks have been silently destroyed by someone else? Saint Mingyang was a veteran saint. Ordinary saints could not compare to him. He was extremely conceited and arrogant, but he also knew that there were still people in this world who could kill him instantly. Just like the true ruler of the easternmost region, the limitless emperor, such an existence could kill him instantly. However, he still did not realize how terrifying the sleeping young man in black below was. He still did not take the young man in black seriously. Which senior is joking with me? Saint Mingyang's attitude was extremely respectful and careful. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. It could not be helped. This was the reality of the cultivation world. The strong preyed on the weak. This was how cruel it was. Saint Mingyang was stronger than everyone present, which was why he could defeat everyone. However, once he encountered someone stronger than him, he would immediately cower. He had no choice but to cower, because the person who attacked him secretly was too powerful and terrifying. If he offended such an existence, he probably would not even know how he died. If such a super big shot wanted to kill him, it would be no different from stepping on an ant. The surroundings were extremely silent. Saint Ming Yang's forehead was covered in sweat. Everyone was also shocked and doubtful. Is this guy blind? The expert is right in front of him, but he still hasn't noticed? In the distant sky, Meng He and the others who were acting like a competent spectator were truly speechless. Why did this Saint Ming Yang look like an idiot? Bam! At this moment, a fist suddenly extended from the huge palm print on the ground. Everyone was shocked. The Lord of the Black Deity Ridge is still alive. Fatty stared at the hand that extended from the palm print with an expression of disbelief. The 12 bandits of the Black Deity Ridge were even more surprised and overjoyed. They seemed to have seen a miracle. After all, their boss had just broken through to the Saint Realm. He was a true Saint Realm big shot. In the future, they would be able to follow their boss and live a good life. It would be a piece of cake for them to take over the imperial capital of the East Moon Empire and oust the East Moon Overlord. Even in the limitless realm, Sage Realm bigwigs were already qualified to establish their own sections. Establishing a great cult, founding a sect, and establishing an empire was just a matter of a few words for the big shots of the Sage Realm. It couldn't be helped. This was the power of the big shots of the Sage Realm. The power of a Saint Realm expert was so huge that it was a little scary. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and dust flew everywhere. A figure burst out of the ground and rushed into the air, arriving in front of Saint Ming Yang. Although she was covered in dirt, her aura was like a rainbow. Although there was blood at the corner of her mouth, her fighting spirit was unparalleled. Although her clothes were tattered, she was like a towering mountain towering over the world. She was the Lord of Black God Ridge. How is this possible? Saint Ming Yang was dumbfounded. He had clearly killed this fella. He clearly could not sense any signs of life from this fella. How could she still be alive? The incomparably arrogant Saint Ming Yang was really going crazy at this moment. No one would believe that he couldn't even deal with a mere new sage. To Saint Ming Yang, it was as if his heart had been struck by billions of points. There is no need for Master to deal with you. The Lord of Black God Ridge stared at Saint Ming Yang and sneered. Moss, Master? Saint Ming Yang was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Although the Lord of Black God Ridge was a new sage, she was a genuine big shot of the Sage Realm. And she actually had a master. This was simply unimaginable. How high of a cultivation realm and how strong of a combat power did one have to be the master of a big shot of the Sage Realm? No matter what, the master behind the Lord of Black God Ridge was definitely not someone that Saint Ming Yang could afford to offend. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. I have no intention of offending your master. This is just a misunderstanding. Saint Ming Yang smiled bitterly. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of divine light descended from the sky. A divine saber appeared in front of the Lord of Black God Ridge and floated in the void in front of him. Powerful saber Tao energy exploded from this divine saber. Saint Ming Yang was shocked to see this. This saber was incredible. He was only at the intermediate level of the Sage Realm, but this saber actually made him tremble with fear. It could only be said that the grade of this divine saber was too high. It was at least an advanced sage level Tao weapon. Even the Lord of Black God Ridge was a little dumbfounded. How did his saber suddenly increase by 2 grades? Wasn't it an elementary sage level Tao weapon previously? Could it be the Lord of Black God Ridge thought of a possibility? His master had refined his saber again. This was simply unbelievable. His master's strength was far beyond the Lord of Black God Ridge's imagination. It should be known that even the sage refiners in the limitless realm could not directly upgrade a sage level Dao weapon by 2 grades in such a short period of time. In fact, when those refining saints were refining saint artifacts, they would have to prepare for a very long time in advance. Moreover, the saint grade Dao artifact that was refined was basically fixed. The grade of the Dao artifact was the grade of the Dao artifact. Very few Dao artifacts could grow and evolve. Dao artifacts that could grow and evolve were definitely top-grade Dao artifacts. Could it be that his saber had already transformed into a supreme grade Dao weapon? The Lord of Black God Ridge was very excited when she thought of this. This was because no one knew the value of a supreme grade Dao weapon better than her. Even if the entire limitless realm added up, all the supreme grade Dao weapons, there were only a dozen of them. There was no doubt that a supreme grade Dao weapon was powerful. The Lord of the Black God Ridge couldn't contend against Mingyang Saint in the past. The disparity between the two of them was obvious to all. However, the Lord of the Black God Ridge had taken the initiative to use this divine blade. Therefore, she now possessed the strength to contend against a big shot of the sage great perfection realm. With the divine saber in hand, it didn't seem difficult to chop off Saint Mingyang's head. "Thank you, Master." The Lord of Black God Ridge was grateful from the bottom of her heart. This made her even more confident. "I know my mistake. Please let me go, Senior." Saint Mingyang was even more terrified. "Kneel down and slap yourself 1,000 times. Then you can live." The Lord of Black God Ridge suddenly said. What? Saint Mingyang was dumbfounded when he heard this. She wanted him to kneel down in front of everyone and slap himself 1,000 times. Didn't he want his face anymore? If this matter were to spread, how could he continue living in the cultivation world? In an instant, Saint Mingyang's expression changed several times. "It seems that you don't want to live anymore." As the Lord of Black God Ridge spoke, her right hand grabbed the divine saber that was floating in front of her. Buzz. Chapter 57-52. Roar. The black dragon soared into the sky and circled in the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. "It's the black dragon saber." Saint Mingyang's voice trembled when he saw the shocking scene before him. He actually knew the origins of the saber, which was why he was even more shocked. The black dragon saber was a saint-level divine saber that was successfully refined in the past few thousand years. When the saber appeared, there was a bloodbath. Then, the saber disappeared without a trace. Many people had been searching for the saber for the past few thousand years, but they could not find it. No one expected the saber to appear in the easternmost realm, in the East Moon Empire, and in the hands of a great bandit there. Saint-level Dao tools were very difficult to refine. Even saint-level weapon refiners would find it difficult. This was why saint-level Dao tools were so precious. Whether they could be refined depended on fate. This was also why so many people were envious when the mission to kill Dongyue Shui appeared on the dark roll. So many people wanted to kill Dongyue Shui. It was all because of the saint-level Dao tool. Of course, saint-level Dao tools were nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. It was very difficult for saint-level weapon refiners to refine saint-level Dao tools, but it was nothing to infinite primes. However, infinite primes did not care about refining saint-level Dao tools at all, because it was too degrading for them. A simple move from Gu Fei could elevate the Black Dragon Saber from a beginner saint-level Dao tool to a mastery saint-level Dao tool. Die! The Black God Ridge Lord roared angrily and struck with his blade. Roar! The Black Dragon, formed by the power of the Black Dragon Saber, roared and pounced at Saint Mingyang ferociously. Saint Mingyang was shocked. In the next moment, he tossed out all his protective Dao artifacts at once. Boom! The Black Dragon's claw reached down, and a divine supreme quality shield exploded into pieces. It was a supreme quality god tool that could not even be bought with money, but it was broken just like that. Then a huge golden umbrella was also torn into pieces by the dragon claws. Bell, cauldron, sword, halberd. In order to save his life, Saint Mingyang had tossed out either supreme grade or half-supreme grade divine weapons. These were all his life savings, but they were all destroyed just like that. One by one, they shattered into pieces in the void. Saint Mingyang's heart was bleeding. As a veteran saint, he had once been very proud of his collection, but now he had become a pauper. However, this was nothing. After all, these were merely worldly possessions. And now, what was worse was that he couldn't block the black dragon blade's attack. However, he had to block it, otherwise he would be completely dead. Roar! Saint Mingyang roared again, and again as he desperately activated his natal essence chi. Boundless Taoist rhymes erupted, and masses of divine light emerged from his body, turning into 10 balls of fire around him. It was as if 10 divine suns had appeared in the world, illuminating the entire world. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. High up in the sky, the black dragon soared, and the divine sun illuminated the sky. This scene was just too shocking. 10 suns to destroy the world. Saint Mingyang was really going all out. Boom! The black dragon directly collided with the 10 divine suns. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction filled the sky and earth. Everyone was so shocked that they directly lay on the ground, trembling. Even Dongyue Shui was no exception. In the distant sky, Meng He directly waved his hand and instantly retreated 1,000 miles away with the 3 successors of the 10,000 Gods sect. High up in the sky, the vast waves of Yuan Qi dispersed the clouds in the sky. Only Gu Fei and the one-horned fire tiger, as well as Wang Zhan and Fatty, who were hiding behind Gu Fei and the one-horned fire tiger, were not affected at all. Of course, Fatty was mysterious and unfathomable. He had the infinite sword energy to protect him. Even in front of a super big shot in the infinite realm, he was not afraid. Moreover, Saint Mingyang was just a saint realm. The collision of super big moves was extremely shocking, but Gu Fei was still lying comfortably on the flame throne formed by the one-horned fire tiger with the power of fire. He was sleeping soundly. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. However, he was also the invisible ruler of everything. If Gu Fei did not help the Black Dragon Saber upgrade the grade of the Black Dragon Saber, the Black God Ridgelord would not be a match for Saint Mingyang at all. Of course, if not for Gu Fei protecting the Black God Ridgelord, she would have died a long time ago. Saint Mingyang's palm attack would definitely have taken the Black God Ridgelord's life. However, whoever Gu Fei did not want to die would definitely not die. This was a method that only the super big shots of the infinite realm could use. At this moment, countless transparent ripples appeared in the sky. The entire sky was violently shaken by the impact of the explosion. Even the void had cracks. Although the spatial cracks were very small, they really existed. These spatial cracks only appeared for a short moment, and only godly state cultivators could sense the existence of the spatial cracks. The ferocious black dragon dissipated, and so did the 10 brilliant divine suns. High up in the sky, 2 figures flew out at the same time. Ah! The Black God Ridge Lord flew thousands of miles away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The hand that was holding the Black Dragon Saber was trembling, and blood was seeping out from the hand that was holding the saber. After all, she was a new sage. Even though she had the Black Dragon Saber in her hand, and the power of the Black Dragon Saber negated most of Saint Mingyang's attack, she still suffered a great impact. However, compared to the Black God Ridge Master, Saint Mingyang was truly pitiful. His hair was disheveled, and he no longer had the temperament of an otherworldly expert or a veteran sage that was above all living beings. His entire left arm had disappeared, and his face was as pale as paper. Although he could still stand in the air, he was tottering and blood had dyed half of his body red. Ah! Saint Mingyang roared at the sky. Ever since he became a sage, he had never been in such a sorry state. Today, his left arm was actually cut off by a new sage. Moreover, the black dragon saber was a great success sage level Dao artifact. It was very difficult to recover from being injured by such a top-grade Dao artifact that could advance. It was impossible for his arm to grow back. What was worse was that the saber chi of the black dragon saber had invaded his body and was destroying his vitality. It was more important to save his life. Saint Mingyang suddenly knelt down. "It's my fault, it's my fault. Please spare my life. Master." Saint Mingyang immediately begged for mercy. That was because he knew that if he did not beg for mercy, he would really be dead. He did not want to die. One should know that he had gradually grown up from the bottom. He had experienced endless suffering to obtain his current cultivation and status. Chapter 57-53. Reality was cruel, especially in the cultivation world. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength represented everything here. Without strength, one's life would no longer be one's own. One's life and death would be controlled by the strong. There was no freedom at all. At this moment, Saint Mingyang finally knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He had no choice but to lower his head, admit defeat, and beg for mercy. Because if he didn't beg for mercy, there would only be one ending for him. He would be completely dead. Saint Mingyang, who had his arm broken by the Black God Ridge Lord, knelt in the void and was incomparably terrified. "Are you afraid now?" Everyone who saw this scene despised Saint Mingyang. "Ha! Weren't you very arrogant just now? You were so arrogant. Why aren't you acting arrogant now?" Fatty appeared from behind Gufei and laughed at Saint Mingyang in the sky. His tone was filled with sarcasm. He hated these guys who acted arrogantly the most. No matter how arrogant you were, you would still have to kneel in the end. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not arrogant anymore. I'm not arrogant anymore. Saint Mingyang looked at the fatty in horror and said, at this moment, he finally realized that the black-robed young man on the back of the single-horned fire tiger was extraordinary. This was because the black-robed young man was still sleeping. How could someone who could still sleep under such circumstances be ordinary? It seemed like the expert was right in front of him. He had actually misjudged him. "I'm a pig." "Pa!" Saint Mingyang gave himself a tight slap. The right side of his face immediately swelled up, and the 5 bruised palm prints were extremely clear. "It's too late to beg for mercy now." The Black God Ridge Lord held the divine saber in her hand and was filled with killing intent. She strode in the void and approached Saint Mingyang step by step. With every step she took, the aura around her would soar. After taking a few steps, the Black God Ridge Lord's aura had already soared to the limit. The divine saber in her hand was constantly vibrating and buzzing. A powerful saber aura erupted from the black dragon saber in the hands of the Black God Ridge Lord. A huge black dragon shadow faintly appeared on her body. "Can't you really let me go? Mingyang, am not an unpardonable evil person. Mingyang, have never done anything that goes against the heavens." Saint Mingyang pleaded with tears and snot on his face. "If it wasn't for the rewards on the dark roll, I wouldn't have attacked Dongyue Shui." Saint Mingyang continued. "Rewards from the dark roll? What happened?" Fatty, Wang Zhan, and the others were shocked when they heard this. Dongyue Shui was even more shocked. Someone posted a mission on the dark roll. Anyone who kills Dong Yushui will be rewarded with a saint weapon. Saint Mingyong hurriedly said. What? Everyone was shocked. Someone had posted such a task on the dark roll, and the reward was a sacred level Dao artifact. A sacred level Dao artifact. Who was so generous? I didn't expect me to be so valuable. Dong Yushui was dumbfounded. Just who did she have such a deep grudge against that someone would post a mission on the dark roll to take her life? And the reward was a sage instrument. That was a sage artifact. It was no wonder that even a loose sage like Saint Mingyong would be envious of it. Bullying the young, bullying the weak, not caring about face. A sage artifact was very important to Saint Mingyong of the Sage State. Actually, a sage artifact was very important to all loose sages. Loose sages did not have the support of any forces, unlike the sages of the superforces, who had an entire sect to support them. With the support of a sect, they were much better off than loose sages, and their lives were much more comfortable. Is that really so? Wang Zhan shouted at the Ridge Lord, who was still closing in on Saint Mingyong. Saint Mingyong kept retreating. The Black God Ridge Lord stopped, glanced at Wang Zhan, and nodded. Actually, the bandits of the Dark God Ridge were also here for the sage artifact on the dark roll. Although the Ridge Lord had the Black Dragon Saber, it was not something that could be used casually. If someone recognized the Black Dragon Saber, she would be in big trouble. Furthermore, the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord would never have imagined that Dong Yushui was hiding a peerless expert, and this peerless expert was extremely powerful. Even a true sage was like an ant in front of this expert. No matter what, if you dare to offend Master, you must die. The Ridge Lord said, as he once again closed in on Saint Mingyong. What a good sleep. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was lying on the flame thrown on the back of the horned fire tiger, suddenly stretched and sat up straight. Master is awake. Greetings, Master. Seeing this, the Black God Ridge Lord immediately stopped and bowed to Gu Fei. Master, Master, spare my life, Master. Saint Mingyong quickly begged Gu Fei for mercy. I am just a small, godly state cultivator. What ability do I have to spare you? If you don't kill me, I will burn incense in gratitude. Gu Fei said lazily. Saint Mingyong almost fell from the sky. When he heard this, he ignored everything and rushed down from the sky, then knelt in front of Gu Fei. Mingyong, you have disturbed Master. You deserve to die. The Ridge Lord hurriedly chased after Saint Mingyong and was about to slash at Saint Mingyong. Gu Fei casually waved his hand at the Ridge Lord. The Ridge Lord quickly stopped and stood to the side with his hands by his sides. Expert, please spare me. Expert, please spare me. Saint Mingyong continuously kowtowed to Gu Fei in fear. At this moment, he no longer cared about his reputation and only wanted to live. His life or death was in the hands of an expert. Are you a good person or a bad person? Gu Fei watched with interest as Saint Mingyong kowtowed in fear. Good person or bad person? Saint Mingyong was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He did not know how to answer. If he were to say that he was a good person, then he was here to kill Dong Yushui. If he were to say that he was a bad person, then he did not seem to have done anything evil. Of course, he had once destroyed a sect in a fit of anger, but that was because they had offended him. Therefore, he was definitely not an evil person. It was already very good for a lone cultivator to be able to do what he did. Could it be that you are evil or not? Gu Fei smiled. This. Saint Mingyong became even more anxious. His forehead was covered in sweat, and the wound on his left arm was constantly bleeding. His face was as pale as a piece of paper. Of course, he was a big shot in the sage realm. Bleeding a little was nothing. This guy was also very pitiful. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw Saint Ming Yang's wretched state. If Saint Ming Yang knew what Gu Fei was thinking right now, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Do you think I'm willing to wag my tail and beg for pity? Do you think I'm willing to be in such a sorry and pitiful state? This was only in front of an expert. In front of others, he was a high and mighty sage realm big shot. Chapter 5754. At this moment, Ming Yang Saint was trembling under the horned fire tiger's feet. A lofty and aloof sage expert had unexpectedly knelt down and begged for mercy. This had left everyone dumbfounded. Ming Yang Saint was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This expert had asked him a question that he did not know how to answer. The expert had asked him if he was a good or bad person. How should he answer? This was an unsolvable question. Ming Yang Saint did not dare to say that he was a good person because he was here to take Dongyue Schwetter's life. Dongyue Schwer had no grudge against him. He only wanted to complete the missions on the dark roll and receive the rewards. Therefore, his actions could not be classified as a good person. However, he was not a heinous person. At the very least, he was not a bad person. Therefore, Ming Yang Saint was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I want to be a good person. Saint Ming Yang stared blankly for a long time before he said this. You want to be a good person? Gu Fei smiled when he heard this. This fellow was interesting. Expert, please give me a chance to be a good person. I will definitely be a good person. Ming Yang Saint begged. Has this guy done anything bad? Gu Fei asked the Ridge Lord. The Ridge Lord's mind spun rapidly. He did not know how to answer for a moment. Yes or no? Gu Fei said calmly. Ming Yang Saint looked at the Ridge Lord with a pleading gaze. No big bad record. The dark god Ridge Master glanced at Saint Ming Yang before he spoke. All right, if that's the case, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Gu Fei nodded. Ming Yang thanks Master for sparing my life. Ming Yang's life is Master's. Ming Yang is willing to go through fire and water for Master. Ming Yang Saint immediately hugged Lin Fan's thigh. Damn, directly recognizing him as Master? Does this guy think he's a divine beast? Too shameless. Yeah, he's really shameless. This guy got lucky. Up in the sky, Meng He, Yu Yao, and the others were green with envy when they saw this scene. Although this guy was being abused very badly to be able to become the subordinate of an expert, this was practically a blessing in disguise. They didn't even have the chance to hug the thigh of an expert. What Yu Yao and the others were feeling right now could only be described as envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why don't we go over and directly recognize him as our master, the second brother of the 10,000 God sect? Wen Chun was envious. That's a good idea. Wan Shun Sek's eldest senior brother nodded seriously. You really are AF * King Genius. Meng, he gave Wen Chun a thumbs up. Sigh, I'm just afraid that the expert won't like us. The 10,000 God sect's junior sister, Yu Yao, sighed. Everyone was speechless upon hearing that. They were 3 at the divine realm and 1 at the semi-sage realm. It seemed that there was nothing wrong for the master to look down on them. The surrounding people were dumbstruck when they saw Saint Ming Yang recognize him as his master. They found it hard to believe. After all, Saint Ming Yang was a big shot of the sage realm. A big shot of the saint realm recognized him as his master in the entire limitless realm. This was something that had never been seen or heard of before. That was a big shot of the sage realm. Didn't a big shot of the sage realm care about his reputation? You're not stupid. Gu Fei glanced at Saint Ming Yang, who was still lying on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Then he reached out and rubbed his body a few times. Then a black thing appeared in his hand. Eat it. Gu Fei threw the thing on the ground. The legendary old mud ball. That works? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the thing on the ground. This was an old mud ball that was rubbed off from the body of an expert. Could it be eaten? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Saint Mingyong carefully picked up the thing on the ground without hesitation, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it. "Thank you, Master, for the reward." Saint Mingyong kowtowed and said respectfully, everyone was dumbfounded. This was unheard of. A big shot of the sage realm actually ate an old mud ball. However, just as everyone was looking down on Saint Mingyong, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Then his entire body glowed. Soon, a powerful fire elemental force erupted from his body. With a boom, his entire body seemed to be on fire. The fire elemental force seeped out of his body and formed a dazzling, fiery glow. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Saint Mingyang's severed arm was actually growing back. His flesh, tendons, and bones grew back. Roar! Saint Mingyang couldn't hold it in any longer. He roared into the sky, and a terrifying sage realm aura erupted. The entire heaven and earth instantly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Meanwhile, his severed arm actually grew back. Saint Mingyang, who was heavily injured, was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, he had returned to his peak. How is this possible? The Ridge Lord of the Dark God Ridge was truly shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. Could it be that what Saint Mingyang ate just now was a supreme elixir? This expert was too terrifying. The old mud ball that was rubbed off from his body was comparable to a supreme elixir. This was simply unbelievable and unimaginable. No one could have imagined that an old mud ball could actually have such an effect. This was simply regenerating flesh and bones from the dead. Even Saint Mingyang, whose left arm had been severed by the black dragon blade, could regrow his left arm. The sage aura that erupted from Saint Mingyang's body was extremely powerful. However, the surrounding people didn't seem to feel anything at all. This was because this sage aura had been isolated by an invisible force. This was definitely an expert who isolated the shocking aura that erupted from Saint Mingyang's body in order to protect them. Everyone was extremely in awe of Gu Fei. He was such a powerful existence, and even the old mud on his body was a supreme elixir. This completely subverted everyone's understanding. This expert was incredible. Very soon, the injuries on Saint Mingyang's body were completely healed. Even his cultivation realm seemed to have loosened a little. Then the shocking sage aura on Saint Mingyang's body receded like a receding tide. It was completely retracted. His aura also underwent an earth-shattering change. His entire person became reserved, just like an ordinary person, returning to his natural state. The Ridge Lord of the Dark God Ridge was extremely envious. She also wanted to eat the old mud ball. The way everyone looked at Gu Fei changed. An expert was indeed an expert. Even the old mud on his body was a supreme treasure. To be able to follow an expert was definitely a great opportunity. Just a little bit of something from the expert's fingers would be enough for them to benefit for the rest of their lives. "Master, greetings, Master." In the next instant, the surrounding people all swarmed in front of Gu Fei and knelt down. Even Dongyue Shui, and the 12 great bandits were among them. They had actually collectively acknowledged him as their master. A chance! A chance! What are you waiting for? Charge! In the distant sky, the 3 disciples of the 10,000 deities sect and the elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Meng He, also rushed over and joined the crowd, kneeling down in front of Gu Fei. "You guys," the Ridge Lord and Wang Zhan widened their eyes as they looked at the group of people kneeling on the ground. "Master, I want to eat the old mud ball, too. The fatty also knelt down. He even stretched out his right hand and looked at Gu Fei eagerly. Scram! Chapter 57-55. Everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees and knelt before Gu Fei, acknowledging him as their master. All of them wanted to become Gu Fei's servants. This caused the Valley Lord of the Black God Ridge to be stunned. Even his subordinates, the 12 great bandits, disregarded their injuries and rushed over to acknowledge him as their master. Everyone saw how amazing Gu Fei was. The mud balls that he rubbed off his body were all peerless, miraculous medicines. A single mud ball was able to heal the seriously injured Saint Ming Yang at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the medicine sages of the extreme, immortal mountain and medicine sovereign valley saw this, they would probably be envious. Even the mud on his body was a treasure. It was unimaginable and unbelievable. This person was definitely a peerless master, and he was definitely a peerless master who could compete with infinite primes. Only peerless infinite primes could turn something rotten into something miraculous. At this time, everyone was fighting to suck up to him and eat the mud balls. Gu Fei looked at the group of people kneeling before him and could not help but shake his head helplessly. Even if he rubbed himself raw, he would not be able to get so much mud out. So many people had acknowledged him as their master in an instant. This was definitely a powerful force. After all, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was a Saint Plain cultivator, while Saint Ming Yang was a veteran Saint Plain cultivator. Just the 2 Saint Plain cultivators under him were enough to directly kill off the East Moon Overlord and usurp his throne. However, Gu Fei's plans were not that small. He wanted to deal with Sacred Master Void Sky and the Ultimate Emperor. Getting rid of these 2 infinite primes was Gu Fei's small goal. It was just a small goal. The big goal was to connect the infinite realm to other worlds and establish a stable passage. Then he would bring his family and brothers to the infinite realm so that everyone could live forever. He wanted his family, disciples, and brothers to live forever so that they would not have to cultivate arduously for longevity or face the danger of dying. Gu Fei's original intention had never changed. When he was alone, he did it for himself. Now that he had a wife and daughter, he would not only live for himself, but also for his wife and daughter. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to establish a place for them in the limitless realm. However, the unbounded realm was the world with the highest level. At least in Gu Fei's eyes, the unbounded realm was the most perfect world. The native creatures here were all very powerful. The 5 extreme emperors were not to be trifled with. Gu Fei already had a headache dealing with limitless extreme emperor. Establishing a foothold in the infinite world did not seem to be easy. Even though Gu Fei was an infinite prime, it was not easy, because he didn't know how many more incredible big shots were hidden in the limitless realm. Being careful and keeping a low profile was the way of the king. Get up, all of you. I don't have that much old mud. Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, master. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. The expert had accepted them. It didn't matter if they had old mud balls or not. The most important thing was that they had latched onto the peerless expert's thigh. Hugging the thigh of an expert was their goal. Everyone stood up. Although I don't have any old mud, since all of you have acknowledged me as your master, I can't be stingy. Yes, I got it. As Gu Fei said this, he waved his right hand and dozens of leaves flew into his hand. This is your reward. Gu Fei waved his hand again, and the dozens of leaves flew out. Everyone received 1 leaf, and all of them landed accurately in their hands. Everyone was dumbfounded. Master actually gave them an ordinary leaf. Taoist aura, it's Taoist aura. It's really Taoist aura. Unbelievable! This is simply turning something rotten into something magical. Master's grace is something that we can't repay even if we die. Those who received the leaf were extremely shocked. Then, they all knelt down in front of Gu Fei. A small leaf in their master's hand turned into a supreme treasure that contained Taoist aura. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that such a thing could happen? One had to know that this was a leaf that their master casually took. It contained Taoist aura that was at least above the sage realm. The leaf in everyone's hands had changed. It was no longer ordinary, but a supreme treasure. With such a supreme treasure on them, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. Most importantly, by comprehending the Taoist aura, their cultivation realms would also improve very quickly. One had to know that Taoist aura was illusory. It was not an easy thing for cultivators to comprehend Taoist aura. Cultivators only had the opportunity to comprehend the Taoist aura when they were in a state of epiphany. However, with these leaves that contained Taoist aura, everyone could comprehend Taoist aura at any time. In other words, they could be in a state of epiphany at any time. This was something that even the big shots in the sage realm could not imagine. Moreover, this time, everyone had a share. Even Saint Mingyang and the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge had a share. I'm so blessed to be able to obtain a supreme treasure by simply hugging the thigh of an expert. The 3 successors of the 10,000 Gods sect almost fainted from this sudden happiness. It was the same for the others. After hugging the thigh of an expert, it would be impossible for them not to be awesome in the future. I'm so lucky. Elder Meng, he of the heavenly martial sacred land, was so excited that he almost had a stroke. He was a half-step Saint Realm expert. The leaf that Gu Fei had given him was more precious than any heavenly treasure to him. This was a supreme treasure that could help him break through to the real sage realm. If I can break through to the real sage realm, won't the position of Great Elder Zhang of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land be mine? Thinking of this, Meng, he was even more grateful to Gu Fei, Dongyue Shui, and the rest were also extremely excited. With this leaf, their cultivation would also improve in a short period of time. It would not be difficult for them to break through to the godly realm. After obtaining the leaf, the injuries on the 12 bandits' bodies had healed by a large margin. As long as they cultivated with the leaf, their injuries would be completely healed in a short period of time. The 12 bandits were all in the godly realm, and they were all experienced godly realm experts. I'll say this first. I hate being betrayed the most. If any of you betray me, I don't need to say anything else. Gu Fei laid on the back of the single-horned fire tiger and said calmly, "How would we dare to betray Master?" The people who were lying on the ground were terrified when they heard this. "I'll teach you a secret skill. Help me take care of them." As Gu Fei spoke, he raised his right hand, and a divine light shot out from his fingertip. It instantly entered the forehead of the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge was shocked. In the next moment, a secret skill immediately appeared in his mind. Life and death with a thought. Thank you, Master. Chapter 57-56. Gu Fei actually imparted a secret technique to the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord. This made everyone envious and jealous. A secret technique imparted by an expert was definitely a supreme secret technique. One should know that the leaves given by the expert were all supreme treasures with Tao aura. Such treasures could only be nurtured by supreme spiritual roots. From now on, she will be your leader. Understand? Gu Fei laid on the horned fire tiger's back and said lazily to everyone, "Yes, Master." Everyone acknowledged in unison. At this moment, Everyone was shocked by this sudden surprise because no one had expected that their master would give them a supreme treasure. And he gave them dozens of treasures at once. That was a huge sum of money, absolutely a huge sum of money. Among this group of people, Dongyue Schwer's emotions were extremely complicated. She never expected the person she looked down on to be a supreme expert, and she had no choice but to suck up to him. At this moment, Dongyue Schwer was willing to acknowledge Gu Fei as her master. From now on, Gu Fei was her master. "I say, you're too cruel. You threw me so far away." At this moment, a voice came from afar. A figure shouted and rushed over from afar. Who else could it be but the fatty that flew to God knows where with a wave of Gu Fei's hand? Seeing that the fatty had only returned now, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The fatty really flew far enough. The power of their master's sleeve was too terrifying. "Forget it. I won't say anything. Do you have any more mud balls? Give me 8 or 10. Let me calm down." The fatty directly reached out to Gu Fei. 8 or 10. Hearing this, everyone was petrified. That was a supreme divine medicine. Just one could make a half-crippled Saint Mingyang recover in the blink of an eye. Moreover, not only did Saint Mingyang recover, but he also returned to his peak condition. The effect of their master's mud balls was much more powerful than any supreme divine medicine. It should be known that the higher one's cultivation was, the more they wouldn't be able to be healed by ordinary elixirs or divine medicines. Moreover, Saint Mingyang was a veteran of the sage realm. Moreover, he was injured by the legendary black dragon blade. Even if an expert were to treat him, it would take him hundreds or thousands of years to fully recover. As for returning to his peak state, that was even more impossible. As soon as Fatty came back, he asked Gu Fei for 8 or 10 old mud balls. How could everyone not be shocked? "I don't have any mud balls. Do you want to pee?" Gu Fei said snappily. Forget it then." Fatty hurriedly shook his head. "Do you think I don't want face?" But when the crowd heard that, their eyes lit up. The items that their master had were all supreme treasures. If Fatty didn't want them, their eyes would be filled with envy. If Gu Fei knew the thoughts of the subordinates he had just taken in, he would probably be extremely depressed. "All right, enough nonsense. Start organizing the team, and we'll set off," Gu Fei said, and went back to sleep. Actually, he wasn't just sleeping. He was healing himself. He hadn't completely refined the power that the extreme Darch had injected into his body. "Oh, right. Don't disturb me if there's something important. And don't disturb me if there's nothing important," Gu Fei specially instructed. "Yes, master." Everyone acknowledged, of course, who dared to disturb Gu Fei at this time. Dongyue Schwer began organizing the team. She had dozens of Heaven Realm mercenaries under her, so she was very efficient. Meanwhile, Fatty and Wang Zhan had nothing to do. The Ridge Lord and Saint Mingyang were both in the Sage Realm, other than Gu Fei, who dared to order them around. Fatty still had his cynical look, even in front of Gu Fei. He didn't show any respect for Gu Fei, just because of Gu Fei's awesomeness. After so many things, the team could finally continue on their journey. Moreover, after this battle, not only did the team's strength not weaken, but it was also many times stronger than before. After all, there were 2 Sage Realm experts in the team right now. However, the Black God Ridgelord and Saint Mingyang had already completely concealed their auras. Who didn't know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? Just as Dongyue Schwer's team continued on their journey in the center of the easternmost land, the weather changed. Powerful figures from all over gathered. Everyone was rushing towards the ancient temple that was floating in the sky. Clang! The sound of metal chains clashing could be heard from time to time. Like an ancient sacred mountain, the temple that floated in the sky looked like it could fly away at any time. However, the metal chains that extended from the depths of the ground locked the temple in place. The powerful aura emitted from the temple caused the surrounding void to become unstable. From time to time, spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye would spread out like water waves in the void around the temple. At this time, all the influential forces in the easternmost land had arrived. This was definitely a grand event. All sorts of palaces floated in the sky. Immortal chi filled the air and divine light shot into the sky. Powerful figures from all over appeared like 8 immortals crossing the sea. The sky was filled with people, and the mountains on the ground were also filled with people. All the advantageous places nearby were occupied. However, no one dared to approach the temple in the sky. This was because not everyone could withstand the spatial ripples around the temple. One had to be at least a sage to be qualified to get close to the mysterious divine temple in the sky. However, the sages did not dare to act recklessly because the master of the easternmost land had yet to arrive. Who dared to act recklessly before the master of the easternmost land arrived? No one dared to act recklessly. At this time, there was a commotion in the east, and the crowd parted. At the same time, a cloud of purple chi lit up the sky. A figure riding a beast appeared in the sky. The moment the man and beast appeared, the entire world changed. Taoist aura surged from the figure, and the entire world seemed to be filled with the sound of the great Tao. He's finally here. The Extreme Emperor's appearance is too grand. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Bathed in the Taoist aura, countless people felt their souls tremble. The shackles of their cultivation suddenly loosened. Some people even almost entered a state of enlightenment. The Extreme Emperor of beginning had arrived. The man and beast seemed to have become the only thing in the world. I haven't seen the Extreme Emperor in thousands of years. This trip was worth it. Everyone felt extremely honored to be able to see the Extreme Emperor. The Extreme Emperor rode the beast and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Extreme Emperor. Everyone knelt before the Extreme Emperor at the same time. Everyone was extremely respectful. Chapter 57:57. Bang! 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 As Emperor Wuchu's divine beast continued to stride through the air, a dull sound rang through the air. Every step the divine beast took felt like it was stepping on everyone's soul, giving everyone a taste of what it felt like to have one's soul shaken. Everyone present was inexplicably shocked. The power of the ultimate emperor of the beginning was undeniable. The moment he appeared, purple energy shot into the sky and illuminated the heavens. However, even the divine beast he was riding on was incredible. It was so powerful that even a sage would have to kneel before it. This was unbelievable and unimaginable. Is that the lightning beast of chaos? Tall, mighty, and ferocious. Its body was covered in thick silver scales, and it had a pair of razor-sharp horns. Its claws flashed with electricity. A powerful aura of destruction exuded from the boundless emperor's beast. The entire area was engulfed by this aura. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Isn't that the legendary half-peerless beast? Does the boundless emperor have another mount? Someone whispered. One has to admit that the boundless emperor's entrance was very impressive. Purple energy shot through the sky, and the lightning beast intimidated everyone. Greetings, boundless emperor. Everyone immediately knelt down in front of that person. They were extremely respectful and careful, afraid that the unparalleled celestial paragon would get angry and kill them all. Based on the ultimate emperor's cultivation base, he could kill everyone here with a mere thought. Of course, if he wasn't crazy, he would never do something like this, because everyone here was his underling and they all had to submit to him. All the forces in the East Pole had to pay him all sorts of cultivation resources. He was the ruler of the East Pole, and he enjoyed all the resources of the East Pole. All the cultivation resources in the East Pole belonged to him. If he wanted something, no one dared to refuse. If he wanted to go somewhere, no one dared to stop him. If he wanted to do something, he didn't need to do it himself. Countless people would do it for him. He was the boundless emperor of the East Pole. No one dared to disobey his orders. Of course, this was only limited to the East Pole. Outside of the East Pole, the limitless Supreme Thearcha's name was no longer as useful. After all, the other territories had their own sovereigns, and those sovereigns weren't afraid of him, the easternmost Supreme Thearch. This was the infinite world. Although infinite primes were the strongest existences, they were not invincible. What you do in your own territory is your business. Others don't have time to care about you. Because at this time, the hegemons of the other four polar regions were also very busy. The appearance of the five extreme divine city was the beginning of another cycle. In the limitless realm, there was a legend that had been passed down for countless years. The five extremes divine city hid the greatest secret of this world. For countless years, the five extremes divine city would break the seal at some point in time and reappear in the world. However, up to this day, there was still no one who could unravel the secret of the five extreme divine city. This was because even the supreme bosses of infinite primes could not enter the core region of the divine city, as it was filled with great danger. They could die if they were careless. Even infinite primes were the same. Even infinite primes were not invincible. Get up! The extreme Thearch, who was riding on the chaotic lightning beast, waved his sleeves and said calmly. Only then did everyone dare to stand up carefully. Then more than 10 figures stepped forward cautiously. They were all sages who were usually high and mighty. They were worshipped by thousands of people in their respective sects and clans. However, they were trembling in fear in front of the limitless emperor. The fear on their faces could not be concealed at all. Everyone else was like an ant in front of a sage. However, how could a sage not be an ant in front of the peerless extreme emperor? Sky Marshal, tell me, what changes have happened to the divine city after it broke the seal? The extreme Thearch said calmly, Sir, after the divine city appeared, there seemed to be a mysterious figure inside. However, our cultivation was too weak, so we didn't dare to approach it. We don't know what it is. The Sky Marshal Sacred Land's sacred leader, the Sky Marshal Sacred Land's sacred leader, answered carefully, Is it a remnant soul or remnant consciousness? The extreme Thearch muttered to himself. The divine city of five extremes was mysterious and ancient. It was filled with danger. Even someone as powerful as the extreme Thearch could not see through it. As he spoke, the Tao aura in the extreme Thearcha's eyes started to gather. He looked at the divine city in the sky. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of divine light shot out of the divine city without any warning. It pierced right through the primordial emperor's body and arrived in front of him in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. No one knew what was happening. Bam! A dull thud was heard. Just as the ray of divine light was about to hit the extreme Thearch, it exploded in front of him. A powerful shockwave spread out. In the next moment, the sages who were standing in front of the extreme Thearch were sent flying as they screamed in pain. Wave-like ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. The chaotic lightning beast that the extreme Thearch was riding on also roared at the divine city in the distance. The extreme Thearch frowned. The divine city of five extremes was indeed strange. He only wanted to use his Tao eye to check out the situation in the divine city. Yet it was attacked. Could the divine city be alive? This thought suddenly popped into the extreme Thearcha's mind. The big shots of the sage realm who had been sent flying were continuously coughing up blood at this moment. All of them had received a great impact, and all of them had been injured. Countless people were dumbfounded when they saw this. What happened? The ancestors were suddenly injured. The light that shot out from the divine city. Could it be? Everyone stared at the extreme, the arch, in disbelief. Only a super big shot of the infinite prime realm could send more than 10 big shots of the sage realm flying. Everyone was incomparably frightened. They were extremely frightened. Master, it seems like this divine city lives up to its name. At that moment, a figure silently appeared next to the beginning extreme emperor. The person was dressed in white and looked handsome. It was the first disciple of the extreme, the arch, Yuan-gu. The arch did not speak and only stared at the divine city. He did not use any Tao energy. After a long while, he waved his sleeve and left on the chaotic lightning beast. The footsteps of the divine beast were heard again. Chapter 57-58. The infinite world was shaken up by the appearance of the divine city of five ends. The various heavyweights could no longer sit still. Even those who had vanished for countless years leapt out. There was nothing they could do. The secrets of the divine city of five ends were just too tempting. Even the infinite primes were green with envy. However, the divine city of five ends had actually appeared countless times in the infinite world, but not a single person had been able to make it to the center of the divine city of five ends. Even the supreme infinite primes could not do it. The divine city of five ends possessed power that surpassed infinite primes. All the infinite primes actually wanted to break through their cultivation shackles and advance further. However, in the infinite world, the infinite prime realm seemed to be the highest realm of cultivation that the living beings of this world could reach. No one had ever surpassed the infinite prime realm. As a result, infinite primes were the highest cultivation realm in the infinite world. It had already become a law in everyone's eyes. No one could surpass it. Indeed, no one had ever surpassed the infinite prime realm in the history of the infinite world. It was undeniable that the supreme infinite primes could still die. They could die, and their cultivations would vanish. They were not truly unkillable, although infinite primes were the highest level of cultivation, who did not want to become truly unkillable. The appearance of the divine city of five ends allowed the supreme infinite primes to see the hope of becoming unkillable, as the divine city hid unbelievable power. The power of the divine city of five extremes was something that even infinite primes feared. When infinite primes barged into the divine city of five extremes, they could fall for its tricks if they were not careful. They could be injured, and there was even the danger of dying in the city. Moreover, there had been plenty of infinite primes who had died in the divine city of five ends throughout history. In the East, the infinite emperor could no longer sit still. He wanted to use his eye of Wei to check on the divine city that had appeared, but he had never expected the city to attack him. The infinite emperor was very cautious. He was only probing. He did not actually want to invade the city. With the infinite emperor's departure, the surroundings of the city settled down. All the organizations did not move. No one dared to invade the city. The beginning extreme emperor didn't actually forbid the great powers of the East Pole from charging into the city. He couldn't wait for anyone else to barge into the city. It was rare for someone to scout the way for him. How could the extreme emperor stop him? However, others weren't idiots. Even great Emperor Wuchu didn't dare to barge into the city. Who would, unless he was tired of living and wanted to court death? Limitless Extreme Emperor's eldest disciple, Yuan-gu, stayed behind. A group of Saint Realm bigwigs immediately came up to curry favor with him. It should be known that Yuan Gu was not only the eldest disciple of the limitless emperor, but he was also a half-step infinite prime. How could these sage powerhouses not kneel and lick Yuan Gu's boots? Yuan Gu seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. This time, I must break through to the infinite prime realm. Yuan Gu looked at the divine city in front of him with a resolute expression. At this time, in an inconspicuous dynasty in the East Pole, a group of people was advancing on an ordinary mountain path like a long snake. The group of thousands of people advanced on the rugged mountain path. No one spoke. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The atmosphere was very oppressive. At this time, Gu Fei was no longer riding the eye-catching horned fire tiger. He returned the mount to Dongyue Shui, because on the surface, Dongyue Shui was the biggest boss of this group. Gu Fei still wanted to keep a low profile. After all, he was still injured. Once he recovered, when would he be able to keep a high profile? No. Gu Fei's current state of mind had already changed. He had returned to his original state and continued to live on. Therefore, even if Gu Fei's injuries were healed, he would still stay low profile. Dongyue Shui rode the horned fire tiger. It seemed like she was returning home in glory, but she was panicking because there were too many bigwigs in the group. The 3 immortal realm disciples of the 10,000 gods sect, the 12 immortal realm bandits, the mysterious fatty, the heavenly marshal Holy Land's half-Saint Meng He, and the saint realm leader of the Black God Ridge, the veteran Saint Ming Yang. These people were all bigwigs in Dongyue Shui's eyes. Any one of them could kill her with a finger. Even Wang Zhan, the former soldier of Black Qilin City, was someone Dongyue Shui looked up to. Great success of the immortal realm. He defeated the 12 immortal realm bandits alone. Such combat strength was enough to shock the entire East Pole cultivation world. Even in the infinite realm, Wang Zhan was a heaven-defying existence. And his achievements today were only because he was Gu Fei's disciple. In Dongyue Shui's eyes, if it weren't for Gu Fei, Wang Zhan would still be a small soldier in Black Qilin City, still cooped up in the city, living a life of unknown death. Therefore, the person who could turn something rotten into something magical was Gu Fei. Everyone was kneeling and licking Gu Fei's boots. It couldn't be helped. Gu Fei was a peerless expert. He could casually turn the most ordinary leaf into a peerless divine item, a treasure with Taoist rhyme. The old mud balls that were rubbed off his body were peerless elixirs that could revive the dead. Any one of Gu Fei's treasures would be enough for them to reap endless benefits. Wasn't it everyone's dream to follow such a peerless existence? If Gu Fei wanted to take in disciples, as long as he said the word, there would be countless people fighting to follow him and lick his boots. At this moment, Gu Fei was role-playing. He put on his battle armor, held his battle spear, and became an ordinary soldier, following behind Dongyue Shui. Everyone who knew Gu Fei's identity was dumbfounded. We really don't understand the world of experts. Since the expert wanted to play, everyone could only play along. Dongyue Shui felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She was followed by a super big shot. Everyone had to play along with this super big shot. Is there a deeper meaning behind this expert's actions? Yu Yao, Wu Fan, Wen Chun, Meng He, Fatty, and the others gathered together during the break and whispered to each other. Yeah, it's very important to know what the expert is thinking. Meng He frowned. No one dared to ask what Gu Fei was thinking. Even Wang Zhan, Gu Fei's personal disciple, did not dare to ask. They could only guess. Only by guessing the expert's intentions could they share his burden. Sharing the burden of an expert was the most important thing in the world. This is too obvious. The expert wants to keep a low profile. No way, that's it. It shouldn't be that simple. Everyone was scratching their heads. As these guys were whispering, Gu Fei naturally knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but find it funny. He was actually that simple. He just wanted to keep a low profile. It was already so obvious. Why couldn't these guys see it? Sigh. Gu Fei sat under a tree and took a bite of a bun, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Just as everyone was resting, the world suddenly darkened. The entire world suddenly turned pitch black, as if night had come. Sigh. Chapter 57-59. The sun was high in the sky, and thousands of people were marching silently on the mountain path. Apart from those who were successful in their cultivation, the ordinary soldiers were all sweating profusely. However, suddenly the entire sky darkened. What's happening? What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? The group immediately fell into chaos. Even the heavenly realm cultivators became nervous. Haha, here's our chance. Meng, He, Yuyao, and the others were overjoyed. They were just worried about not having a chance to do things for their master and show off in front of him. Now, their chance had come. However, it was obvious that Yuyao and Meng, he were not the only ones who saw an opportunity to suck up to their master. The ridge leader of the divine god ridge, Saint Mingyang, and the others even attacked. Open. Saint Mingyang was the first to attack. He raised his right hand, and a fireball immediately shot into the sky. In the pitch-black sky, the bright fireball lit up the entire world. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the fireball that had rushed into the air exploded. It seemed to have hit something. The powerful power of the Saint Plane exploded, and the holy might was vast and mighty. Countless creatures were trembling. That's ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void and spread outwards. Everyone on the mountain road turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. Even a veteran sage expert like Saint Mingyang's attack had been blocked. They were in big trouble this time. However, although Dongyu, Shuer, and the others were shocked, they knew that as long as Gu Fei was here, no one could touch them. The problem was their master was currently role-playing. Under such circumstances, their master would not easily make a move. They could only rely on themselves for now. Oh, it's Mingyang. What are you doing here? A voice came from the sky. At this moment, as the fireball in the sky dissipated, the entire world fell into darkness again. However, the soldiers on the mountain path had already lit up their torches. I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Saint Mingyang said coldly. His powerful will spread out from his body. In the next moment, his expression became extremely serious because the area within a radius of several kilometers had been sealed. It looked like a sealing power. However, even a big shot in the sage realm couldn't seal an area with a radius of more than 10 miles. Moreover, even Saint Mingyang couldn't break through it. He was able to seal off such a large area and block the attack of a sage realm expert. This kind of power was not something that an ordinary sage realm expert could achieve. Ha ha ha! Mingyang, you've truly become arrogant. No, not only have you become arrogant, you've also become arrogant and conceited. You actually dare to be impudent in front of me. The voice in the sky laughed and said, "Who the hell are you?" Saint Mingyang was shocked and angry when he heard this. Me? When you die, I will tell you. The voice in the sky was filled with disdain. What should we do? Saint Mingyang looked at the Black God Ridge Lord. Don't look at me. Since you've already made a move, if you can handle it, the credit will be yours. However, if you can't, wait for me to make a move, and the credit will be mine. The Black God Ridge Lord said, indifferently. Saint Mingyang's pale face immediately darkened when he heard this. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of his master. How could Saint Mingyang miss it? It should be known that if he could resolve this crisis and gain the appreciation of his master, a simple reward from his master would be enough for him to enjoy endlessly. All right, die obediently. The voice in the sky sounded again. In the next moment, a cold air spread out. Wherever the cold air passed, frost appeared on the flowers and trees. They were actually frozen. So it's you, the old ghost of the Een Mountain. Saint Ming Yang could not help but exclaim when he sensed the cold air. At this moment, he finally knew who the person who attacked them was. It was the sacred lord of the Een Mountain. What? It's the sacred lord of the Een Mountain. That old ghost actually came out of the mountain? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The sacred lord of the Een Mountain was a ruthless character. He had occupied the Een Mountain for tens of thousands of years. Even the East Moon Empire had to pay tribute to him regularly. However, the sacred lord of the Een Mountain had not come out of the mountain for at least 1,000 years. This time, he actually came for Dongyue Shui. Was the temptation of a saint artifact really that great? The sacred lord of the Een Mountain had actually sent his disciples to attack Dongyue Shui a long time ago, but none of them returned. This made the sacred lord of the Een Mountain depressed. However, no one expected the sacred lord of the Een Mountain to personally take action. Ming Yang, you brat, when I was dominating the East Pole, you were still playing in the mud. You've successfully angered me. I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. The sacred lord of the Een Mountain said angrily. Is that so? Saint Ming Yang sneered. In the next moment, he raised his right hand, and a divine orb immediately rushed out from his hand. It turned into a fiery light that resembled a divine sun and flew into the air. At this moment, the cold air approached. Everyone on the mountain path watched in horror as the flowers and trees around them were frozen. Very soon, they were also frozen. Buzz. At this moment, the air rumbled. A wave of supreme yang force spread out from the divine orb in the sky, turning into a barrier of light that enveloped everyone on the mountain path. The cold air that was assaulting everyone was immediately forced back. At this moment, Gu Fei's identity was that of a foot soldier. He also pretended to be afraid and hid behind a carriage, looking up into the sky. Even Saint Ming Yang could not sense where the sacred lord of the Een Mountain was hiding, but he could tell where the sacred lord of the Een Mountain was hiding with a single glance. This guy was hiding in a corner in the sky. However, this black cloth was a little strange. Gu Fei could already tell that the thing that turned the sky into night was a black cloth, a very evil black cloth. It was filled with an aura of death, as well as cold air. Saint Ming Yang was only a rogue saint. There was still a gap between him and a founding saint like the sacred lord of the Een Mountain. Since the sacred lord of the Een Mountain dared to establish a sect, and could even stay in the Een Mountain for tens of thousands of years, to the point that even the East Moon Empire had to pay tribute to him, and no one could touch him. This was enough to prove the sacred lord of the Een Mountain's capabilities. At this moment, all the sage realm ancestors of the great factions of the East Pole had already rushed to the divine city of Five, but the sacred lord of the Een Mountain had appeared here. Should I take over this old ghost's territory first? Gu Fei pondered. The sacred lord of the Een Mountain's territory was not small in the East Pole. If he could occupy it, Gu Fei would have a foothold in the infinite realm. You two can play with this guy. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Saint Ming Yang and the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge and Saint Ming Yang could not help but be stunned when they received Gu Fei's transmission. In the next moment, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge slashed toward the sky. Roar. Chapter 5760. After receiving Gu Fei's message, the Black God Ridge Lord immediately made his move. Without any hesitation, he slashed towards the sky. Roar. The roar of a dragon shook the sky. and the earth. The black dragon blade's soul was awakened, and a huge black dragon shadow soared into the sky, pouncing ferociously. Black dragon blade. Ha! I've been searching high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Ean Mountain Holy Master's laughter rang out from all directions. No one could sense where his true body was, not even the Black God Ridge Lord and Holy Master Mingyang could sense it. Only Gu Fei, who was role-playing, knew where Ean Mountain Holy Lord was hiding. However, Gu Fei had made up his mind to continue hiding, so he wouldn't make a move himself. Boom! With a loud bang, the black dragon's shadow that soared into the sky directly exploded. It collided with an invisible force and was directly blocked. The dragon's shadow dissipated, but the black dragon blade in the Black God Ridge Lord's hand exploded with even more power. The Black God Ridge Lord was extremely domineering. His battle intent was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky with his blade. Holy Lord Mingyang panicked when he saw this. The black dragon blade in the Black God Ridge Lord's hand, and no one knew the power of this blade better than him. His left arm was cut off by the black dragon blade in the Black God Ridge Lord's hand. Now that the Black God Ridge Lord had received a Tao Rune Divine Leaf from Gu Fei, his cultivation level rose even more. Moreover, the Divine Tao Aura Leaf was a precious treasure, and it allowed one to attain the miraculous effect of twice the result with half the effort while cultivating. But if the Tao energy contained within the Divine Tao Aura Leaf was drawn out, then it would absolutely be a great weapon, a proper trump card. If the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord forcefully claimed the credit, then wouldn't he be left with nothing? How could he do that? He absolutely couldn't. Kill! Holy Lord Mingyang roared. He had no choice but to summon up the Spirit Fire Pearl and soared into the sky. The Spirit Fire Pearl's power was instantly unleashed, and its power soared. Although Holy Lord Mingyang's Spirit Fire Pearl was not a sage weapon, it was still a supreme-grade god weapon, and its power was not to be underestimated. However, it was to no avail. The pitch-black sky shrouded the surroundings, and strands of black gas constantly seeped down from the sky. When the flames that soared into the sky came into contact with the black gas, they immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Holy Lord Mingyang's heart skipped a beat. His Spirit Fire Pearl had met its nemesis. However, at this point in time, he couldn't admit defeat. Most importantly, he couldn't admit defeat in front of his master. You overestimate. This time, I was able to obtain 2 sacred artifacts at once. The heavens are really on my side. This daddy here is really lucky. Ean Mountain Holy Lord was elated. That was a sage tool, which was incomparably precious. Even the big shots of the sage realm would be envious of it. Even if they had to give up their pride, they would still attack the younger generation. Of course, someone like the Ean Mountain Sacred Lord would do anything to achieve his goals, so he would not show mercy to Dongyu and Xue. Old Ghosteen Shan, you've really hit the jackpot today. You're extremely lucky. Holy Lord Mingyang mocked. This guy still didn't know that he was unlucky. The ignorant were truly fearless. What is this? At this moment, the Black God Ridge Lord kept attacking, but the black cloth blocked the Black Dragon Saber. This shocked him. The Black Dragon Saber was a supreme-grade sage weapon that had been reforged by his master. How could it not do anything to a piece of black cloth? As the Black God Ridge Lord kept attacking, violent saber chi surged out. Although it could not cut through the black cloth, it dispersed the black gas coming down from it. The Black God Ridge Lord and Holy Lord Mingyang had already noticed that it was a black curtain that shrouded the entire sky. Holy Lord Mingyang did not expect the Ean Mountain Holy Lord to have such a treasure. No wonder this guy could occupy the Ean Mountain Holy Lord for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that there was a reason. In the cultivation world, luck was only temporary. To be able to occupy the Een Mountain Holy Lord for tens of thousands of years was definitely not luck, but strength. In the limitless realm, strength was everything. Even slashing with saber and burning with fire could not damage it at all. Is this also a supreme grade sage treasure? The Black God Ridge Lord exclaimed. Then what should we do? Holy Lord Mingyang had no choice but to join forces with the Black God Ridge Lord. At this moment, countless people on the mountain path looked at the battle in the sky in horror. This was a battle between sage-level big shots. With the status of the Tianyue city soldiers, they would not be able to witness a battle of this level, because sage-level big shots were unparalleled. Even if they released a trace of divine might, they could directly crush ordinary soldiers into meat paste. Only God Realm cultivators could barely withstand the might of a sage realm big shot. An invisible force protected everyone. Everyone thought that the Black God Ridge Lord and Holy Lord Mingyang had protected everyone. In reality, only Meng He Yu Yao and the others knew that Holy Lord Mingyang and the Black God Ridge Lord could not possibly have the strength to protect everyone present. Only their master had such a method. At this moment, Gu Fei was squatting on the ground, drinking water and gnawing on a bun. The soldiers around him were also eating. These ordinary soldiers were different from the Heaven Realm and God Realm cultivators. They still had to eat to fill their stomachs. Gu Fei had already asked Fatty to use his divine ability to erase the memories of the ordinary soldiers, making them forget the shocking scene of the collective recognition of their master. Otherwise, how could Gu Fei be able to role-play such a thing? The world of a peerless expert was not something that others could understand. To Meng He Yu Yao and the others, understanding the deep meaning of their master was the most important thing. It was even more important than the matters of their own sections. Because if their holy lords knew how powerful their master was, they would probably fight to kneel and lick his boots. At that time, it would not be their turn to kneel and lick his master. That was why Meng He and the others were fighting to show off in front of Gu Fei. Only then would they be rewarded by their master. At this moment, Fatty was watching the battle in the sky with great interest. He would occasionally comment on it, but Wang Zhan, Dong Yu, and Shui Er could not see anything because of the vast and mighty sage Dao rhyme. Even if Wang Zhan and the others used their God state Dao, it would be useless. Only Fatty, who had supreme sword energy in his body, could see the battle in the sky. This Fatty is very cocky. Gu Fei smiled and suddenly kept the bun in his hand. He tied the water bag to his waist and quietly walked towards Fatty. At this moment, the other soldiers did not dare to act rashly. They all hid at the side, obediently. Gu Fei quietly came behind Fatty. Those two fellows are probably no match for that old black. Fatty was still giving out orders. Lord Fatty is right. The surrounding people all agreed. That old black is really despicable. I wonder where he found that rag. Look at that rag. It's filled with death chi. Did old black go and dig up some important person's grave? Fatty continued to say, grave robbing. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. If I had the cultivation of the sage realm, I would have killed this Een Mountain old black with a single slash. Fatty said, arrogantly, you can do it now. Gu Fei suddenly said, what? Chapter 57:61. Up in the sky, the Black God Ridge Lord and Saint Mingyang were fighting Een Mountain Holy Lord. However, Een Mountain Holy Lord's black cloth was really powerful. It even blocked the attack of a sage-level Dao tool. Een Mountain Holy Lord was even more sinister and cunning. She had been hiding at the side and using the strange black cloth to fight with the two sages. Although the Black God Ridge Lord was only a new sage, she still had the black dragon saber. This black dragon saber had been casually refined by Gu Fei, and its grade had directly soared to a sage-level supreme grade sage tool. The power of this supreme grade sage tool was not to be underestimated. Even a great perfection sage, realm expert, like Mountain, Holy Lord, had to be afraid of it. If she was hit by the black dragon saber, she would also be seriously injured. On the other hand, although Saint Mingyang was at the middle level of the sage realm, he did not have a decent sage tool. He could not pose a threat to Mountain, Holy Lord at all. However, the black cloth was extremely evil. The vast and mighty black gas even turned into a terrifying black dragon that pounced towards the two sages. Mountain, Holy Lord, you are still as sinister as ever. Saint Mingyang roared as he attacked. The light from the fire spirit pearl in his hand grew dimmer and dimmer. Even a supreme grade god artifact was not strong enough to deal with it. Crack! Under the full force of Saint Mingyang's attack, the fire spirit pearl in Saint Mingyang's hand started to crack. The Tao patterns within it were showing signs of collapsing. This Saint Mingyang's heart was bleeding. This was a supreme grade divine tool. It was incomparably precious. One could not buy it even if one had the money. Even a sage realm expert would be envious. This was because it was not easy to refine a divine, level supreme grade Tao tool. It also depended on one's luck. Back then, Saint Mingyang had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price to obtain the fire spirit pearl. Ha! I am an unorthodox demon. Isn't it normal for me to be a little more sinister and cunning? Mountain, Holy Lord laughed. Kill! The black god Ridge Lord roared. The black dragon saber in his hand seemed to have come to life. With every slash, the power of the black dragon saber increased. With a dozen slashes, he actually managed to disperse all the black chi that was descending from the black cloth. Little girl, you sure are crazy. After I capture you, I'll bring you back and teach you a lesson. Sacred Lord Mountain said, smugly. Despicable and shameless bastard. Holy Lord Mingyang was furious, but he could already foresee the fate of the old Mountain ghost. With his master here, how could the old Mountain ghost stir up any trouble? They had no qualms about attacking. At the same time, on the mountain path below, Gu Fei, who was disguised as an ordinary soldier, quietly arrived behind Fatty, who was giving pointers and comments on the battle in the sky. Bam! Gu Fei kicked Fatty's buttocks. In the next moment, Fatty shot up into the sky like a rocket with a whoosh. Wow, you can't play like this. Fatty was scared out of his wits by this sudden attack. He cried out loudly and almost peed his pants. When Yu Yao, Meng He, Wang Zhan, and the others saw this, they were dumbfounded. When they saw the person who sent the Fatty flying with a kick, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Their mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Gu Fei looked at Fatty, who shot up into the sky, and smiled. Surprise, surprise, this is too much of a surprise. Surprise, surprise, this is too surprising. Wang Zhan, Meng He Yao, and the others subconsciously murmured. They all mourned for Fatty in their hearts. Brother Fatty, rest in peace, Wang Zhan shouted at Fatty in the sky. F***CK, I'm not dead yet. Fatty was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Who did I offend? Fatty, who was filled with resentment, directly collided with the black cloth. Where did this little guy come from? Is he in such a hurry to die? Sacred Lord Mountain was surprised to see a big Fatty suddenly rushing up from below. This Dongyue Shui was really a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was no wonder that the disciples he sent out were killed without a sound. Who would have thought that the princess of the East Moon Empire had 2 sage realm cultivators under her command? Those guys didn't die in vain. Sacred Lord Eam Mountain would never have thought that his disciples died in such an unjust manner. They were poisoned to death by Yu Yao and the others from the 10,000 God sect before they even saw Dongyue Shui, Er's shadow. It had to be said that the poison of the 10,000 God sect was truly unparalleled in the world. Even a small disciple of the 10,000 God sect could use poison to kill cultivators below the sage realm. Heaven realm, God realm. As long as they weren't in the sage realm, they could be killed with poison. F***CK. What the hell is this? At this moment, Fatty was like a fly on a spider's web. The black gas from the black cloth entangled him tightly, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Kid, to be able to die under my 9 Serenities heaven-covering umbrella is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes. Sacred Lord Eam Mountain sneered. F***CK, you 10,000-year-old ghost. You want to kill me? Dream on. Fatty cursed loudly. Master, seeing this scene in the sky, everyone on the mountain path turned pale with fright. Wang Zhan and Fatty got along very well, and he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Actually, Fatty had taken a liking to Wang Zhan's sister and wanted to take her as a personal disciple, so he had been taking good care of Wang Zhan these days. It's fine. Just wait and watch the show. Gu Fei waved his hand and quietly retreated. His current identity was an ordinary soldier. Everyone was bewildered. How could the Fatty survive the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord's attack with his cultivation? How dare a mere ant act so presumptuously in front of me? I'll destroy your soul and never let you reincarnate. Sacred Lord Eam Mountain was directly angered by Fatty. One had to know that he was a formidable person. Not only the East Moon Empire, but even the tyrannical Sky Empire had to pay tribute to him. The territory he controlled was very large. In his territory, he was absolutely high and mighty, the absolute ruler. No one dared to disobey him. Now that a mere ant dared to scold him, it would be strange if he wasn't angry. At this moment, the Ridge Lord of the Dark God Ridge gripped his blade and charged forward, wanting to save Fatty. However, countless black shadows suddenly rushed out from the black cloth and attacked the Ridge Lord. A terrifying aura of death filled the air, and everyone's hearts palpitated. It was as if someone had suddenly opened the gates of hell, and countless evil spirits rushed out from hell. Sacred Lord Mingyang also wanted to save Fatty, but he was blocked. As for the black shadows, they also pounced towards Fatty, and the black shadows directly entered Fatty's body. Roar. Chapter 5762. Gu Fei sent Fatty flying into the air with a kick, causing him to crash headfirst into the black screen. The black screen that shrouded the entire area instantly exploded. Countless black auras erupted from the black screen, turning into countless strange and terrifying shadows that pounced towards Fatty. Those strange shadows pounced onto Fatty's body and instantly entered his body. In the next moment, Fatty's entire body was covered in black auras, and black auras were emitted from his 7 orifices. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were really shocked. Fatty was in deep trouble now. Everyone observed a moment of silence for Fatty. Roar. At that moment, Fatty was tightly entangled by the power of the 9U Heaven umbrella. He struggled violently, and his expression was extremely hideous. The Ridge Lord and Ming Yang Saint charged forward with all their might, but they were blocked by the power of the 9U Heaven umbrella, unable to advance even half a step. Just as everyone was worried that Fatty would be in trouble, Gu Fei was still unperturbed. This was because only he knew that Fatty would be fine. What a joke! Fatty's body contained the supreme sword energy of the infinite grade. No matter who was in trouble, he would not be in trouble. Just as Fatty was about to reach his limit, Buzz! The void shook, and the sound of a sword shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, countless sword lights erupted from Fatty's body. The Taoist rhymes of the sword Tao soared into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Then, the black aura that had invaded Fatty's body was forced out by the power of the sword Tao. Then, the black aura around Fatty melted like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing into the void like smoke. As expected, Gu Fei, who was disguised as an ordinary soldier, raised his head and looked at the scene in the sky. The corners of his lips curled up, and he hugged his spear and squatted behind a tree. Around Gu Fei, there were also a dozen or so fighters hiding around him. At this moment, it was as if the Fatty had changed into a different person. His entire being was like a peerless divine sword. Endless sword chi exploded from his body, causing the entire sky to tremble violently under the impact of the sword chi. It was as if a supreme existence of the sword Tao had descended, and everyone was dumbfounded. The Black God Ridgemaster and Saint Master Mingyang, the 2 Sage Realm experts, had no choice but to descend to the ground from the sky due to the unparalleled pressure that erupted from the Fatty's body. The 2 saints were terrified to the extreme. The black dragon blade in the hands of the Black God Ridgelord was wailing incessantly. Even a top-grade Tao artifact had to bow its head. This is a top-grade sage, level great accomplishment Tao tool. However, it has to bow its head to Fatty. Could it be that Fatty is a super big shot who has surpassed the Sage Realm? What's going on? Een Mountain Saint Leader screamed in horror. His 9 hell-heaven covering umbrella had been pierced by the power of sword energy from the fat man's body. He hurriedly put away the 9 Serenity's heaven-covering umbrella. In the next moment, the entire world suddenly lit up, and the terrifying deathly aura also retreated like a receding tide. A black umbrella floated in the air above a figure shrouded in black chi. He saw that the black umbrella was riddled with thousands of holes. All of them were broken. Een Mountain Saint Leader almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His 9 hell-heaven covering umbrella was a supreme treasure, and it was no ordinary sage supreme treasure. Actually, the materials for the 9 hell-heaven covering umbrella were obtained by Een Mountain Saint Leader from a supreme tomb. That supreme tomb was not simple, and it was said that a supreme infinite prime was buried there. Even if an existence like that had fallen, his corpse was not to be desecrated. Even if an infinite prime had fallen, his Tao would not disappear. The supreme Taoist rhyme on his corpse was extremely terrifying, and even Sage Realm big shots would not dare to approach him. He didn't know how the Een Mountain's sacred lord managed to steal the burial cloth from that peerless tomb. Of course, Een Mountain Saint Leader was a ruthless person. What wouldn't he do? What a huge loss. Een Mountain Saint Leader's heart was bleeding. He blamed himself for being greedy. He thought that he would be able to obtain a sage artifact just by killing Dong Yuxue. However, from the looks of it now, he was too careless. Een Mountain Saint Leader regretted it, but he did not have the time to regret at this moment. Because at this moment, the sword chi on the Fatty's body completely exploded, and the sword light illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a huge seal rushed out of Wang Zhan's body and floated in midair. The power that exploded from the seal enveloped everyone below. The sword chi was like an unstoppable tide, and it swept towards Een Mountain Saint Leader. Oh no! Een Mountain Saint Leader was shocked. He sensed great danger, and just as he wanted to escape, he realized that the void around him was filled with sword chi. His escape route was completely sealed. Een Mountain Saint Leader cursed. He was not an ordinary Sage Realm big shot, but an ambitious person. He immediately used the broken 9 hell-heaven covering umbrella to block in front of him. However, Een Mountain Saint Leader did not expect that even if he used the 9 hell heaven covering umbrella with all his strength, he would not be able to block this extremely sharp sword chi. Hum! The sword hummed, and the 9 hell heaven covering umbrella in front of Een Mountain Saint Leader was shattered by the sword chi, turning into countless pieces. No, Een Mountain Saint Leader was scared out of his wits. Countless sword chi instantly pierced through his body, and Een Mountain Saint Leader felt a chill run through his heart. I'm going to die just like that. Een Mountain Saint Leader could not even spit out blood at this moment. This was because his entire body was bleeding and his vitality was quickly disappearing. He was really going to die. This was because Een Mountain Saint Leader had not been hit by an ordinary sword chi. This sword chi was many times more powerful than the Black Dragon Saber's saber chi in the hands of the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord. Mingyang Mountain Saint Leader had been hit by the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord's saber, and he was already half crippled. Een Mountain Saint Leader had been hit by the fatty's sword chi, so naturally there was no way he could survive. The peerless power of the way of the sword that erupted from the fatty was not something the sacred Lord of Mountain Een could withstand. The sword chi that descended from the sky was blocked by the power that erupted from the seal in the air. The seal on Wang Zhan's body was the infinite chaos seal, an infinite grade Dao seal that Gu Fei had refined. The power that erupted from this seal was definitely at the infinite grade. The sword chi that erupted from the fatty's body could not break through the defensive power of the infinite chaos seal without anyone controlling it. At this moment, Een Mountain Saint Leader was filled with endless unwillingness. His entire body dissipated into the void, and his soul was completely destroyed. That works. He seems to have died a little unjustly. Een Mountain Saint Leader, everyone was stunned. No one expected Een Mountain Saint Leader, who had just appeared, to immediately receive his bento box. The speed at which he received his bento box was a little too fast. At this moment, the sword chi on the fatty's body quickly dissipated and then disappeared into his body. The fatty directly fell from the sky. Chapter 5763. The fatty actually killed the Een Mountain Holy Lord. This made everyone stupefied. This was inconceivable. After all, the Shadow Mountain Holy Master was a big shot of the Sage Realm. Moreover, he had the 9 underworlds heaven covering umbrella, which was made from the burial cloth of an infinite prime. This 9 hell heaven covering umbrella was the ultimate treasure of Een Mountain Saint Lord. It was extremely powerful and could even corrode Saint Grade Dao treasures. He had used this treasure to kill countless opponents. Otherwise, how could the Een Mountain Holy Lord stay in the Een Mountain for tens of thousands of years? But now it was all in the past. With the death of the Een Mountain Holy Lord, the territory of the Een Mountain Holy Lord would definitely change hands. The entire region would become unstable, especially those forces that had submitted to the Een Mountain Holy Lord. At this time, they needed to think about how to find another backer. At this time, Wang Zhan soared into the sky and caught the falling fatty. The fatty's eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. He had already fainted and twitched occasionally. Seeing the fatty in such a sorry state, everyone wanted to laugh but did not dare to. This fatty was the one who killed the Een Mountain Holy Lord. After the battle ended, Een Mountain Holy Lord collected his bento box. The people who were hiding slowly walked out of their hiding places. Everyone was frightened by the battle between martial saints. Of course, that was except for Gu Fei. Regroup and continue on our way. As the leader of the group, Dongyue Shui ordered her subordinates. She had subdued dozens of Dongyue Yuanliang's retainers. She had placed a restriction on them, and they had no choice but to listen to her. She also had Yang Feiyun and Dragon Elephant Man as her subordinates. Most importantly, the thousands of soldiers Dongyue Shui brought from Skyleap City were veterans who had experienced many battles. Their mental fortitude was much better than ordinary soldiers. Wang Zhan Yuyao and Meng He would not help Dongyue Shui. They were all God Realm cultivators. Why would they listen to a Heaven Realm cultivator like Dongyue Shui? So what if Dongyue Shui was the princess of the Dongyue Empire? In the eyes of God Realm cultivators, she was just an ant. In the endless realm, strength was everything. Just as the group was resting, many people were looking at Dongyue Shui from the mountains 1,000 kilometers away. The commotion caused by the battle between sages was simply too great. The sage might overflowed into the sky, and the Taoist rhymes were vast and mighty. No one dared to approach. To think that even a sage realm big shot would make a move against Dongyue Shui. Looks like there's nothing left for us to do. Someone immediately retreated. Who would dare to snatch food from the hands of a sage expert? That being said, there were some who were not intimidated by Dongyue Shui due to their formidable background. They still planned to kill Dongyue Shui and acquire the sacred weapon. Yin Mountain sacred leaders' aura suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the old ghost of Yin Shan has fallen? Some people were talking in the air. These people were all big shots of the sage realm, and they all hid at the side to watch the show. Yin Mountain Saint Lord was extremely cunning. He might have escaped or used some kind of secret technique to escape. However, the sword principal power that had just erupted was so powerful that it made these Saint Realm experts' hearts palpitate. No one dared to act rashly. At this moment, at the peak of Yin Mountain, the sound of something shattering suddenly rang out in a large hall. The sacred leader's life tablet has shattered, someone shouted. Then, the entire Yin Mountain immediately exploded as countless black figures rushed out from all over Yin Mountain. These people were all disciples of Yin Mountain Saint Lord. They were all shrouded in Yin Qi like ghosts. In fact, these disciples of Yin Mountain Saint Lord were much scarier than ghosts. How is this possible? First Senior Brother's life tablet shattered not long ago, and now even Master's life tablet has shattered. 4 extremely powerful figures rushed into the hall at the peak of Yin Mountain. Apart from these 4 people, everyone else was outside the hall. No one dared to enter the hall. The 4 people who were qualified to enter the hall were the direct disciples of Yin Mountain Saint Lord. Only direct disciples were qualified to enter Yin Mountain Saint Lord's hall. If anyone dared to enter Yin Mountain Saint Lord's hall without permission, there would only be one outcome: death. In the hall, the 4 experts looked at the shattered life tablet in front of them and were all dumbfounded. Master has fallen? Second Senior Brother Yin Aoshan's voice was trembling. We're in big trouble. The others felt their scalps go numb when they thought of the consequences of their master's death. Because Yin Mountain Saint Lord was guarding Yin Mountain, other forces did not dare to act rashly. However, the situation was different now. Once people knew that Yin Mountain Saint Lord had fallen, they would be in trouble. One had to know that the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord was a formidable character and had offended many people. Seal off the news immediately. Also, who shouted just now? Yin Aoshan said with a gloomy expression. Martial Uncle, it's me. It's my turn to be on duty in the hall today. A black-robed young man rushed over with a jolt. Die! Yin Aoshan waved his right hand, and the young man's head flew into the air. He was dead. Senior Brother, Wu Ying was furious. The young man in black was her disciple. Yin Aoshan killed him just like that. He was not giving her any face at all. What? You have a problem with that? Yin Aoshan said proudly. I don't dare. Wu Ying's expression changed several times, but she suppressed her anger in the end. Aushan was their senior brother after all. Most importantly, Aushan was the one with the highest cultivation and the strongest battle prowess among them. However, there are already many people on Mountain who heard the exclamation just now. Are we going to kill them all? Wooing sneered. We should kill them. It's better for them to die than for us to die. Aushan said disapprovingly, second senior brother is right. The other two disciples of Mountain Saint Lord agreed. They did not care about other people's lives. Their own lives were the most important. Aushan thought for a while and said, Junior Sister Shueyu, please go and appease the people outside. Tell them that the disciples on duty were talking nonsense. Master is alive and well. Yes, senior brother, Mountain Saint Lord's third disciple, Shueyu, turned around and walked out of the hall. We can't hide this for long. We have to decide who to join soon. Otherwise, we will follow in Master's and eldest senior brother's footsteps. Mountain Saint Lord's fourth disciple, Wu Ying, frowned. Join who? Heavenly, Martial, Holy Land, or Golden Sun, Holy Land. Mountain Saint Lord's fifth disciple, Lingyu, said, These two holy lands have a grudge against us. Aushan said in a low voice. There was no helping it. Mountain Saint Lord's territory was adjacent to the two Holy Lands territories. The three forces had been fighting for thousands of years, and none of them could do anything to the other. However, if the two Holy Lands knew that Mountain Saint Lord had fallen, they would definitely take action to divide Mountain Saint Lord's territory. At that time, it would be impossible for Aushan and the others to escape unscathed. You can join me. Chapter 5764. The four disciples of the Mountain Holy Lord gathered in the main hall of the Mountain Holy Palace. Aushan was the second disciple of the Mountain Holy Lord. He was at the peak of the godly state and was only one step away from breaking through to the half-step sage state. He was the number one expert of Mountain. Shan, Holy Lord's first disciple, had already received his bento box, and so did the Mountain Holy Lord himself. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey was king. As for the third disciple, Shueyu, the fourth disciple, Wu Ying, and the fifth disciple, Lingyu, they were all at the godly state. Shueyu and Wu Ying were women, but it did not mean that they were to be trifled with. As disciples of the Mountain Holy Lord and followers of the sage state, how could they be ordinary people? At this moment, their great senior brother's life tablet and master's life tablet of Mountain Holy Lord were already broken. What they needed to do now was to seal off the news and find a good next sect. That's right, find a next sect. There was no other way. The limitless realm was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. The Mountain Holy Lord was already dead. If they did not find a good backer before the other forces reacted, they would be dead too. Shueyu walked out of the main hall and sealed off the news. Aushan and the rest were having a headache. Whether they joined the Heavenly Martial Holy Land or the Golden Sun Holy Land, it was not a good thing for them. However, there were only these two forces near Mountain. The other forces, like the Limitless Sword Sect, were very far away from Mountain. Mountain had many grudges with the Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the Golden Sun Holy Land. If they joined these two holy lands, they would not have a good ending. Just as Aushan and the rest did not know what to do, a voice suddenly rang out in the main hall. You can join me. Aushan and the others in the hall were so shocked that they almost jumped up from the ground. They quickly looked up and saw a young man in black sitting on the throne in the middle of the main hall. How is this possible? Aushan and the rest stared at the young man in black sitting on the throne with his legs crossed and a blade of green foxtail grass in his mouth. In the entire Mountain, only their master, the Ean Mountain Holy Lord could sit on that throne. That was the throne of Ean Mountain Holy Lord. The person who sat on that throne was the ruler of Ean Mountain. Who are you? Ean Ao Shan stared at the black-robed young man and said coldly. A cold, murderous aura immediately spread out from his body. He wanted to kill the black-robed young man who was sitting on the throne. Wu Ying and Ling Yu also stared at the black-robed youth on the throne. They did not dare to be careless. It should be known that not just anyone could enter the Ean Mountain Holy Hall. This was the Ean Mountain Forbidden Area, and only the direct disciples of the Ean Mountain Holy Lord could enter. If the Ean Mountain Sacred Lord didn't summon the other disciples, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter. The Ean Mountain Holy Lord was the most powerful person on the Ean Mountain. He was the ruler and could do whatever he wanted. Everyone else had to follow the rules set by him. If he made a mistake, he would be severely punished. Moreover, there was a formation set up inside and outside the Shade Mountain Holy Hall. Anyone below the Sage Realm would only end up with one outcome, and that was a bento box. Who am I? Sigh. The black-robed youth sighed. You guys are too stupid. You guys actually don't know who I am. Preposterous. How dare you call us stupid? Ling Yu was furious. Ean Ao Shan and Wu Ying were also enraged. The black-robed youth smirked when he heard this. Isn't that the case? You guys still don't know what's going on. If you're not stupid, then what are you? No matter who you are, you're going to die today. Ean Ao Shan flipped his right hand, and a demonic blade that was shrouded in black chi appeared in his hand. Is that so? The black-robed youth on the throne suddenly smiled and casually spat out the green foxtail grass in his mouth. In the next moment, the green foxtail grass flew out and hit Ean Ao Shan between his eyebrows. Ean Ao Shan, who was filled with murderous intent, fell to the ground. Clang! The demonic blade in Ean Ao Shan's hand fell to the ground, and a crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. Ling Yu and Wu Ying's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground when they saw this. They were scared out of their wits. Ling Yu's legs even trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Their second senior brother died, just like that. In their eyes, this scene was too unreal. Their eldest senior brother was a God-state peak ranker. This black-robed youth casually spat out a green foxtail grass and killed the second disciple of the Ean Mountain Holy Lord. No one would believe it if they said it. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? What's going on, second senior brother? At this moment, a person rushed into the hall. This person was Shui Yu, who had left earlier. Shui Yu came in and saw her second senior brother lying on the ground. She could not help but turn pale with fright. Who are you? Did you kill second senior brother? Shui Yu immediately noticed the black-robed youth sitting on the throne. Senior sister, don't be rude. Wu Ying and Ling Yu were anxious. If they angered the god of death, they would have to follow their second senior brother and receive a bento box. What's wrong? Shui Yu looked at Wu Ying and Ling Yu, who were pale with fright, and was also stunned. Senior, please spare us. We are willing to surrender and become your slaves. We will listen to your orders. Ling Yu immediately knelt down. If they did not kneel now, when would they? Survival was the most important thing now. Senior, please spare us. Wu Ying also knelt down. In the hall, only Shui Yu still did not understand the situation. You have a backbone. I didn't expect there to be someone who would rather die than submit under the Ean Mountain Holy Lord. The black-robed youth said indifferently, a green foxtail grass killed second senior brother. At this moment, Shui Yu saw the weapon that killed Ean Ao Shan. This weapon turned out to be a green foxtail grass. She was instantly flustered and knew why her junior brothers and sisters were so afraid. If I kneel now, is it too late? Shui Yu trembled. That depends on my mood. The black-robed youth said, leisurely, plop. Shui Yu immediately knelt down. Master, please spare us. Shui Yu immediately prostrated herself on the ground in front of the black-robed youth on the throne. Wu Ying and Ling Yu were dumbfounded. A wise man submits to circumstances. This sentence is suitable everywhere. The black-robed youth sighed. All right, I'll cut to the chase. Bring me a brush and ink. I'll leave a word for you. The black-robed youth suddenly sat up straight, then waved his sleeves and said in an arrogant manner. At the same time, a monstrous Taoist rhyme surged from his body. At this moment, he was the sky, he was the earth, and he was the supreme ruler. The domineering aura of a king filled the world. Shui, you hurriedly brought the brush and ink. The black-robed youth directly picked up the brush and wrote on a blank scroll. His brush moved like a dragon, and the force of the brush penetrated the back of the paper. The moment he put down the brush, the entire Taoist rhyme of heaven and earth gathered on the scroll like a tide, and then disappeared into the scroll. The word was completed. Whoever dares to cause trouble, give this scroll to them. Of course, if you want to die, you can also open the scroll. The black-robed youth said indifferently. At this moment, Shui Yu and the others were already extremely shocked. This was because the moment the word was completed, their souls were trembling. The black-robed youth was naturally Gu Fei. To be precise, he was just an incarnation of his divine will. The Holy Lord of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, is here to visit the mountain. At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall and echoed throughout the entire Yin Mountain. Master, this Shui Yu and the others were shocked. When they looked up, their master was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 57:65. Gu Fei used a divine will incarnation to show off in the Yin Mountain Holy Palace at the peak of Yin Mountain. Then he subdued the 3 disciples of Yin Mountain Holy Lord. However, Yin Mountain Holy Lord's second disciple, Yin Aoshan, was very unlucky. He actually dared to kill Gu Fei's divine will incarnation. Therefore, Gu Fei's divine will incarnation spat out the green foxtail grass in its mouth and let Yin Aoshan receive his lunchbox. He only used a green foxtail grass to kill the most powerful existence on Yin Mountain. The other disciples of Yin Mountain Holy Lord were so scared that they knelt down. They had no choice but to kneel down because they did not want to die. Just like that, Gu Fei's divine will incarnation took over Yin Mountain and the territory that Yin Mountain Holy Lord had painstakingly fought for. Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation left behind a single word before leaving. However, no one expected that the Golden Sun Holy Lord would come to visit right after Gu Fei's divine will incarnation left. Yin Mountain Holy Lord, where are you? Why aren't you coming out to welcome me? The Golden Sun Holy Lord's incomparably majestic voice resounded throughout the sky. Everyone on Yin Mountain was shocked. The Golden Sun Holy Lord actually came personally to visit Yin Mountain. That was the sacred leader of the Golden Sun Holy Land. The Golden Sun Holy Lord was definitely a sage who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yin Mountain Holy Lord. In fact, he was even stronger than Yin Mountain Holy Lord. This was because the Golden Sun Holy Lord had existed for a much longer time than Yin Mountain. Yin Mountain Holy Lord had only risen in the past tens of thousands of years. However, the Golden Sun Holy Lord had existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. When the Golden Sun Holy Lord had attained Tao, Yin Mountain Holy Lord was still playing in the mud. Yin Mountain Holy Lord, are you still not coming out? A figure appeared in the sky above the peak of Yin Mountain. It was a blurry figure that emitted a dazzling golden light. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in midair and illuminated the entire sky. A powerful, holy aura descended from this figure. The countless Eam Mountain disciples on the Eam Mountain were all extremely frightened. Everyone's soul was trembling. Even Wu Ying, Shui Yu, and Ling Yu, the three personal disciples of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord, were pale with fright at this moment. Their master had died, and their eldest senior brother and second senior brother had also received their bento boxes. Who else in the entire Eam Mountain could challenge the sacred leader of the Golden Sun, Holy Land? The words left behind by Master. At this point, they could only pin their hopes on the Tao scroll left behind by Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation. They had seen their master's elegant handwriting. That was a sky-piercing Taoist rhyme. All right, let's go meet this Golden Sun sacred leader. As the third disciple of Eam Mountain's Holy Lord, Shui Yu had the highest seniority on Eam Mountain at this time. Her cultivation was also the highest, so she could only brace herself and do it. Wu Ying and Ling Yu looked at each other. They had no choice but to follow Shui Yu out of the hall. Where did this rabid dog come from? Shui Yu lifted her head and looked at the blurry figure in the sky. Then she took out the scroll left behind by Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation. The holy aura of the figure in the sky was unparalleled. Even someone with Shui Yu's cultivation could not look up to it. However, something magical happened. The moment Shui Yu took out the scroll, an invisible wave immediately spread from the scroll. Everyone on Eam Mountain felt their bodies relax. When the Golden Sun sacred leader descended, everyone on Eam Mountain felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. They could barely breathe. However, when Shui Yu took out the scroll left behind by Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation, the supreme holy aura of the Golden Sun sacred leader that descended from the sky actually disappeared. Of course, it was impossible for the Golden Sun sacred leader's holy aura to disappear. It was only isolated. This Ling Yu and Wu Ying's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. They stared at the scroll in Shui Yu's hand with envy. This scroll was definitely a supreme treasure. It could actually dissolve the supreme holy aura. The Golden Sun sacred leader in the sky was not an ordinary sage, realm big shot. He was even more powerful than the Eam Mountain sacred leader. When the Golden Sun sacred leader arrived, his holy aura was unparalleled. Everyone trembled in fear. However, everyone on Eam Mountain was no longer trembling. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Sun sacred leader is being kind? Other than Shui Yu and the other two, no one else knew what had happened. They were all bewildered. You three ants, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of my master? You're courting death. The Golden Sun sacred leader was high and mighty. He did not care about Shui Yu and the others at all. However, his disciple jumped out. Xian, the most powerful third disciple under the Golden Sun sacred leader. Shui Yu, Wu Ying, and the others were shocked when they saw the person who jumped out from behind the Golden Sun sacred leader. Xian was the third disciple under the Golden Sun sacred leader. His cultivation had already reached the half-sage realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation and the strongest combat power among the 10 personal disciples under the Golden Sun sacred leader. In the limitless realm, strength was everything. The strong were respected. Although Xian was only the third disciple under the Golden Sun sacred leader, even his big senior brother and second senior brother had to be polite to him and even fawn over him. The Golden Sun sacred leader doted on this disciple the most. In the entire Golden Sun Holy Land, everyone knew that Xian was the successor of the Golden Sun sacred leader. Since the Golden Sun sacred leader was dead, Xian would be the next sacred leader. However, in the limitless realm, everyone had a long lifespan. Hence, if the Golden Sun sacred leader was still alive, Xian would definitely not have the chance to become the sacred leader. The sage realm cannot be humiliated. Master cannot be humiliated. The three of you can come at me together. Xian was extremely domineering right from the start. His nose was in the sky, and he was really arrogant. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you scram, now, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you can stay here today. Shueihua said proudly. What? Xian was furious. However, the Golden Sun sacred leader frowned when he heard that. The moment he arrived at Yin Mountain, he knew that the Yin Mountain sacred leader was not there because he could not sense the existence of the Yin Mountain sacred leader. At this moment, Shueihua and the others actually dared to ask him to scram. Why were they so arrogant? Were they really not afraid of death? One should know that when a sage realm cultivator was angry, it was earth-shattering. Shueihua was only a godly state cultivator, yet he dared to challenge a sage realm cultivator. Moreover, he was a veteran sage realm big shot. Could it be that these three guys had something to rely on? Go to hell. Xian could not take it anymore and slapped Shueihua and the others in front of the main hall. A huge palm appeared in midair. It was like an ancient divine mountain crushing down towards Shueihua and the others. In Xian's eyes, getting rid of these three fellas was as easy as swatting three flies. Countless Yin Mountain disciples on Yin Mountain were terrified when they saw this scene. Humph! Shueihua sneered and slowly opened the scroll in her hand. Boom! The scroll in Shueihua's hand was only slightly opened. A powerful Tao rhyme rushed out from the scroll and directly dispersed the huge palm that was descending from the sky. Wow! Chapter 57-66. In the Golden Sun's sacred ground, Xian, the first disciple of the Golden Sun's sacred lord, suddenly vomited blood and was sent flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xian was a half-step sage realm expert. In the limitless realm, a half-step sage realm expert was equivalent to a half-step eternal realm expert in other worlds. Outside the limitless realm, such a cultivation realm was enough to sweep through the heavens, as long as he did not encounter a real eternal realm expert who could be his opponent. However, in the limitless realm, a half-step sage realm expert was considered an expert, yet he suddenly vomited blood and was sent flying. Did someone attack Xian? No one saw it, because no one present made a move. The third disciple of the Shadow Mountain Sacred Lord, Shueihua, was only slowly opening the scroll in her hand. However, Xian's shocking attack was inexplicably resolved, and he even suffered a great impact. He vomited blood. His injury was not light. At this moment, Shueihua was sweating profusely. She slowly opened the scroll with great difficulty. Her hands were trembling, and she seemed to be more exhausted than moving a mountain. It can't be? Isn't it just a scroll? Everyone was confused. Shueihua was an expert in the great perfection of the divine realm. Why did she seem to be using all her strength to open a scroll? This is too pretentious. Was Lady Shueihua acting? The Yin Mountain Sacred Lord disciples on the Yin Mountain were shocked. However, the Golden Sun Sacred Lord disciples in the sky did not think so. This was because they could feel the soaring Taoist rhyme from the scroll in Shueihua's hand that was only slightly opened. They felt as if they were being pointed at by countless sharp blades. They felt their hairs stand on end. Even the golden figure that illuminated the entire sky was shocked. Golden Sun's sacred leader had a premonition that once the scroll was opened, he would be dead. This was the sage realm expert's sense of unknown danger. At the level of the Golden Sun Sacred Lord's cultivation, his sense of danger was usually very accurate. However, The Golden Sun's sacred lord was still very conceited. How could he not know what trump card the Shadow Mountain sacred lord had? The Eam Mountain holy lord was just relying on the deathly aura in the Eam Mountain to act like a tyrant. This fellow could use the deathly aura in the Eam Mountain for his own use, so his battle prowess would naturally multiply. Furthermore, he had the number 1 treasure of the Eam Mountain, the 9 nether heaven concealing umbrella. This was what the Golden Sun's sacred leader and the Heavenly Marshal, Holy Land's Heavenly Marshal sacred leader, were afraid of. If the Eam Mountain's sacred leader hid in the Eam Mountain, they would not be able to do anything to him. However, what puzzled the Golden Sun sacred leader was that he did not know when the Shadow Mountain sacred leader had obtained another treasure. The scroll that Eam Mountain Holy Lord's 3rd disciple, Shui Yu, was opening had such a terrifying power. She had only opened it a little, but it was able to heavily injure Xian, who was half a step into the sage realm. No one knew better than the Golden Sun Saint Lord how powerful his disciple was. A half-step Saint Realm expert was invincible under the Saint Realm. Old geezer Jinyang, I'll give you one last chance. Scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Shui Yu stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, "Ha!" The Golden Sun Saint Lord could not help but laugh out loud. Even your master, the old geezer Eam Mountain, does not dare to be presumptuous in front of me. You're just a small ant. How dare you threaten me? What a joke. At that moment, the vital energy in Shui Yu's body was mighty. She used all her strength, and the scroll in her hand was still opening slowly. The whole world was shaking. An incomparably sharp sword rushed out from the scroll, sweeping through the world. On the scroll, the word that Gufei's divine will incarnation had not appeared yet. However, the power of the scroll had already started to explode, causing the sky to lose its color. In the next moment, the Golden Sun Saint Lord's laughter stopped abruptly. The Golden Sun Saint Lord was scared out of his wits by the power of the sword principle that had erupted from the scroll in Shui Yu's hand. Without any hesitation, the arrogant Golden Sun Saint Lord wanted to escape. However, the Golden Sun Saint Lord could not escape at all. He could not even move a finger and could only stand in the void in fear. "Ha ha, old geezer Jinyang, it's time for you to die." Shui Yu suddenly laughed loudly. The scroll in her hand was already half opened. Buzz! The void shook. In the next moment, Shui Yu's hand trembled. Then the scroll in her hand actually flew up by itself. Countless sword gleams rushed out of the scroll and pierced through the void. The extremely sharp sword chi fluctuated mightily. Everyone on Eam Mountain felt a chill run down their spines. They were extremely frightened. In the sky, the Golden Sun Saint Lord and the disciples behind him were all scared out of their wits. The scroll opened automatically. The word that Gufei's divine will incarnation was only half revealed. The power of the sword chi suddenly increased by 100 times and shot up into the sky. This sword chi was unstoppable. It was as if it could split the world in half. Too powerful. There were many sword cultivators on Eam Mountain. The sword essence in their bodies actually vibrated at that moment, as if it was about to rush out of their bodies. Is this the 10,000 swords greeting? In the East Pole, in the back mountain of the Infinite Sword sect, an old man with a white beard rushed out of the Forbidden Land. This old man was crazy. He danced in the direction of Eam Mountain like a child seeing his favorite toy. He was so happy. Ancestor. At that moment, the Infinite Sword sect master hurried over. The ancestor finally came out of seclusion. The Infinite Sword sect master looked at the crazy old man with tears streaming down his face. No one would have thought that the ancestor of the Infinite Sword sect was actually a crazy old man. The ancestor had finally come out of seclusion after thousands of years. This time, the Infinite Sword sect was going to rise. The Golden Sun Holy Land and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land had to kneel before us. Just as the sword master of the immeasurable sword was enjoying himself, the crazy old man with the white beard didn't even look at the sword master of the immeasurable sword. With a swoosh, he instantly turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. This ancestor, the infinite sword master, was dumbfounded. Where's the ancestor? Where's the ancestor? A group of old men and women from the Infinite Sword sect rushed over. Sect master, where's the ancestor? Everyone immediately surrounded the Infinite Sword master. The ancestor ran away. The Infinite Sword master was depressed. Ran away. The group of old men and women were in an uproar. How could you let the ancestor run away? That's right. That's our ancestor, the second in the East Pole sword doctrine. Everyone immediately blamed the Infinite Sword Master. Did I want the ancestor to run away? The Infinite Sword Master suddenly felt like vomiting blood. He used the words I left behind so quickly. On the mountain path leading to the imperial capital of the East Moon Empire, Gu Fei, who was clad in battle intent and carrying a battle spear, was slightly surprised. Did the news of the old ghost of Een Mountain's death spread so quickly? Forget it. With my words, unless that bastard Wuchu personally takes action, no one can touch Een Mountain. Someone got a bento box again. Gu Fei was very confident. At that moment, at the peak of Een Mountain, sword gleams shot out and directly pierced through the hearts of the Golden Sun sacred leader and the followers behind him. Chapter 57:67. The Golden Sun Sacred Lord would never have imagined that he would die at the peak of Een Mountain. The disciples of the Golden Sun Sacred Lord would never have imagined that they would receive a bento box. They had followed the Golden Sun Sacred Lord to Een Mountain to show off. However, no one had expected such an ending. The Golden Sun Sacred Lord had been killed by a scroll that was only half opened. At that moment, the scroll in the sky retracted itself and fell from the sky, landing in the hands of the third disciple of the Een Mountain Sacred Lord, Shui Yu. The moment Shui Yu took the scroll, her hands trembled and she almost dropped the scroll. Shui Yu immediately shuddered. She hurriedly calmed herself and carefully held the scroll. The Golden Sun, Sacred Lord, and the rest died just like that. I'm not dreaming, am I? It's too unreal. At that moment, on Een Mountain, everyone was stunned by what had just happened. It was unbelievable and terrifying. The Saint Lord of Golden Sun had died just like that. Senior Sister, the Golden Sun Sacred Lord, Wu Ying and Ling Yu looked at the scroll in Shui Yu's hands with jealousy. The scroll that their master had left behind was a great killing weapon. The Golden Sun Sacred Lord and the rest did not die in vain. Their master was indeed a powerful person. He could kill the Golden Sun Sacred Lord with just a word left behind by a divine will incarnation. The key was that the scroll was only half opened. If the scroll was completely opened, wouldn't its power be 100 times or even 1,000 times more powerful? With this scroll in hand, why would I be afraid of the sage state? With the scroll in hand, the world is mine. Shui Yu was extremely excited and shouted to the sky. With the scroll in hand, the world is mine. The mountains reverberated. On Een Mountain, countless people raised their heads in shock and looked towards the peak. At that moment, Wu Ying and Ling Yu were extremely excited. Senior Sister, this scroll was left for us by our master. When Ling Yu said, us, her tone suddenly became heavier. Yes, Senior Sister, this was left for us by our master. Wu Ying came over. Such a great killing weapon could even kill someone like the Golden Sun's sacred lord. Who wouldn't be jealous? They couldn't let Shui, you have it alone. Shui, you laughed lightly when she heard that. How could she not know what these two fellows were thinking in their hearts? He was afraid that he would be the sole owner of this great killing weapon. However, would he dare to monopolize this killing weapon left behind by his master? Don't worry, we'll take care of this treasure together. Shueyu smiled. If it was in the past, she would naturally not be so kind, but it was different now. Their master, the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord, had fallen, their eldest senior brother had died, and their second senior brother had also received a lunchbox. Now, their backer was Gu Fei. Moreover, their backer was many times stronger than the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord. It was unimaginable. Following such a super big shot, wasn't this what they had been dreaming of? They were really lucky. Such a great, fortuitous encounter was something that others could not obtain even if they wished for it. Well, since Master used us to kill the Golden Sun, Holy Leader, does Master want us to destroy the Golden Sun, Holy Land? Shueyu muttered, that must be it. Since Master doesn't want to do it himself, we should share his burden. Lingyu nodded. That's right. It's our duty to share Master's burden. Wu Ying said, then what are we waiting for? Gather our men and attack the Golden Sun, Holy Land. Shueyu held the scroll in her hand and said, heroically, all right. That's right. Wu Ying and Lingyu accepted the order and left. Soon, the entire Yin Mountain Holy Land began to move. At this moment, in the Golden Sun Holy Land, in a hall where life plates were stored, all the higher-ups of the Golden Sun Holy Land gathered and stared at the broken life plates on the ground. From the great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, to the higher-ups of the godly state, and above, they all had a mental breakdown. How could it be? They're all dead? The great elder trembled and almost fell to the ground. The others looked even more sorrowful. Who was it who killed the Holy Lord and the others? The second elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, gritted his teeth and said, not only was the life plate of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, broken, but the life plates of everyone who went out with the Golden Sun, Holy Land, were also broken. In other words, everyone who went out this time was dead. They were all dead. The great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land's heart was bleeding. The loss was too great. Moreover, the Golden Sun, Holy Land, was a sage. His death directly caused the Golden Sun, Holy Land's prestige to plummet. Great Elder, what should we do? The higher-ups of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, in the hall were at a loss. One should know that the people that the Golden Sun, Holy Lord, brought out this time were the elites of the entire Golden Sun, Holy Land. Among them was the most powerful young expert of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, the third disciple of the Golden Sun, Holy Lord. The third disciple of the Golden Sun, Holy Lord, was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, who was most likely to break through to the true sage state, activate the mountain defense formation, and seal off the news. The great elder ordered. Soon, the layers of mountain defense formation of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, were activated. The entire Golden Sun, Holy Land, was like an iron wall, not even a fly could fly in. The death of the Yin Mountain Holy Lord and the Golden Sun, Holy Lord, shook the East Pole. The news could not be sealed off. How could there be no witnesses to the death of the Yin Mountain Holy Lord and the Golden Sun, Holy Lord? Otherwise, how could the Golden Sun, Holy Lord, have brought people up to Yin Mountain so quickly? It was a pity that the Golden Sun, Holy Lord's luck was extremely bad. Not only did he not manage to conquer Yin Mountain, but he and his disciples had also died there. At that moment, The news of the Golden Sun, Holy Lord's death, at the peak of Een Mountain spread like wildfire. 2 big pieces of meat. All the forces are envious of them. In the heavenly martial Holy Land, in the heavenly martial sacred hall, the heavenly martial sacred master sat on his throne and glanced at the people in the hall. Sacred master, if we don't act now, the 2 pieces of meat will be eaten by others. An elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land walked out and said to the heavenly martial sacred master, "What are we waiting for? Let's go and eat the meat." The heavenly martial sacred master said gloomily, "Yes, we will gather the experts now. However, which piece of meat should we eat first?" Another elder stood out and said, the heavenly martial sacred master thought for a while, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. "I want both pieces of meat." "Ha ha, our sacred master has a big vision. What are you waiting for? Let's split up and eat the Een Mountain and the Golden Sun, Holy Lord." An old voice came from outside the main hall. Then a black-robed old man strode in from outside the main hall. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." When the higher-ups of the heavenly martial Holy Land saw the person, they could not help but be shocked. Then they greeted the person in unison. Even the heavenly martial sacred master stood up from his throne. There was a storm in the East Pole, and the whole area became turbulent. Chapter 5768. Since their master wanted to role-play as an ordinary soldier, they could only act along with their master. Moreover, they were worried that their acting skills were not good enough. They were afraid that they would make a mistake and make their master unhappy. Not only would they not get any benefits, but they would also be punished by their master. Previously, everyone had benefited a lot from Gu Fei. Each of them had a leaf that contained Dao Aura, which was a supreme treasure. With such a treasure on them, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort during cultivation. Even though the unbounded realm was huge and had many spiritual items, there were very few Dao Aura supreme treasures. This was because in the unbounded realm, only the 5 extreme emperors had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, and only they could refine Dao Aura supreme treasures. In the eyes of Dongyue, Shui, and the rest, their master was a super big shot that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 extreme emperors. "Master, why isn't anyone coming to cause trouble?" Wang Zhan transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. "So many people came but never returned. Do you think that everyone else is stupid?" Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Wang Zhan in annoyance. Looks like I'm the stupid one." Wang Zhan's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. "You only realize that now." Gu Fei was speechless. Wang Zhan did not dare to speak anymore. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Sacred Lord Mingyang and the Black God Ridge Lord appeared beside Wang Zhan and communicated with him using their spiritual will. Even Sage Realm experts couldn't sense Gu Fei's spiritual will fluctuations. However, Wang Zhan's spiritual will fluctuations were sensed by Sacred Lord Mingyang and the Black God Ridge Master. They did not know what Gu Fei said to Wang Zhan, but they knew what Wang Zhan said to Gu Fei. This was because they could sense Wang Zhan's spiritual will fluctuations and knew what he was talking about. Master said, "I'm stupid." Wang Zhan said helplessly, Sacred Lord Mingyang. And the Ridge Lord looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Wang Zhan was a peerless genius. If he was stupid, then there would be no smart person in this world. This is bad. Does Master feel that this is too boring? If no one comes to cause trouble, Master won't have a show to watch. It must be so. Then what should we do? Are we going to find some people to stir up trouble? This seems like a good idea. The Black God Ridge Lord and Holy Master Ming Yang found Meng, he and the others, for a spiritual communication. Who are you going to find to act? What a headache. Everyone was at a loss. Kneeling and licking their master's boots was their biggest goal now. If their master was happy and gave them something, they would be rich. It was just like the leaf that Gu Fei gave out. Don't underestimate it. After Gu Fei refined it, it contained Taoist rhymes and became a peerless treasure. An ordinary leaf, after passing through Gu Fei's hand, had become a peerless treasure that even a sage would be jealous of in the eyes of Yu Yao and the others. So long as their master willed it, anything in the world could be transformed into a precious treasure. Lord, you already know a lot about the East Moon Empire. Do you know if there are any powerful fellows nearby? Meng, he asked the Black God Ridge Lord. The Black God Ridge Lord glanced at Meng. Yes, your heavenly martial sacred land has a stronghold nearby, right? Meng, he was stunned when he heard that. He couldn't do that. He had asked the people from the Holy Land to put on an act. It was fine if they did well, but if they messed up, they would be done for. How could he take this risk? Why don't we mess with the Golden Sun sacred land? Yu Yao suggested. In the surrounding area, there were only 3 sacred lands. One was the Eam Mountain, one was the Golden Sun, and the last one was the Heavenly Marshal. The Eam Mountain couldn't be counted on because the Eam Mountain sacred leader had already taken his lunchbox. Only the Golden Sun sacred land and the Heavenly Marshal sacred land had some power. However, Yu Yao and the others didn't know that the Golden Sun sacred land had already sealed itself and didn't dare to come out. This was because the Golden Sun sacred leader and the elites of the Golden Sun sacred land had been killed by a scroll left behind by Gu Fei's spiritual will. The Golden Sun sacred land could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Who's going to take revenge? Sacred leader Mingyang glanced at the crowd and said, "Go to the Golden Sun sacred land to take revenge." When the crowd heard this, they were immediately terrified. That was the Golden Sun Holy Land, not some forces like the East Moon Empire or the tyrannical Sky Empire. Those were the top forces in the easternmost pole. It was a force that had a sage overseeing it. In fact, it wasn't just in the East Pole. Even in other areas of the boundless realm, forces with sage overseeing it were all first-rate forces. Who would dare to provoke a force with a sage overseeing it? Sai, forget it. I'll go. Sacred leader Mingyang sighed. Thank you, Lord. I wish you success, Lord. Lord Mingyang is mighty. The people around him immediately cheered. These guys, sacred leader, Mingyang shook his head helplessly and left the group quietly. These guys really have nothing better to do. They're looking for trouble. Gu Fei was also speechless. These guys communicated with their divine consciousness, with his cultivation. How could he not sense it? Obviously, sacred leader Mingyang and the others had misunderstood. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He also wanted to see what these guys could do. At this time, under the leadership of the Shadow Mountain Sacred Leader's 3rd disciple, Shui Yu, the experts of the Shadow Mountain Sacred Land aggressively attacked the Golden Sun Sacred Land, while the people of the Shadow Mountain Sacred Land attacked the Golden Sun Sacred Land. The Heavenly Marshal Sacred Land split into 2 groups. One group attacked the Eam Mountain Sacred Land, and the other group attacked the Golden Sun Sacred Land. The goal of the Heavenly Marshal Sacred Land was clear. They wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take down the Eam Mountain Sacred Land and the Golden Sun Sacred Land in one fell swoop and become the ruler of this area. Shui Wei of the Eam Mountain Sacred Land had the scroll left behind by Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation. At this time, she was very arrogant. She didn't care about the Golden Sun Sacred Land at all. Kill. Suddenly, there was a loud battle cry outside the Eam Mountain Sacred Land. Under the cover of the night, the people of the Heavenly Marshal Sacred Land charged into the mountain gate. At this time, there were only a few disciples guarding the Eam Mountain. Naturally, they couldn't stop the ferocious disciples of the heavenly martial sacred land. Een Mountain was quickly taken down by the people of the heavenly martial sacred land. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. At the peak of Een Mountain, in front of the Een Mountain Sacred Hall, a middle-aged expert laughed. He was Huang Kuan, the inner sect elder of the heavenly martial sacred land. He had a cultivation of the peak of the godly state. When he led the disciples to attack the Een Mountain, he actually didn't meet an opponent who could fight with him. Then, Een Mountain was taken down by him. However, it was not an easy task to enter the Shade Mountain Sacred Hall. At this time, outside the mountain gate of the Golden Sun Sacred Land, Shui Yu, who received the news that Een Mountain had been taken down by the heavenly martial sacred land, almost vomited blood. She never dreamed that the people of the heavenly martial sacred land would take advantage of Een Mountain and attack it. Senior sister, what should we do? Ling Yu and Wu Ying were a little flustered. Chapter 57, 69. Shui Yu and the rest never dreamed that the heavenly martial Holy Land would attack their base. When the news of Een Mountain being attacked by the heavenly martial Holy Land spread, everyone was stunned. The heavenly martial Holy Land is really courting death. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and said, "We have the scroll left behind by our master. They should be thanking the heavens if we don't settle the score with them. They actually dared to stab us in the back. They must be tired of living." Wu Ying said fiercely, "Lords, are we still going to attack the Golden Sun sacred ground?" A black-robed old man stepped forward and asked carefully, "Why not? After we destroy the Golden Sun Holy Land, we will directly attack the heavenly martial Holy Land. I want to let the people of the heavenly martial Holy Land know the consequences of provoking us." Shui Yu's eyes became extremely sharp. She took out the scroll that Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation had given them. Ling Yu and Wu Ying, the two direct disciples of the Shadow Mountain sacred leader, immediately fled with a swoosh as soon as the killing weapon was unleashed. The others also hurriedly retreated into the distance. In the sky above the Golden Sun Holy Land, only Shui Wei was left holding the scroll, standing proudly in the sky. I was wondering who it was. So it's the little ghosts under the command of the Een Mountain Old Ghost. You little ghosts don't stay in the Een Mountain Old Ghost and come here to die? A burst of laughter rang out as a golden figure appeared above the Golden Sun Holy Land. At this time, the Golden Sun Holy Land was protected by numerous great mountain guarding formations inside and outside. Even if a sage realm expert were to personally attack, he wouldn't be able to break through the Golden Sun Holy Land. As an ancient sacred ground that had existed for countless years in the East Pole, the Golden Sun sacred ground was very confident. Second elder of the Golden Sun sacred land. Shui, you recognized this figure. This person was the second elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land. He was the third most powerful person in the Golden Sun Holy Land after the Golden Sun Holy Lord and the first elder. The second elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land was also a powerful figure in the Golden Sun Holy Land. His cultivation had already broken through to the semi-sage realm. If there were no accidents, he would break through to the true sage realm in a few years. The divine realm was not something that a divine realm expert could achieve. Only a half-step saint realm expert could do it. Now that the Golden Sun Holy Land was sealed by layers of array formations, it was impossible for the second elder's real body to leave the Golden Sun Holy Land. However, the second elder's divine sense shape-shifting technique could only be used within a radius of a few miles, unlike Gu Fei, who could shape-shift his divine sense and walk around the world from hundreds of millions of miles away. Humph, you guys are the ones courting death. You actually dared to show off in my Mountain. Do you still have your Holy Lord's life plate? Shueyu sneered. You, the Golden Sun's second elder's spiritual will incarnation, suddenly became excited. Our Holy Master must have been harmed by your sinister schemes. You evil cultivators are too despicable. The second elder of Golden Sun was enraged. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you idiots. Enjoy your last moments. Shueyu loosened her grip, and the scroll in her hand fell towards the Golden Sun, Holy Land. Ha! I'm going to die from laughter. Are you here to be funny? The second elder of Golden Sun was amused. Was this guy out of his mind? He actually came here with a scroll and threw it away. Could a mere scroll destroy the Golden Sun, Holy Land? Humph! Shueyu stood with her hands behind her back and sneered. She gave off an unfathomable vibe. In the next moment, the scroll hit the Golden Sun Holy Land's first mountain shielding array. Then, the first mountain shielding array collapsed. Countless array inscriptions dissipated in the void. Moreover, the large array did not even have the right to stop the scroll. The scroll directly penetrated the array and touched the second mountain shielding array. Without any suspense, the second array of the Golden Sun Holy Land collapsed as well. The scroll fell directly. Wherever it passed, it did not stop, and the arrays were destroyed. The second elder of Golden Sun's laughter stopped abruptly. His eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. His spiritual will incarnation dissipated immediately. The scroll fell directly into the Golden Sun, Holy Land. The layers of the mountain shielding array of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, seemed to be non-existent. Smack! The scroll fell in front of the senior members of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. What is this thing? Everyone, including the first elder of the Sage Realm, was dumbfounded by the scene. It was unbelievable and unimaginable. It's just a scroll. The first elder trembled. An unopened scroll broke all the mountain shielding arrays of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. The previously arrogant second elder of Golden Sun's voice was now trembling. They finally knew why their Holy Lord led a group of elites from the Golden Sun, Holy Land, to the Mountain and did not return. None of the Golden Sun Holy Lord and the elites from the Golden Sun, Holy Land, managed to escape. It turned out that the direct disciples of the Mountain Holy Lord had obtained a great killing weapon from somewhere. Haha, you guys can't laugh anymore, right? Shueyu's laughter came from the sky. Hearing Shueyu's laughter, the Golden Sun Holy Land fell silent. Everyone stared at the scroll on the ground in horror. The scroll vibrated slightly and showed signs of opening on its own. A terrifying sword chi wave spread out from the scroll, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even their souls were trembling in fear. Without a doubt, once the scroll was opened, everyone present would die. No one could resist the sword principal power on the scroll. At least no one in the Golden Sun, Holy Land, could. Even the first elder of the Sage Realm was trembling in front of this power. A drop of sweat flowed down the first elder's forehead. Using the scroll I left behind again? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was far away, suddenly felt something. Those guys from the Mountain couldn't be using the power of the scroll recklessly, right? In the next moment, Gu Fei's divine telekinesis instantly enveloped the entire area. Damn, is there going to be a big fight? When he sensed what was happening, Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. The three Holy Lands were in a mess now. The Heavenly Marshal Holy Land had divided their forces to attack the Golden Sun Holy Land and the Mountain Holy Land, and the Mountain Holy Land had already been conquered. Meanwhile, those guys from the Mountain Holy Land were attacking the Golden Sun Holy Land. At this moment, the people from the heavenly martial Holy Land had also killed their way to the Golden Sun Holy Land. This was too complicated, and there were other first-rate forces in the East Pole watching the three Holy Lands. After all, the three Holy Lands were not the only first-rate forces in the East Pole. There were other first-rate forces. Gu Fei could already imagine the ending of this mess. Sigh. He was very helpless. He didn't know that the scroll he left behind would cause endless killing. He only wanted Shui Yu and the rest to use the scroll to protect themselves, not to fight in all directions. If he took back the scroll, now, the Yin Mountain would be destroyed. What should he do? Chapter 5770. At this moment, everyone in the Golden Sun Holy Land was scared out of their wits. The scroll that Shui Yu threw out actually broke the Golden Sun Holy Land's mountain guarding formation. That was the Golden Sun Holy Land's mountain guarding formation. The Golden Sun Holy Land had existed for countless years, and its foundation was not something that the Yin Mountain, which had only existed for tens of thousands of years, could compare to. As the mountain gate of the Golden Sun Holy Land, the mountain guarding formation had been continuously strengthened by generations of holy lords. The power of the mountain guarding formation was absolutely terrifying. Even if a Sage State Big Shot attacked, it would be difficult to break the Golden Sun Holy Land's mountain guarding formation. However, Shui Yu merely threw out a scroll, and under the horrified gazes of everyone from the Golden Sun Holy Land, their mountain guarding array completely collapsed. At this moment, the scroll fell directly in front of the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Golden Sun Holy Land's senior management. The scroll was vibrating slightly, and there were signs of it opening. The sword chi fluctuations from the scroll caused countless disciples of the Golden Sun Holy Land to be terrified to the extreme. From today onwards, the Golden Sun Holy Land will become history. Shui Yu, who was standing proudly in the sky, said coldly. Her voice spread throughout the Golden Sun Holy Land, and everyone in the Golden Sun Holy Land was in despair. How arrogant! At this moment, a sneer was heard. Then a group of people arrived in the sky, and the person in the lead was riding on a Qilin beast. The Qilin beast was tall, mighty, and frighteningly ferocious. A strong wave of essence chi spread from the Qilin beast. The Qilin beast came in the sky, and under its iron hooves there was a surge of chi. This Qilin beast was already at the divine state, and the person who could use a divine state Qilin beast as a mount was naturally even more powerful and terrifying. Saint Meng Changtian of the heavenly martial Holy Land. When Shui Yu saw the young man in white riding on the Qilin beast, she could not help but frown. It was Meng Changtian. Meng Changtian was the only son of the current Holy Lord of the heavenly martial Holy Land. His cultivation talent was extraordinary, and he had already broken through to the divine state at the age of 20. Meng Changtian had only used 30 years to advance from the God realm to the half-step sage realm. In other words, it had only taken him 60 years to reach the half-step sage realm since his birth. Such a cultivation speed wasn't unprecedented, but it was still very rare. Shui Yu, kneel down and surrender. What are you waiting for? Meng Changtian was very domineering. He came to the front of Shui Yu on his Qilin and said, arrogantly, "Tisk." Shui Yu directly ignored this fellow. "You may be arrogant, but I am even more arrogant than you." When Meng Changtian saw that Shui Yu had dared to ignore him, he couldn't help being infuriated. A mere deity realm dared to act cool in front of him. A half-sage? She was simply tired of living. A chilling, murderous aura erupted from Meng Changtian's body, causing the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the area to be thrown into chaos. Yin Mountain is different from the past. My master is not someone you can imagine. Kneel and kowtow now, and I might spare your life." Shui Yu stood with her hands behind her back, raising her head to look at the sky as she spoke indifferently. "You, Meng Changtian," saw Shui Yu acting all high and mighty. What right did she have to be so arrogant? Her master, Meng Changtian, was not an idiot. Meng He had previously sent a message to the people of Heavenly Martial Holy Land to not provoke Dongyu and Shui'er, or the consequences would be dire. What Meng He meant was that he had acknowledged a peerless expert as his master and had received many benefits. The people of Heavenly Martial Holy Land must not disturb that peerless expert. This Shui Yu was only a deity realm cultivator, yet she dared to act cool in front of a half-sage. Could the master she mentioned be that peerless expert? Thinking of this, Meng Changtian couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he also sensed the terrifying sword intent from the Golden Sun Holy Land. Even though he was far away, he still felt a sense of fear. As a result, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, it was impossible for him to retreat just like that because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take down the Golden Sun Holy Land in one fell swoop. No one would let go of this opportunity. In the world of cultivation, territory was resources. Taking down the Golden Sun Holy Land, taking over their territory, and obtaining countless cultivation resources would greatly increase the power of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. If they were lucky, they could take down the Golden Sun Holy Land and take over the Yin Mountain. By then, even the ruler of the East Pole, the ultimate emperor of infinity, would look at Heavenly Martial Holy Land differently. Gaining the recognition of the ultimate emperor was the most important thing for Heavenly Martial Holy Land. After all, the ultimate emperor of infinity was the ruler of the East Pole. All the forces in the East Pole, regardless of whether they were small or large, were under the command of the ultimate emperor of infinity. No one dared to disobey the ultimate emperor of infinity. In Meng Changtian's eyes, how could that peerless expert, Meng He, compare to the ultimate emperor of infinity? Humph! I hope that Heavenly Martial Holy Land will not make a mistake. Also, did your people cause trouble in Yin Mountain? I'll give you a chance. Get your people out of Yin Mountain at once. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Shui Yu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking like she was going to explode the heavens. Meng Changtian was both shocked and angry. However, he was a smart man, so he endured it. He had to understand the situation first. Meanwhile, in the Golden Sun Holy Land, Thump, the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land, knelt in front of the scroll on the ground. "We were wrong. We shouldn't have made you unhappy. Please spare our lives." The great elder said, while trembling, "Please spare our lives, Senior." The higher-ups of the Golden Sun Holy Land behind the great elder all knelt in unison. Even the previously arrogant second elder of the Golden Sun sect was terrified to the core. This scroll was so powerful that it could break through the layers of protective array of the Golden Sun Holy Land. It was definitely a peerless treasure. It was very likely that the will of the peerless expert was left on it. The great elder was very smart. He immediately thought of this and knelt. This Meng Changtian, the successor of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, was dumbfounded. He knew the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land and the other higher-ups of the Golden Sun Holy Land. He never expected the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land, a sage, to kneel before a scroll. Meng Changtian dared to attack the Golden Sun Holy Land because he had a green-robed elder with him. This green-robed elder was also a sage. This was why Meng Changtian was so confident. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Martial Holy Leader let Meng Changtian bring his people to attack the Golden Sun Holy Land? Meng Changtian's status in the heavenly martial Holy Land was even more stable now that he had achieved such a feat, however. It seemed that they would not be able to take down the Golden Sun, Holy Land. Now you're begging for mercy? Where did you go just now? Shuiyu sneered. However, just when everyone thought that the people from the Golden Sun, Holy Land, were going to die, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. A shadow suddenly appeared on the scroll on the ground. Master? Shuiyu was shocked when she saw the shadow. Greetings, Master. Shuiyu hurriedly knelt before the shadow. Greetings, Master. Wu Ying, Ling Yu, and all the disciples of the Yin Mountain sect knelt before the shadow. Chapter 57-71. The heavenly martial Holy Land was a first-rate force in the boundless realm's easternmost region. The heavenly martial sacred leader was even more powerful. Some people said that the heavenly martial sacred leader had already cultivated to the peak of the sage state and was only half a step away from the half-step peerless realm. It should be known that there was only one peerless realm existence in the entire easternmost region, and that was the peerless emperor, the true ruler of the easternmost region. Of course, this was only on the surface. There was definitely more than one peerless realm existence in the easternmost region. This was a fact that everyone knew. The most fundamental difference between the living beings of the boundless realm and those of the other great worlds was that the living beings of the boundless realm had a long lifespan and were almost immortal. In other words, as long as the living beings of the boundless realm did not seek death, they could continue to live. However, in the boundless realm, where even the supreme existences of the peerless realm did not know, there were definitely many peerless realm existences throughout the ages, who dared to say that there was only one peerless realm existence in the easternmost region. At least Gu Fei was the second peerless realm existence in the easternmost region. There was also the Void Sky Sacred Leader. No one knew where that old fellow was hiding. That old fellow was very cunning. As the son of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Meng Changtian could be said to have been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. From the moment he was born, he was high and mighty, and his father did his best to nurture him. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, without his father's help, he would not have been able to cultivate to the half-step sage state in such a short period of time. Cultivation was a process of consuming resources. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the more resources they would consume. In fact, there was only one reason why there were battles between the countless forces in the cultivation world, big and small, and that was for resources. Competition for resources. The heavenly martial, Holy Land attacked Yin Mountain and Golden Sun, Holy Land, at the same time for resources. There was nothing wrong with the heavenly martial Holy Leader's plan, but he miscalculated one thing, and that was the existence of Gu Fei. To the heavenly martial Holy Leader, this could be said to be a fatal mistake. Gu Fei's real body was still role-playing with Dongyue and Xue. While the scroll he left for the third disciple of Yin Mountain Holy Land, Shuiyu, was thrown into the Golden Sun Holy Land by Shuiyu. The scroll fell into the Golden Sun Holy Land and landed in front of the Golden Sun Grand Elder and the other senior members of the Golden Sun Holy Land. Then, under the gaze of countless people, the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land directly knelt before the scroll. Then, all the higher-ups of the Golden Sun Holy Land also knelt. Then, the saint of the heavenly martial Holy Land and the experts he had brought were dumbfounded. Are these guys out of their minds? Kneeling down for a scroll, an elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land said in disbelief. Humph, you ants are really pathetic. Shuiyu's face was cold and arrogant. These fellows had no idea how powerful and terrifying their master was. A scroll left behind by Masters Divine, will incarnation, could kill a Saint Realm expert, like the Golden Sun Saint Master. The Golden Sun, Holy Land's Great Mountains Protective Array, was useless in front of the Master's scroll. One must know that the Golden Sun, Holy Land's Great Mountains Protective Array, couldn't even be broken by a sage expert. You dare to call us ants? The experts of the heavenly martial Holy Land behind Meng Changtian were enraged, and they all glared at Shui Yu. This fellow was merely a god realm martial artist, yet she dared to be so presumptuous. Did she think that she was a saint realm martial artist? She really didn't know what was good for her. The people of the heavenly martial Holy Land would never have thought that in Shui Yu's eyes, they were the ones who were courting death. Tisk, calling you ants, is already flattering you. Shui Yu was still cold and arrogant, and she didn't care. The people of the heavenly martial Holy Land were even more furious. If it wasn't for Meng Changtian stopping them, they would have swarmed Shui Yu and torn her into pieces. At this moment, in the Golden Sun, Holy Land, an illusory figure appeared on the scroll on the ground. As soon as this illusory figure appeared, a formless aura immediately shrouded the entire area, as though a terrifying existence had awakened from a deep sleep. Although it was just an illusory figure, it gave off a terrifying feeling. Greetings, Master. Shui Yu and the rest immediately knelt down when they saw the figure. At this moment, only the people of the heavenly martial Holy Land didn't kneel. However, they also had the urge to kneel down in front of the figure. Those with weaker cultivation in the heavenly martial Holy Land were trembling under the aura that erupted from the figure, and they almost collapsed. Everyone, including the Saint Meng Changtian, felt that something was wrong. His soul was trembling, and he was extremely frightened. Senior, please spare my life. At this moment, the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land and the rest who were kneeling in front of the figure were directly facing the pressure of the figure, and they all knelt on the ground, trembling. Even the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land was no exception. At this moment, the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land finally realized how small he was in front of this mysterious figure. What made him despair was that this was just an illusory figure, and it wasn't even an incarnation of divine will. What kind of existence could leave such a powerful illusory figure on a scroll? It was unimaginable and terrifying. Surrender or die. The illusory figure sent out a wave of divine will. Needless to say, the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land immediately prostrated himself on the ground and said, "We surrender, we recognize Master." The great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land, Jin Chong, greets Master. Greets Master. The senior members of the Golden Sun Holy Land behind the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land hurriedly followed suit and prostrated themselves on the ground. Surrender or die. At this moment, the figure in the valley suddenly turned around and looked at the people from the heavenly martial Holy Land in the sky. Meng Changtian and the rest were instantly shocked. He felt as though he was being stared at by a supreme ruler, and if the other party sneezed, his body and soul would be destroyed. He hadn't knelt yet, but the majestic Qilin beast he was riding had already knelt down. Uncle Fu, this Meng Changtian looked at the inconspicuous old man next to him. "Kneel," the old man named Uncle Fu said as he knelt down. When Meng Changtian saw that Uncle Fu had also knelt down, he immediately broke down. He was here to attack the Golden Sun Holy Land, not to surrender. This time, he was really unlucky. Not only did he fail to take down the Golden Sun Holy Land, but he even found himself a master, and he did not even know who this master was. The Holy Son of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Meng Changtian, was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "I'm willing to surrender." Meng Changtian flipped himself off the back of the Qilin beast and knelt down in front of the illusory figure. the rest of the people from the heavenly martial Holy Land also knelt down. They had no choice but to kneel. The illusory figure was too terrifying. Chapter 5772. A figure stood proudly between heaven and earth as billions of living beings knelt before him. Although it was just a shadow formed by a remnant consciousness, it was still domineering and domineering. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all the cultivators of the human clan and all the foreign races who had cultivated to a high level all knelt down in fear. Master's power is really unimaginable. Even the ultimate emperor of Wuchu could not compare to him. To be able to ride on the coattails of such a supreme being is really a blessing that we have cultivated for several lifetimes. At this moment, everyone present had surrendered, and they could not even think of resisting because the figure was so powerful that it made everyone despair. We are willing to go through fire and water for Master, even if we die. In the Golden Sun Holy Land, the great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land, Jin Chong, led a group of senior officials of the Golden Sun Holy Land to swear allegiance to the incarnation of Gu Fei's remnant consciousness. The great elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land, this guy, Shui Yu, and the others were depressed when they saw the people from the Golden Sun Holy Land fighting to curry favor with Master. Things had developed beyond her expectations. She had come to destroy the Golden Sun Holy Land. But who would have thought that the people from the Golden Sun Holy Land would be so cowardly? They actually admitted defeat and even acknowledged Master. How shameless! Now the Golden Sun Holy Land could not be destroyed, and the Holy Son of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Meng Changtian, had also knelt in front of Master. It was impossible to take revenge on the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. What should I do? This is really too difficult for me. Shui Yu was really helpless. After the senior officials of the Golden Sun Holy Land swore allegiance to Master, the aura that erupted from the vague figure retreated like a tide. Then, the illusory figure dissipated into the void. A scroll lay quietly on the ground. Everyone felt their bodies loosen up. It was as if a divine mountain that had been pressing down on them had suddenly disappeared. This made them both surprised and happy. Everyone from the Golden Sun Holy Land did not expect that they would be able to escape the calamity so easily. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. What happened just now was too terrifying, too frightening. Their master's coercion almost made their souls fly away and scatter. When an ultimate existence appeared in the world, if they did not restrain their aura, they would really die. This was just a remnant thought that Gu Fei had left on the scroll. If Gu Fei's real body completely unleashed his own coercion, even a sage realm expert would be annihilated in body and soul the moment the coercion touched their body. They would be directly obliterated into dust. This was the terror of infinite primes. They could wipe out the world with a single thought, and they could destroy an entire region with just a raise of their hand. Grand Elder, this scroll, the second elder, who was standing beside the great elder of the Golden Sun, stared at the scroll on the ground. His eyes were red with envy. This was a peerless treasure, a supreme Tao item. At this moment, they finally knew why Shui Yu, who was merely the third disciple of the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord, dared to show off in their Golden Sun Sacred Land. Shui Yu had grasped this peerless treasure. With this treasure in hand, he would be invincible below the infinite prime realm. Pa, the great elder of the Golden Sun Sacred Land, slapped the second elder in the face. Akiji, how dare you covet Master's things? The great elder of the Golden Sun Sacred Land was furious. The second elder of the Golden Sun Sacred Land, Akiji's right cheek immediately swelled up, and a stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yes, Akiji immediately admitted defeat. In fact, Akiji knew that the great elder was trying to take him down a notch. He and the great elder had been fighting openly and covertly for many years, neither giving in to the other. Normally, even the great elder wouldn't dare to slap the second elder. The second elder's influence in the Golden Sun's sacred land was not small. However, things were different now. The sacred lord of the Golden Sun sacred land had already fallen. In the entire Golden Sun sacred land, only the great elder and the second elder were qualified to temporarily manage the affairs of the Golden Sun sacred land. But now they had recognized him as their master. They were no longer free beings. At this moment, everything in the Golden Sun sacred land belonged to their master. Even their lives belonged to their master. At this moment, how would Akaji dare to go against the great elder? We will naturally take good care of the treasures left behind by master. The great elder of the Golden Sun sacred land knelt down and stretched out his trembling hands to pick up the scroll on the ground. He was so nervous that his hands were trembling, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. If he could get his hands on this scroll, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the East Pole? Infinite Sword Sect, Nine Firmaments Palace, Go Eat *T. Jean Chong, do you have any shame? Just as the great elder of the Golden Sun sacred land was about to pick up the scroll, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the scroll. The great elder of the Golden Sun sacred land's hand immediately stopped in the air. He raised his head and saw that the person was the third disciple of the Shadow Mountain sacred lord, Shui Yue. At this moment, those who were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another. Everyone knew how terrifying the scroll was. Even the saint of the heavenly martial holy land, Meng Changtian, was envious. Who wouldn't want a peerless treasure? However, not everyone was qualified to get a peerless treasure. Moreover, this was a peerless treasure left behind by their master. Brother Shueiyue, how dare you stand in front of our master's scroll? You're being disrespectful to our master. The great elder of the Golden Sun, sacred land, said coldly, "You're such a bad old man. You're accusing me of being disrespectful to our master right from the start. Are you trying to stir up trouble?" Shueiyue looked down at the great elder of the Golden Sun, sacred land, and squinted her eyes. "Don't think that I don't know what you're trying to do. I'll be honest with you. Even if I let you take this scroll, you wouldn't dare to take it. Do you know why? Because this is the treasure that our master gave to the Een Mountain sacred land. Do you dare to take it? Do you dare to take it? Who dares to take it?" Shueiyue raised her head and scanned the surroundings. Everyone lowered their heads wherever her gaze passed. "Senior sister is mighty." The disciples of the Een Mountain sacred land felt their blood boiling, and they were extremely proud. Their great senior sister was able to look down on everyone and make these unruly fellows lower their heads. Whether it was the great elder of the Golden Sun sacred land, Jin Chang, or the saint of the heavenly martial holy land, Meng Changtian, they were all powerful beings. Under normal circumstances, these beings were enough to make countless disciples of the Een Mountain sacred land look up to them. However, these powerful fellows had no choice but to lower their heads in front of the Een Mountain sacred land disciples. The feeling of stepping on these arrogant guys was really *king awesome. Shueiyue really enjoyed this feeling. So what if they were powerful? So what if they were sages? So what if they were saints? So what if they were the saint of the heavenly martial holy land? They still had to admit defeat in front of her. However, she was very clear that the reason why she was so powerful today was because of her master. Without her master, the Een Mountain sacred land would have been dead long ago. Chapter 5773. Everyone from the Golden Sun, Holy Land, was so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They were really unlucky to have collectively recognized a master, and this master was very mysterious. In other words, although they had collectively recognized a master, they did not know who their master was. Inexplicably becoming someone else's slave was something that the higher-ups of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, couldn't accept, but they had to accept it even if they couldn't, unless they wanted to die. However, who would want to die by themselves? At this moment, Shui Yu stood proudly and looked coldly at the higher-ups of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, who were kneeling on the ground. Her arrogance and disdain deeply hurt the higher-ups of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. She was just a godly state kid. The person leading the higher-ups of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, who were kneeling on the ground, was the great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. He was a sage state big shot. Among the higher-ups of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, behind the great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, there was no lack of half-step sage state experts and godly state peak experts. Which one of these people was not stronger than Shui Yu? However, they were kneeling in front of Shui Yu now. Shui Yu's cultivation was not as good as theirs, but so what? Shui Yu's master was powerful. He was a supreme existence that even the great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, would tremble in fear. With such a mysterious and powerful existence supporting her, Shui Yu naturally had nothing to fear. At this moment, the Golden Sun, Holy Land, was silent. No one dared to act rashly. The scroll that made the people of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, feel despair lay quietly on the ground. This scroll was actually very ordinary, but in everyone's eyes, it was a peerless treasure. The people from Een Mountain were very proud at this moment. Almost all of them had their noses in the air and were disdainful of everyone present. In fact, Een Mountain was the weakest among the three Holy Lands. They had always been beaten by the Golden Sun, Holy Land, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Every time they could not defeat the Golden Sun, Holy Land, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, they would hide in Een Mountain and not come out. However, things were different now. Now Een Mountain had completely stepped on the Golden Sun, Holy Land, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. If one step was not enough, they would step on them twice. With the support of my master, who would I be afraid of? Just as Shui Yu was about to pick up the scroll on the ground, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky and directly rushed toward the Golden Sun, Holy Land. Shui Yu, the person shouted anxiously. "Saint, are you all right?" The newcomer saw the group of people from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land in the sky. Shui Yu ignored the person. She carefully and respectfully picked up the scroll on the ground. Meng, he from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Shui Yu, who was holding the scroll, looked up at the people in the sky. The person who had just arrived was Meng, he of the half-step saint realm from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Elder Meng he? The saint of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Meng Changtian, couldn't help feeling surprised when he saw the newcomer. Wasn't Meng he supposed to be accompanying his master? The news of Meng, he recognizing him as his master, had already reached the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. In the limitless realm, the strong were revered. Kneeling down to a supreme existence comparable to the limitless extreme Dharch was not shameful. Instead, it would bring glory to the entire sacred ground. Infinite primes never lacked servants. Countless people, and even countless alien races, were eager to lick their boots. However, not everyone had the right to lick their boots. To be able to curry favor with a supreme expert was something that countless cultivators would be envious of. Saint is fine. That's great. Head to the imperial city of the East Moon Empire immediately. Master will arrive soon. This is a great opportunity for our Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Meng, he was surprised and overjoyed when he saw that Meng Changtian was fine. He was really afraid that Shui Yu would kill off the saint and the heavenly martial Holy Land's cultivators. Fortunately, there was still time. Moreover, even if Shui Yu killed the saint of the heavenly martial Holy Land, in the eyes of Master, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. He didn't dare to mention it in front of Gu Fei, much less seek revenge from Shui Yu. If the saint was killed by Shui Yu, he would have died in vain. The saint was the future of the heavenly martial Holy Land. Nothing could happen to him. Moreover, even if something happened to him, the heavenly martial Holy Land would definitely not dare to avenge their saint, unless the holy leader of the heavenly martial Holy Land was out of his mind. When Meng He found out that their saint had brought people to attack the Golden Sun, Holy Land, he didn't react. However, when he found out that Shui Yu from Yin Mountain had also brought people to attack the Golden Sun Holy Land, he still didn't react. He was very confident in the strength of his sect. However, when he found out that his master had dealt with Yin Mountain with his divine will incarnation, he couldn't stay calm. When he found out that his master's divine will incarnation had even left a set of words for Yin Mountain, he was shocked. The saint attacking the Golden Sun, Holy Land, was courting death. He was dead for sure. The bamboo leaves that Master casually gave were all precious Taoist rhyme treasures. Now, he even left a set of words for those people from Yin Mountain. How could that be? It was definitely a terrifying Taoist treasure. No wonder those people from Yin Mountain dared to attack the Golden Sun, Holy Land. They had a great killing weapon in their hands. Those people from Yin Mountain had a supreme Taoist treasure that Master had given them. Wouldn't they kill whoever they met? When Gu Fei asked Meng He to make a trip, Meng He was so grateful that he rushed to the Golden Sun Holy Land as if his life depended on it. He was so tired that he almost vomited blood. Master? The heavenly martial saint was stunned for a moment. Just do as I say. Meng He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, the people from the Golden Sun, Holy Land, also stood up. Shui Yu, you're awesome. Why aren't you coming to see me? Meng He shouted at the people from the Golden Sun, Holy Land below. Saint, why aren't you leaving yet? Meng He urged when he saw that the heavenly martial saint was still in a daze. Yes. The heavenly martial saint immediately left with his subordinates. Meng He, do you know who you're talking to? Shui Yu held the scroll in her hand and soared into the sky. She arrived opposite Meng He and stood proudly. Damn, you're still pretending in front of me. Aren't you getting carried away? And you're very arrogant. Meng He sneered when he saw Shui Yu's expression. Meng He, things are different now. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Shui Yu looked up at the sky with a cold and arrogant expression. If it were in the past, how would she dare to be impudent in front of a half-step sage realm expert? But it was different now. With the scroll in her hand, even a sage realm big shot was an ant in her eyes. TSK, you still want to give me a lunchbox? Are you dreaming? Did you recognize a master, and that's why you're arrogant? Meng He looked down on Shui Yu. If it were in the past, he would kill this guy with one slap without hesitation. But now he couldn't. He was his master's servant after all. How did you know? Shui Yu was taken aback and stared at Meng. Humph! Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a peerless treasure. Meng He sneered. Shui Yu was shocked and angry. Senior sister, why talk so much nonsense with this guy? Just kill him. At this moment, Wu Ying and Ling Yu rushed over from afar. Ha, I'm so scared. Why don't you try killing him? Meng He laughed when he heard this. Chapter 5774. Gu Fei had been acting mysteriously lately. He even role-played and blended in with the thousands of soldiers that Dongyue Shui brought out of Tianyue City. Sai, Master is too low-key. If I had such an invincible cultivation base, I wouldn't be low-key at all. Wherever I go, I summon the wind and rain, and all deities pay homage to me. Whoever dares to defy me will be trampled to death. That's why Master is the master, and you're the servant. How can we understand Master's world? Dongyue Shui led a group of subordinates and hurried along the mountain path, while her subordinates of Heaven Realm and above were whispering to each other. That Meng, he guy has been gone for an hour. Why isn't he back yet? Saint Ming Yang, who was also in the group, whispered to the fatty beside him. Who knows where he went to play? The fatty curled his lips. At this moment, he was thinking about the leaves that Gu Fei had given out because he realized that these guys had obtained great benefits. A random leaf that Gu Fei had given out actually contained Taoist rhyme. This was incredible. It was definitely a supreme Taoist treasure that could easily allow one to enter a state of enlightenment during cultivation. To cultivators, this was something that could only be encountered by chance. Sudden enlightenment was absolutely a great, fortuitous encounter for cultivators, a great fortune. If one was able to grasp this great fortune, then it wasn't impossible for one's cultivation to soar in a single day. Therefore, these days, the fatty had been pestering Gu Fei secretly for treasures. Gu Fei, however, could not be bothered with him. This guy had supreme sword origin in his body. Once the sword origin was refined into his own sword origin, he would become the Sword Dao Sovereign, the second limitless sword master. This fatty was simply guarding a treasure mountain without knowing it, and then went begging with a broken bowl. After this fatty failed to gain any benefits from Gu Fei, he tried his best to curry favor with Wang Zhan, Saint Ming Yang, and the Black God Ridge Lord. After all, other than Gu Fei, these three guys were the most amazing. Wang Zhan was a greater mastery of the God realm and was Gu Fei's personal disciple. This identity was already incredible. As for the Black God Ridge Master and Saint Ming Yang, there was no need to talk about them. They were both Saint Realm experts, especially the Black God Ridge Master, who had the black dragon blade in his hand. This black dragon saber was a legend that had once caused a bloodbath in the limitless realm. Who would have thought that after so many years, the black dragon saber would suddenly appear in the hands of the Black God Ridge Lord? There was no doubt about the black dragon blade's power. Moreover, it had been simply refined by Gu Fei, making its power even more astonishing. Moreover, its quality had taken a leap forward, becoming a supreme quality saint artifact. Let alone sage realm bigwigs, even the supreme existences of the infinite prime realm would be tempted by a supreme grade sacred artifact. In reality, Wang Zhan and the others did not dare to slight this fatty at all. One must know that this fatty was far from simple. He was the one who had killed the Shadow Mountain Saint Master earlier on. Of course, Wang Zhan and the others did not dare to slight the fatty. After all, this fatty was not simple. He had killed the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord before. Of course, the fatty did not know how powerful he was, because he had already lost consciousness when the sword origin in his body erupted. Others said how powerful and awesome he was, but that was what others said. He did not really think he was that awesome. However, he had killed the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord. This was a fact. However, the power in his body was not under his control. Why hasn't anyone come to cause trouble these 2 days? It's so boring. The fatty could not wait for someone to cause trouble, and then he would deal with the troublemaker himself. He could put on a show in front of Gu Fei, and he might be able to gain some benefits. He always wanted to gain benefits from Gu Fei. However, it was a pity that these 2 days were very quiet. Even when they passed by some dangerous places, no one took the opportunity to ambush them. This made the fatty very depressed. After 2 days of continuous travel, they were not far from the East Moon royal capital. However, those who wanted to hit Dongyue Shui were not stupid. Even the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord ended up with no return when he tried to hit Dongyue Shui. In this way, wouldn't those people weigh their own weight? Even a big shot of the Sage Realm had been killed. So, who would dare to stir up trouble? Of course, there were still some people in the dark who did not give up. Meanwhile, in the East Moon royal capital, the news of the Tianwu Holy Sun's arrival had already spread in the city, and the whole city was in an uproar. For a while, even the tyrannical Sky Empire, which was eyeing them covetously, gave up and retreated from Black Qilin City. The tyrannical Sky Empire had planted many spies in the East Moon royal capital. The two empires were enemies, so it was very common for them to plant spies in each other's royal capital. In the East Moon royal palace, everyone was busy. The palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the atmosphere was festive. With such a scene in the palace, those who did not know would think that the East Moon royal palace was going to have a wedding. Of course, a wedding was impossible. The new empress was a ruthless character, and she had a powerful backer. Even if the East Moon royal lord wanted to touch the new empress, he would have some scruples. Have you found out where the Tianwu Holy Sun is? In the conference hall of the palace, the East Moon royal lord, who sat on the throne in the middle, was surprised and delighted. If he could curry favor with the Tianwu Holy Land, the East Moon Empire would be able to directly suppress the tyrannical Sky Empire. Even if he wanted to destroy the tyrannical Sky Empire, it would not be impossible. Thinking of his own ambition, the East Moon Royal Lord was extremely excited. Your Majesty, the Tianwu Holy Sun is staying in the East City Changshen Inn. A general stood out. Very good. I will personally welcome the Holy Sun. The East Moon Royal Lord said hurriedly that the Royal Lord is going to welcome him personally. The officials in the hall were shocked when they heard this. It should be known that the Royal Lord was the ruler of the East Moon Empire. He was high and mighty, and his status was extremely noble. Yes, this shows my sincerity. The East Moon Royal Lord could not wait any longer. Where is the Crown Prince? The East Moon Royal Lord said loudly, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is currently at the North Mountain Camp. An official from the Crown Prince's camp stepped out and reported, Summon the Crown Prince back to the palace, and then order the Crown Prince to bring my visiting card to visit the Holy Sun first. The East Moon Royal Lord said excitedly. In the hall, the officials who supported the second prince had very ugly expressions. The East Moon Royal Lord wanted to use the Tianwu Holy Sun to consolidate the Crown Prince's position. No one knew the news of the second prince's death, so these people who supported the second prince still hoped that the second prince could ascend the throne and then soar. East City of the East Moon Empire, Changshen Inn, the number one of the East Moon Imperial capital. At this moment, the Longevity Inn was completely deserted. This was completely different from the usual bustling scene of endless streams of people and carriages. The nobles who usually went in and out of the Changshen Inn had all disappeared. There was no other reason than that an important person had stayed in the Changshen Inn. This important person had directly booked the entire Changshen Inn because this important person liked peace and quiet and did not want to be disturbed. Elder Meng, he wants me to come to the East Moon Imperial capital first to arrange things for Master. How exactly should I arrange things? Chapter 5775. The news that the Longevity Inn had been booked spread throughout the capital of the East Moon Kingdom. All the nobles in the city were very curious. Just who was so generous as to book the entire Longevity Inn? After all, the Longevity Inn of the East Moon Empire was the best inn in the East Moon Imperial City. Regular people did not even have the right to stay there. Usually, only the nobles in the city were regular customers. However, at this time, the Longevity Inn did not even accept the business of the nobles in the city. It directly hung a sign on the door that no one was allowed to enter. Soon, people knew that the Tianwu Holy Sun had come to the East Moon Imperial City and stayed in the Longevity Inn. As a result, the nobles in the city were even more excited. In the Dongxian clan's ancestral residence, "Quick, bring me my 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit. I want to see the Holy Sun personally." The clan leader of the Dongxian clan, the prime minister, shouted at his subordinates. In the Hu clan's residence, the clan leader directly opened the Hu clan's treasury and took out a mysterious treasure that had been kept for thousands of years. Clan leader, an elder of the Hu clan, stared at the treasure in the clan leader's hand reluctantly. "Clan leader, do you know what it means for the Hu clan to curry favor with the Tianwu Holy Sun?" The clan leader said indifferently. "This, I naturally know." Sigh. The clan leader sighed and did not say anything else. At the same time, in the general's residence of the Longxiang clan, the clan leader of the Longxiang clan hurriedly opened the Longxiang clan's treasury and took out the most precious treasure from the depths of the treasury. The hearts of the clan elders of the Longxiang clan were bleeding. However, if the Longxiang clan could curry favor with the Tianwu Holy Sun, everything would be worth it. The Tianwu Holy Land was a more powerful force than the Golden Sun Holy Land and the Shade Mountain Holy Land. If they could obtain the Tianwu Holy Sun's support, their position in the East Moon Empire would be impregnable. Even the East Moon Imperial Lord would not dare to touch them. In the East Moon Imperial City, the royal family was supreme, followed by the three major clans. The other forces did not even have the right to see the Tianwu Holy Sun. At this time, in the largest courtyard of the Longevity Inn, the Tianwu Holy Sun was worrying about how to welcome his master. "Your Highness, the Hu clan has sent over a visitation card. Should we meet him?" A black-clothed middle-aged man walked in from the outside, holding a visiting card in his hand. "Tell him to get lost." The Tianwu Holy Sun waved his hand impatiently. "Yes, Your Highness." The black-clothed middle-aged man immediately retreated. Outside the Longevity Inn, the patriarch of the Hu family was waiting anxiously. "Ha! I'm the first one to greet His Highness the Saint. Those two fellows from the Dongxian clan and Longxiang clan are too slow." The patriarch of the Hu clan was very proud. "Io, isn't this the tiger from the Tiger clan? Why, you want to meet His Highness?" A sarcastic voice rang out. On the street, a figure holding a brocade box walked over. This person was the patriarch of the Longxiang family. "You are neither a dragon nor an elephant. When did you learn to bark like a dog?" Hu clan's clan had sneered. The two of them were sworn enemies. Once they met, although they wouldn't fight to the death, they would still be at loggerheads, ridiculing each other in all sorts of ways. "The visiting card has been sent in. The Tianwu Holy Sun doesn't want to see you. Then why are you still here? Why aren't you getting lost?" The patriarch of the Longxiang family mocked. "TSK, how do you know that His Highness doesn't want to see me?" Hu clan's clan head retorted. "The two of you are still the same, quarreling the moment you see each other. Please, you are both family heads. Can you be a little more cool?" At this moment, an old voice rang out. An old man wearing an official's robe slowly walked over from the street. Prime Minister of Dongxian, the patriarch of the Hu clan, and the Longxiang family were shocked to see the person. Although this person didn't know any divine powers and wasn't even a cultivator, no one dared to underestimate him. "Greetings, Prime Minister." The two of them bowed to the old man. "No need for formalities. Have you sent in your visiting cards?" Prime Minister of Dongxian asked. "Mine has. As for Longxiang's visiting card, it's still in his hands." "Ha ha!" Hu clan's clan head was very proud. "Hee hee, Even if we send in the visiting card first, we might not be able to get an audience with the Holy Sun. Long Xiang family's clan head said disapprovingly. TSK, just wait and see. I'm afraid you won't even be able to send in the visiting cards. Hu Clan's clan head looked at Long Xiang family's clan head coldly. Why don't we have a bet? Long Xiang family's clan head continued. If I can get summoned by His Highness, it's my win. If you can get summoned by His Highness, it's your win. Hu Clan's clan head thought for a moment and said, let's bet. If you lose, lie on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times. Haha, what if you lose? Long Xiang family's clan head said with a fake smile. If I lose, I'll bark like a dog 3 times too. How about it? Hu Clan's clan head stared at Long Xiang family's clan head coldly. All right, Prime Minister is here. Prime Minister, please bear witness. Long Xiang family's clan head nodded. If you guys want to play, just play. Why drag me into it? Prime Minister of Dongxian said helplessly. Hu Clan head, you can scram now. Right at this moment, a person walked out of the Longevity Inn and directly threw the name card at the Hu family head with an extremely arrogant attitude. What? Hu Clan head was stunned on the spot. His Highness did not summon him and even told him to scram. What was going on? Haha, you lost. Long Xiang family's clan head was overjoyed. The person who walked out of Longevity Inn was the middle-aged man in black under Tianwu's holy sun. Senior Meng, is His Highness really not going to summon me? Hu Clan head said in disbelief. Are you deaf? I told you to scram, and you're not going to scram? Meng Yen was displeased. Yes. I'll scram now. Hu Clan head was shocked and wanted to scram. The high and mighty Hu Clan head did not have any temper at this moment. The nobles watching from afar were all shocked to the extreme. That was Hu Clan head, one of the 3 major clans of Dongyue royal capital. Wait, you lost. You can leave if you want, but bark like a dog 3 times first. Long Xiang family's clan head stopped Hu Clan head. Woof, woof, woof. Hu Clan head did not hesitate and barked like a dog 3 times. The nobles in the distance were dumbfounded. Was this really Hu Clan head? Could it be fake? Hu Clan head was a big shot in the royal capital. Even if the nobles wanted to meet him, it would depend on his mood. It was not easy to meet him. The 2 of you scram too. Our holy son is not meeting anyone now. Meng Yen glanced at the Prime Minister and Long Xiang family's clan head and said arrogantly. The Prime Minister and Long Xiang family's clan head were shocked. Even Tianwu's holy son did not want to meet them? Senior, please inform him that the Dongxian family's clan head is here to see him. The Prime Minister bowed to Meng Yen. Scram. Meng Yen waved his hand impatiently. The expression on the Prime Minister of Dongxian froze immediately. What? That person actually told the Prime Minister to scram. Chapter 5776. The fact that the Tianwu saint refused to see anyone shocked all the nobles in the East Moon royal capital. After all, the people who had come to the Longevity Inn to hand over their visiting cards were the 3 heavyweights of the East Moon royal capital. Whether it was the patriarch of the Longxiang clan, the patriarch of the Tiger clan, or the Prime Minister of the East Profundity, they were all existences who could shake the entire royal capital with a single step from him. Even the East Moon royal lord had to give them face. However, the Tianwu saint refused very decisively. I won't see you. You can play with whoever you want as long as you don't bother me. Outside the Longevity Inn, the Prime Minister of Dongxian, the Hu Clan Master, and the Longxiang Clan Master were all stunned. They never thought that the Tianwu saint would refuse to see them. Moreover, the Hu Clan Master and the Longxiang Clan Master might not be important enough, but the Prime Minister of Dongxian was different. The Prime Minister's prestige in the East Moon royal capital was second only to the East Moon royal lord. Moreover, he was the father of the new Empress Dong Xianfeng. He was a member of the royal family. However, not only did the subordinate of the Tianwu saint reject the Prime Minister's invitation, but he even told the Prime Minister to scram. The nobles watching from afar were dumbfounded. The Prime Minister of Dongxian was indeed the Prime Minister of the East Moon Empire. He did not get angry when the other party told him to scram. "I wonder when your highness will be free. Scram." Before the Prime Minister of East Xian could finish his sentence, the subordinate of the Tianwu Holy Sun interrupted him and said, "Scram." Furthermore, he sounded very impatient. The Prime Minister of Dongxian was stunned. "All right then, I'll take my leave." The Prime Minister of Dongxian remained calm. He tidied his clothes and turned to leave. The Hu clan master and the Longxiang clan master, who had yet to scram, could not help but secretly give the Prime Minister of Dongxian a thumbs up. Only the Prime Minister of Dongxian could be neither servile nor overbearing under such circumstances. The subordinate of the Tianwu saint watched coldly as the Prime Minister of Dongxian left. This old man was much more courageous than the two fellows from the Hu clan and the Longxiang clan. Although the Prime Minister of East Xian was not a cultivator, the subordinate of the Sky Martial Saint thought highly of the Prime Minister of East Xian. As for the two bootlickers from the Tiger clan and the Longxiang clan, they were not worthy of his attention. As the subordinate of the Tianwu Xingzi, this middle-aged man in black was quite knowledgeable. "His Highness is not receiving guests." The black-clothed, middle-aged man glanced around and said indifferently, although his voice wasn't loud, and he seemed to be speaking casually, his voice reached the ears of all the nobles nearby. All of them were indescribably shocked. "An expert! There are no weak soldiers under a strong general." The nobles in the city couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The Heavenly Martial Holy Land was the strongest force in the surrounding area. The Golden Sun Holy Land and the Shade Mountain Holy Land could not be compared to it at all. Otherwise, the Sky Martial Sacred Leader would not have attacked the Golden Sun Holy Ground and the Shadow Mountain Holy Ground at the same time. If the Heavenly Martial Sacred Leader didn't have any confidence, he wouldn't have the guts to attack two sacred lands at the same time. Even the family heads of the three great clans had been turned away when they came to visit. Thus, no one else dared to visit the Heavenly Martial Holy Sun. At this moment, in the East Moon Imperial Palace. What? The Heavenly Martial Holy Sun is not receiving guests? In a pavilion in the garden of the Imperial Palace, the East Moon Imperial Lord, who was leisurely feeding the goldfish in the pond below, could not help but be shocked when he heard the report of his subordinate. There was a black figure kneeling in front of the pavilion. Although it was broad daylight, this mysterious person still gave off a mysterious and eerie feeling. If this person were to wander around at night, he would probably scare many people to death. "Do you know why the Heavenly Martial Holy Sun is not receiving guests?" the East Moon Imperial Lord asked after thinking for a while. Even if he was the East Moon Imperial Lord, he did not dare to visit the Heavenly Martial Holy Sun rashly. If he made the Heavenly Martial Holy Sun unhappy, it would be bad. The Heavenly Martial Holy Sun's status was there for all to see. Whoever obtained the Heavenly Martial Holy Sun's support was equivalent to obtaining the support of the entire Heavenly Martial Holy Land. No matter what dynasty it was, in the eyes of the powerful people in the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it was just an ant. If the East Moon Empire obtained the support of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to destroy their archenemy, the tyrannical Sky Empire? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the East Moon Empire to soar into the sky. The East Moon Imperial Lord would not miss this opportunity no matter what. However, The heavenly marshal Holy Sun had already said that he was not receiving guests. This gave the East Moon Imperial Lord a headache. "Please forgive us, Imperial Lord. We were unable to find out the reason," the Yue leader said in fear and trepidation. "If you can't even do such a small thing, what's the point of having the Yue guard?" The East Moon Imperial Lord said angrily. The Yue leader was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and trembled. "Father, why did you summon me back in such a hurry?" At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside and bowed to the East Moon Imperial Lord. The Crown Prince of the East Moon Empire had arrived. Ever since the Crown Prince returned to the Imperial capital, he was sent by the East Moon Imperial Lord to take charge of the North Mountain Camp. The East Moon Imperial Lord wanted the Crown Prince to learn how to deploy troops and make preparations for his ascension to the throne. "Sai, I wanted you to visit the Heavenly Marshal Holy Sun, but the Holy Sun is not receiving guests. What should we do?" The East Moon Imperial Lord sighed. "Father, this matter can't be rushed. We need to think about it at length." The Crown Prince said without hesitation. "Yes, my son went out and trained in the North Mountain Camp for a while after returning. He's improved a lot." The East Moon Imperial Lord nodded. Just as the East Moon Imperial Lord was worrying about how to curry favor with the Heavenly Marshal Holy Sun, Dongyue Shue's team was already less than 300 miles away from the East Moon Imperial capital. The news of the Yue Guard kept coming back to the Imperial capital. However, the attention of the major forces in the East Moon Imperial capital was attracted by the sudden arrival of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Sun. However, there were still people who did not give up and were eyeing Dongyue Shue. Finally, there's something to see. When they entered a place, Gu Fei, who was disguised as a soldier, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. As the team ventured deeper, a fog gradually appeared around them. Wisps of white fog appeared in the void, causing everyone to be alarmed. "Someone's here to cause trouble again." Dongyue Shue, who was riding on the one-horned fire tiger, could not help but be shocked. However, she was as stable as an old dog because there were not only two Sage Realm experts in the team, but also a super big shot like Gu Fei. This was simply the rhythm of whoever came would die. What did she have to worry about? She could not help but pray for those who wanted her life. "It's a formation. Could it be the people from the Mystical Heaven sect?" The fatty was shocked. In the entire Limitless Realm, the Mystical Heaven sect was the best in terms of formations. Most of the countless formation masters in the Limitless Realm came from the Mystical Heaven sect. "Oh, Lord Fatty also knows formations?" Wang Zhan looked at the fatty curiously. "A little, just a little." Chapter 5777. Finally, someone came to stir up trouble again. "Damn, we've waited for so long, it's finally here." Everyone was immediately energized. The past few days had been too boring. Everyone was listless, as no one came to stir up trouble, so they couldn't perform well in front of their master. Even Dongyue Shue felt the same way. She was also eager for someone to stir up trouble. If it was when she first left Black Qilin City, she would be scared to death. But now, she could not wait for someone to come and stir up trouble every day. "I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can." Dongyue Shue shouted. Everyone was speechless. "You want someone to kill you that much? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" "Heroes, don't be afraid. Come and kill me. I'm right here. I promise I won't fight back. Come and kill me." "Sai, I'm giving you a chance to earn a divine instrument." "Divine instrument, come and kill me. Kill me, and the divine instrument on the dark roll will be yours. Don't miss it. Everyone has a share." Dongyue Shue started to show off. "That works?" Everyone was a little confused. Was this still the high and mighty, incomparably arrogant Her Royal Highness? At that moment, The mist in the area thickened. Roars of unknown beasts could be heard from within the mist. Mysterious shadows could be seen in the mist. Clank! The sound of weapons being unsheathed immediately filled the air. The thousands of soldiers in the troop were all extremely nervous. The archers even knocked their arrows and stared vigilantly at the thick fog. If they found anything amiss, they would immediately release their arrows. Soon, the sky was covered by the mist. "Who's that sneaky guy? I don't like it," the fatty said unhappily. "Hee, Lord Fatty, you don't understand." Wang Zhan laughed. "If you're not strong enough, you can make up for it with tricks." "Why do I feel that your words make sense?" Fatty nodded his head seriously. "It's an undeniable truth." The people around him started to lick his boots. It couldn't be helped. Wang Zhan was their master's direct disciple. It would definitely be beneficial to get on his good side. "All right, everyone, be careful. Don't fail miserably in such an easy task." Saint Mingyang swept a glance at everyone and said indifferently. Everyone immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to speak. After all, this was a big shot of the Sage Realm. So, who would dare to not give face to a big shot of the Sage Realm? In fact, the people of the Sage Realm were high and mighty in their eyes. They were the people of the heavens. It was impossible to meet such people under normal circumstances. In the eyes of a sage, everyone was just an ant. And at this time, their master would not easily make a move. The cold and aloof black god Ridge, Lord led the 12 great bandits, and did not say a word. The eyebrows of Ku Mei, one of the 12 great bandits, trembled from time to time. His eyes flickered as he constantly scanned the surroundings. The 12 great bandits looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, their boss, the Black God Ridge Lord, was resting with his eyes closed. "Stop!" Dongyue Shui raised her right hand, and the group stopped. The fog around them was too thick, and they couldn't even see the road clearly. How were they supposed to travel? Under such circumstances, the party could only stop and observe the situation. If they continued on their way, it would be very dangerous. Shui did not want to put her soldiers in danger. As for her hanger-ons, she wasn't too worried. At this time, under the command of Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Feiyun, the soldiers quickly surrounded Dongyue Shui and the others in layers of protection. The thousands of soldiers that Dongyue Shui brought out from Skyleap City were all battle-hardened soldiers. The outermost layer was the shield-bearers, followed by the spear-bearers, and then the archers. Behind the archers were Dongyue Shui's hanger-ons. As for Wang Zhan, Fatty, and the others, they were in the innermost layer. Gu Fei was now acting as an ordinary soldier. He was a spear-bearer. The shield-bearers raised their thick and heavy shields, and in between the shields, there were tiny gaps. These gaps were left by the spear-bearers when they stabbed the invading enemies. The archers were naturally in charge of long-range attacks and attacks from the sky. Roar! The roar of a savage beast rang out. Then, everyone felt a tremor under their feet. In the thick fog around them, there was the dull sound of running. Gu Fei was also very curious about who the hidden enemy was. He sealed his own cultivation and his own divine will. Since he was going to be an ordinary soldier, he had to be thorough. Once he used his divine sense and sensed everything, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Everyone tensed up. The hidden enemy had made a move. Swoosh! The fog surged, and a huge black shadow rushed out of the thick fog, pouncing directly at the shield formation. "It's a savage beast!" Dragon Elephant Man shouted. He leaped up and directly faced the savage beast that pounced at him. He couldn't let this savage beast mess up the battle formation, because once the battle formation was messed up, it wouldn't be long before they were defeated. Because those people in the dark definitely had a backup plan. This was just a test. Bam! the barbarian dragon elephant roared and punched the savage beast's head fiercely. In the next moment, the savage beast let out a scream and was directly sent flying. Dragon Elephant Man's cultivation had improved a lot these days. Even an ordinary heavenly realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand his punch, let alone a savage beast. Ever since Gu Fei casually refined the Dao Rune leaf, these people's cultivation had more or less improved. Some even directly broke through the shackles of cultivation and broke through to a higher realm. Even the cultivation of the Black God Ridge Lord had completely stabilized and showed signs of breaking through to the intermediate level of the Sage realm. Dao Rune treasures were that amazing. This was also the reason why even the big shots of the Sage realm were extremely jealous of Dao Rune treasures. This was also the reason why the Black God Ridge Lord and Sacred Leader Mingyang were so loyal to Gu Fei. *CK. This guy stole the limelight. When the group of Heavenly Realm experts saw Dragon Elephant Man making a move, they all jumped out of the battle formation as if they were on steroids. At this moment, countless savage beasts rushed out of the forest on both sides. Immediately, everyone displayed their own abilities and defeated the savage beasts that pounced out. These were all Heavenly Realm experts, not ordinary cultivators. The savage beasts controlled by the mastermind in the dark were not powerful either. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. The weather around the battle formation immediately changed, and the fog rolled violently. The ordinary soldiers were shaken by this roar and were on the verge of collapsing. Beast King Gu Fei, who was among the spear soldiers, could not help but frown when he heard this roar. Beast Kings were not ordinary savage beasts. A God Realm guy? Dongyue Shui was also shocked. The horned fire tiger under her became uneasy and kept growling. Boss, it's time for us to take the field. Ku Mei of the 12 Bandits said to the Black God Ridge Lord. The Black God Ridge Lord nodded.